Rear Admiral Rajesh Dharkar, Commandant Naval War College, Commodore Anil Jaggi, Commodore Foreign Cooperation Indian Navy, senior officers from navies and maritime forces from friendly foreign countries of the Indian Ocean region, officers from the Indian Navy and Coast Guard, gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed my proud privilege to deliver this welcome address at the 4th edition of the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy and Commandant Naval War College, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all delegates attending this symposium. As you are aware, the previous edition of the GMS, that is GMS 2020, was conducted over video conferencing last year owing to the COVID pandemic. Supported by technology, we were successful in bringing together GMS nations online from across the far reaches of our region and exchanged views on a wide spectrum of issues related to security of our collective maritime space, and that is the Indian Ocean region. The 100% physical participation in this year's edition is testimony to the symposium's growing acknowledgement as an effective and outcome-oriented platform for maritime discourse. Your collective presence underscores its commitment for leveraging our combined capabilities and capacities to secure a safe and prosperous future for our nations through dialogue, deliberation, discussion, decision, and delivery. The motto or the catchphrase of the Goa Maritime Symposium and the Goa Maritime Conclave is harnessing maritime thought. And these three desired end state, which is enhancing our regional prosperity by sustaining regional maritime security through cohesion, cooperation, commitment, collaboration, and connectivity. Let me start with the and purpose of the Goa Maritime Symposium. Conceptualized and instituted by the Indian Navy in 2016, the GMS is a forum for fostering collaborative thinking, cooperation, and mutual understanding amongst India and key maritime nations of the Indian Ocean region. The symposium is conducted biennially by the college, and 3 editions of the event have been organized thus far. Initially aimed as a platform for academic exchange and sharing of ideas amongst India's maritime neighbors, the symposium's vision underwent a transformation in 2020 when it was reconfigured as a working level or staff level interaction. The outcomes of deliberations on contemporary maritime challenges in the IOR at the staff level thereafter feed into the Apex Regional Maritime Engagement Platform hosted by the Indian Navy, that is the Goa Maritime Conclave. The aim of the GMC is to give shape to collaborative concepts among GMS-GMC nations, and consensus on common maritime priorities in the IOR was one such path-breaking key deliverable and outcome of the GMS 2020 and GMC 2021 constructs. Leading forward from the aforementioned outcome, the chosen common theme for this year's symposium and next year's Goa Maritime Conclave block is maritime security challenges in the Indian Ocean region, converting common maritime priorities into collaborative mitigation frameworks. GMS 2022 will see deliberations and articulation of views by participating nations on contemporary sub-themes pertaining to legal aspects, developing a common maritime strategy, leveraging collaborative training, and harnessing existing multilateral organizations and frameworks in the IOR. The Indian Ocean is the most important water body of the globe and the center of gravity from a geostrategic, geopolitical, and geoeconomic perspective. We are all well aware that matters relating to the oceans in general are assuming unprecedented focus and attention for global economic and social well-being of our nations, and are consequently increasingly being included as agenda in the international mind space. However, as we turn more and more to the oceans to harness its growing opportunities, we are also faced with its dynamic nature and a multitude of associated challenges. The vastness of the oceans and scope of challenges therein have brought to fore once again that no single entity, agency or organization can unilaterally deal with these emerging challenges in a meaningful, effective and sustained manner. This realization has been underscored by the continued presence and in some cases increased proliferation of transnational threats across the maritime seascape in our region, which are superimposed by the devastating effects of climate change. To quote one of our former Chiefs of Naval Staff, globalization has ensured that today there is no such thing as a non-maritime nation. Gentlemen, oceans are global commons for global good, and this imperative forms the guiding vision of the Goa Maritime Symposium and its associated apex-level conclave. In this hall present today are the current architects and executors of maritime security and future leaders and policy makers of maritime security of tomorrow, on whom will fall the mantle and responsibility of ensuring regional maritime safety and security in a decade from now. I am confident that the deliberations during the symposium, based on free and frank exchange of views and ideas, will help us to not only understand each other better, but also explore options before us, identify common sea lanes, as well as agree to disagree on aspects beyond our national jurisdictions. Gentlemen, we have but one common goal, and that is the onerous task of securing for our citizens a future centered on safe and sustained development under the umbrella of an enabling and secure maritime environment. Gentlemen, the inauguration of the Goa Maritime Symposium today also falls on the occasion of India's National Unity Day, which is celebrated each year on 31st October, the birth anniversary of one of India's greatest architects and founders, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Sardar Patel, popularly known as the Iron Man of India, brought together more than 560 diverse princely states, dominions and royal houses to form the Republic of India. I am sure, taking inspiration from the occasion, we will have unity of thought and unity of purpose as the most significant outcomes of our deliberations over the next 2 days. We must endeavour to draw out innovative concepts, concrete lines of effort, and implementable strategies for enhancing our overall maritime security in order to formulate input agendas for our respective apex leaders to discuss and deliberate in the Goa Maritime Conclave next year. Gentlemen, the time for action has come. The time for converting dialogue to delivery has arrived. The time for converting potential to kinetic energy is beckoning us. May the rising tide lift all our boats. Before we continue with the proceedings of the day, I would like to once again welcome all our distinguished delegates from across the Indian Ocean region to the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022. Some of you have travelled for more than 24 hours, taken many connecting flights and spent long layoffs between them. We are indebted for your presence and we thank you for ensuring a full quorum for the symposium. Let us work together, let us pull together and strive to make the 21st century truly the century of the Indian Ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Commandant Naval War College to deliver the opening address.
Distinguished delegates attending the Goa Maritime Symposium 2022, officers, gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the opening address today. The symposium provides an excellent opportunity to maritime forces of like-minded nations of the Indian Ocean region to deliberate upon contemporary maritime issues. In true spirit of dialogue, the Goa series of symposia and conclaves enables participants to share their maritime perspectives with an aim to find ways and solutions to address the common challenges being faced by all of us in the maritime space. Gentlemen, the importance of Indian Ocean region is well known. The region has attained prominence on account of its geopolitical and economic significance, which is vital for our countries as we progress along the path of economic development and prosperity. It is certain that the IOR is poised to remain an area of interest of extra-regional powers vying for dominance in this space. We therefore need to be cognizant of the fact that the future of the world will be shaped to a large extent by political and economic interactions and convergence between stakeholders in the Indian Ocean region. In terms of economics, impact of the Indian Ocean on world economy is substantial. The region is home to 1/3 of the world's population, comprising about 25 nations. Our neighborhood is rich in energy resources and minerals, with nearly half of fossil fuel deposit of oil and gas likely to be available here. With over 3/4 of the world's oil trade crisscrossing the region, Indian Ocean region acts as a critical conduit for flow of international trade for not only Asia but the world's economy. Since time immemorial, the Indian Ocean has sustained a large segment of our populations both by providing employment as well as food security. Below the visible surface of this expanse, the deep seabed has emerged as a prime source of rare earth metals, polymetallic nodules and other precious resources, adding to its economic potential. The progress made to harness clean and renewable energy through offshore energy farms adds a new dimension to economic and strategic potential of the Indian Ocean. Every opportunity has its associated challenge, and the Indian Ocean region is not new to these challenges faced in the maritime domain. I would like to highlight a few of these challenges. The first is rise in regional tensions and instabilities in some area of the Indian Ocean region. The region has several flashpoints due to unresolved land and maritime issues, disparity among nations in the region, failed and failing states in its periphery, and presence of fundamentalism and terrorism in a number of littoral states. All this has had a spillover effect from land to sea, giving rise to non-traditional threats and maritime security challenges such as piracy, terrorism and humanitarian crisis, necessitating military operations other than war, such as humanitarian assistance, disaster relief and non-combatant evacuation. The maritime domain has also witnessed thriving crime syndicates who utilize legal and physical gaps to proliferate gun running, drug trafficking and human smuggling. While we all agree that the task at hand for the maritime agencies is often well cut out, the resources and respective domestic laws of the land do pose challenges in dealing with these issues, both over land and at sea. However, the recent surge in number of non-state actors and tactic support that they enjoy from certain states has enhanced their sphere of influence and action. The second challenge is increasing militarization in the region. The increased economic benefits reaping the region's rich wealth will also attract some more local and outside players into this region. A number of leading powers today maintain or seek to expand existing military presence in the region to safeguard their own interest, often fielding forward deployed military units for extended duration in an already contested space. In order to sustain such a presence, these countries are creating dual-use infrastructure in some countries across the region. I am sure we will agree that a majority of countries in our region, being developing nations, have our own challenges to address, which leaves limited resources to meaningfully address these areas of common concern. They often have inevitably to align themselves with the pervading schemes of developed extra-regional powers. This in turn results in creation of security frameworks shaped and steered by extra-regional powers, further complicating the regional maritime security environment. The third important issue that I wish to highlight is the continued vulnerability of this region to natural calamities. The coastal regions and many other island nations are densely populated and therefore suffer damage to life and property in the event of a major natural calamity. What has also emerged is that in aftermath of such disasters, the fastest and mostly the only way to gain access and provide succor to affected areas has been through sea. Gentlemen, you will notice and agree with me that challenges in the Indian Ocean that I spoke of have one common thread. They are all transnational in nature. The threats that they pose and the geography that they inhabit transcends traditional borders of enforcement and policy. Since the region is vast and diverse, it would not be feasible to have a single or a straight-jacketed approach to ensure security of the region. The need of the hour is therefore to have an open, collaborative approach tailored to meet aspirations of each participating state, to set in place an effective mechanism for addressing challenges that lie ahead for all of us. May I add that these contemporary maritime challenges would require collaborative strategies and participation from the majority, if not all the stakeholders. I would also take this opportunity to highlight initiatives being taken by India towards furthering security of the region. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, has outlined that civilizational ethos that guides India in its quest to realize these aspirations. India follows a maritime cooperative framework that acknowledges and respects sovereignty, willingly aids countries whilst at the same time paving way for self-reliance of the recipient country. This principle of maritime security was recently espoused by the Honorable Prime Minister at the UN Security Council. Accordingly, our cooperation initiatives directed at enhancing maritime security are undertaken in consonance with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Sagar, that is security and growth for all in the region. We are not only committed to safeguard India's maritime territories and interests, but also assist other countries in the region. The Navy has focused on capacity and capability building, training, hydrographic and HADR assistance, coordinated as well as conducted patrols and joint exercises with our neighboring maritime agencies. The Indian Navy has also been at the forefront of providing quality training to our friendly neighbors at naval training institutes in India and by deputing mobile training teams to countries based on the need of the host navies. The effort also includes regular embarkation of personnel from navies as sea riders during overseas deployment of Indian naval ships for practical training. Gentlemen, for our collective aspirations to bear fruition and for the impact to be sustainable, having a peaceful, stable and secure maritime environment in the region is a prerequisite. I am sure that over the next 2 days, this forum will provide an opportunity to deepen our understanding of the security challenges in the IOR and help formulate mitigating strategies based on the common maritime priorities declared by our respective apex leadership in Goa Maritime Conclave 2021. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the navies and other maritime forces of participating countries for having accepted the invite to attend this symposium. I wish this edition and all future editions of the Goa Maritime Symposium immense success. I am sure that outcomes of discussions on the contemporary and thought-provoking themes of the GMS will manifest into concrete deliverables for the Goa Maritime Conclave 2023 for deliberations at the apex level. Thank you and welcome to all of you once again.
We will now commence our first session. The theme for this session is identifying gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks for enforcing maritime security in the Indian Ocean region, including frameworks for possible regional conventions and agreements. The speakers for the session are Captain Tony Hadijanto from Indonesia, Mr. Vishwanath Viraswamy, Superintendent of Police, Mauritius, Commander BJJB Kure from Sri Lanka, and Captain B.S. Sodhi from India. The session would be moderated by Captain Raghavendra Mishra from India. I now request the moderator to kindly come up on the stage for conduct of the session.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to set up these proceedings for Goa Maritime Symposium 2022. If you look at the fundamental subject for study for this session is law. Quest for order, sense of justice, equality and equity. They're as old as human evolution. Now when we come to let me set a few things that will frame as to how the discussion, or I would say the presentation should concentrate on. National laws, if you look at it, are mostly codified, that means they are written. But national laws across the community of nations are different. They are guided by many issues like society, cultural norms, behavioral precedents which exist, national values and national ethos. International law, surprisingly, while it's existing for millennia, is actually a very recent study, or I would say a field of study or form of study. It actually just goes back to about 16th century when Jeremy Bentham coined the term jus es gentes. That means how nations should conduct with other nations. That said, international law, whilst being very similar in terms of aim, purpose and intent, as far as national law is concerned, is a little different from national laws. Not only do you have international treaties and conventions which are the codified form, these are also supplemented by customary laws and even national laws where they are suitably evolved. These are the primary sources of international law. You also have certain subsidiary sources of international law, like the judgments and awards from international courts and tribunals, as also writings of eminent jurists. International law, whilst being, very uniform in its, I would say, letter and spirit, is also quite similar to how national laws exist across this world. While we all sign up for the same treaty, same convention, same customary laws, etc., there is variance, in some cases minor, in some cases major, which are conditioned by political, economic, security, strategic, and geopolitical concerns that each nation faces. Law of the sea, if we come to that, or if we come to the broader subject of ocean law, Law of the Sea Convention of 1982 is the bedrock codified, I would say, the agreement. This is also augmented by other, functional and enforcement treaties and conventions. But ocean law is also, coexists with many customary norms. And one of the things that we generally tend to disregard is the case law precedents. And we feel that there are voids or inadequacies of laws, whereas if you go back and read some of these case law precedents, you will find that, of course, there are norms. Ocean law, if you look at it, is very different from how it exists on land or in the air. Unlike very, very discrete and strict norms, law, as it obtains at sea, is relatively permissive. And it gradually recedes, or the national jurisdiction gradually recedes as one moves away from the coast. Now this is why oceans are known as the world's oldest commons. And this is a characteristics which has to preserve, or has fundamental doctrines which has guided how we behave at sea. Coming back to the session theme as such,
If I was to choose, four important issues that we could actually concentrate on is one, first, participation itself in international treaties, agreements, and following of customary norms. How can we enhance that? Secondly, how do we foster a more common or a consensual understanding of existing norms itself? Third, I would say, how do we enforce these? And last but not the least is, how do we evolve where there are inadequacies, or how do we do rule setting where there none exist? So with that, I would like to call upon our first speaker for the session, Captain Tony Adjanto from Indonesian Navy. May you please come on the stage and take over the proceedings. Whilst he comes on the stage and we set up his presentation, let me highlight some of the contributions that Indonesia has made to the law of the sea. The concept of archipelagic state was single-handedly evolved and has been matured by Indonesia, so to say. Captain Tony, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Over to you. And you have 15 minutes, sir.
The Honorable Rear Admiral Rajesh Dankar, Naval War College, the Commandant of Naval War College, and a very good morning all participants of GMS 2022. The sub-team that I was given today presentation is identifying gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks for achieving maritime security in the IOM. First of all, I would like to give an overview of IOM itself related to the maritime security challenges, and subsequently I'll continue by giving about the identifying itself gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks. Before I conclude my presentation, to finish, I'll be asking all of you to think of frameworks into possible regional conventions and agreements. Let's now look at the overview of the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Ocean is recognized as a region of great diversity, great potential, and great importance. It is significant because of the global and intra-regional trade which passes through it and for the value of its marine resources. It is important not just for the nation which face its waters, but for all nations around the world, including Indonesia, which depend on the global maritime trading system, for which the IOR is such a crucial part. At present, the maritime security concept is not only related to traditional threats and maritime crimes, but it has broader aspects, encompassing freedom of navigation, maritime disaster response, and preservation of the marine environment. There are probably some gaps in implementing these legal frameworks, especially in the area beyond national jurisdiction, or name it ABNG, or commonly known as high seas. Usually regional countries only secure their maritime jurisdictions and do not reach out the high seas, or EEZ, or continental sales. On that point of view, we together will strive collaborative framework how best can we mitigate the gaps for possible regional conventions or even agreements. We now turn our attention to the matter of maritime security in the IOR. Undoubtedly, the Indian Ocean is a high potential region that benefits many countries' prosperity, since Many nations in the world use this high sea. All nations should take proper action to secure this area from maritime challenges. So, all countries should sign international maritime security instruments such as conventions and agreements and ratify them into their respective national law. Gentlemen, commonly national interest is the interest of the nation to pursue a power, security and wealth. So if international instruments benefit a country's national interest in the IOR, they will ratify it into their national law. And if international instruments are contrary to their national interests, they will not ratify into their national law. That's maritime security related gap. For example, that I mentioned that Indonesia had already had national regularity about the management of the continental shelf in 1973, while the other hand, UN clause ratified and released in 1982. That should be adjust to let's make the adjustment between international law and national law. Countries might not be able to project their power into high sea of the IOM because they do not have qualified law enforcement and probably the capability to exploit as well. So they will not put any action to secure maritime environment in the IOM into their national law. Can we deal next with maritime security risk in the IOM? As I mentioned before, that the maritime security encompasses such as freedom of navigation, maritime disaster response, and the preservation of the marine environment. The integrity of the Indonesian-Indian Ocean sea line of communication is vitally important to the interest of region and extra-regional actors. Freedom of navigation, for instance, to facilitate trade and permit to legitimate passage of warships and other activity. And gentlemen, on this occasion, the scope of legal framework gaps of maritime threats that I will discuss is limited to freedom of navigation, natural disaster response, and preservation of the marine environment related to illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, IUU fishing. Let's move on to the freedom of navigation. The issue of freedom of navigation follows. We agree that it is an important thing to support the global economic through the implementation of the sea lane of trade and sea lane of communication. As the most strategic sea lane in the world, freedom of navigation in the IOR is important to provide the regional and extra-regional shipping lanes. It will facilitate global trade and make it a legitimate passage. However, there is a problem where some coastal countries impose some level of restriction and the expansive authority of the coastal states. The situation occurs due to some gaps in the legal frameworks, such as some countries still not ratify the 1982 UN clause and the ambiguity language within law of the Sea Convention. Some countries will not ratify that they will not obey the international law at sea even though they have signed it. For example, North Korea who impose security zone to restrict navigational freedom. The other gap is due to the ambiguity language of the law of the Sea Convention. Some coastal country can have a different understanding, which is their national law might be in the contrast with the international law, such as some coastal country make excessive claim of the maritime jurisdiction, and some coastal countries make restriction of naval activity within their economic exclusive zone while the other is permitted. The best option to close this gap is by encourage all countries to ratify the law of the Sea Convention into their national law. It will enhance the global order at sea. The next option is to urge all countries to attend maritime forum to improve their understanding of the language of the 1982 UN clause so that they will implement regulation in the right manner. If a country still do not implement correctly and make some disputes, we can bring into the International Court of Justice if needed. In spite of freedom of navigation, I'm still thinking natural disaster response. What needs to be known is that the causes of natural disaster are currently largely influenced by climate change, which can cause environmental degradation. The implication of climate change, such as rising of the sea level, which can cause losing base points and change the maritime ecosystem. Another implication is severe, the frequent rain storm, which can cause flooding and landslides, destroying homes and communities. The other implication is the changing weather pattern can expand disease, such as malaria, into pandemic situation, like COVID-19. And there are many other implications which co-create a natural disaster. The gaps and challenges in the regulation of the natural disaster response are as follows. I think the UN Clause 1982 is not adequate for addressing impact of climate change. This is caused by the climate change issue was not well understood when UN Clause was negotiated. Even though some measures have been mentioned in the UN Clause, some countries just have little capacity to mitigate, adapt and respond to the natural disaster. Next is the lack of knowledge on the legal framework in dealing with disaster, which can cause the action taken to be undirected and not on target. Gentlemen, to address this issue in which the 1982 UN clause do not directly address impact of climate change and some countries just have little capacity to address natural disaster. All states in the region need to have regional convention or even agreement such as ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, what we call it the AAML. The implement the convention or agreement. But I'm not so sure. There might be some inconsistency in the implementation, so that we also need to improve our understanding and awareness of the legal framework to produce comprehensive natural disaster responses. I'm moving now at the fisheries concern in the Iowa. A number of fisheries challenges come from the Indian Ocean region, while concerns vary in intensity depending on the state. These issues are largely shared by the eastern, northwestern and southwestern sub-regions. The first challenge concerns the actual fisheries, such as overfishing and after high incidents of piracy between 2007 and 2009 in the Western Indian Ocean, the sub-region saw a growth in the catch with a record height of 4.5 million tons in 2012, as per data from the Food and Agriculture Organization UN. IUU fishing creates unfair competition with small-scale fishers that abide the regulation threatening the food security and livelihoods of entire coastal community and the well-being of marine ecosystem in Korea. The fish trade, particularly the post-harvest losses due to lack of capacity and the downstream industry and the lack of competitive advantage, local and small scale. Regarding lack of the effective fisheries management, I would say on domestic legal and policy frameworks, including effective monitoring, control and surveillance. For that concerns, many countries ratify multilateral agreements directly related to fisheries which have global legally binding. Those legal frameworks are the UN clause, the Trading Stock Agreement, SSA, the FAO Compliance Agreements, and the Port State Mayors Agreements, PSME. However, there are problems and challenges in the IUU fishing legal framework as follows. Some flag states have not adopted enough measure for the enforcement of the multilateral agreement due to the lack of ability for sea surveillance or the lack of the willingness to enforce their criminal law jurisdiction. Quota, restriction and declining fish stock may lead the destitute fishers and fishing communities deprived of their livelihood and important foods. As the Indian Ocean witnesses continues to grow in the fish catch, it is the interest of each littoral states to conserve fisheries not only to ensure the sustainability but also the viability of the fishing economy. Another solution is to developing a robust strategic framework for integrating both management and regional security, legal and policy frameworks within a collaborative institutional arrangement. Finally, let me conclude my presentation by saying challenges may arise when conducting enforcement operation at sea due to some gaps during the implementation of the legal frameworks. There are different gaps between one kind of threat and the others, so we must identify and observe deeply. The challenges are varied in relation to the capability of the coastal country to adopt the measures of the legal framework, different national regulation between coastal states, and so on. There are various possible actions that are imperative to be implemented by coastal countries in the IOR to face these challenges, just as I have mentioned before. Furthermore, since many countries in the world use the IOR, we should encourage all states to ratify international instruments such as the 1980 UN clause and so on. Finally, by having all countries ratify the 1980 UN clause into their national law, it will give many benefits, especially to developing countries to enhance their abilities to preserve the maritime environment. The convention explained that we must assist developing countries in protecting and preserving the marine environment, as well as assist developing countries in reducing and controlling marine pollution, which is mentioned in the Article 202. Thank you very much for being such an active audience. If you have any question, I'll be delighted to answer them. I'd like to hand over the floor to the moderator. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Tony. That was a very nice presentation. And now we switch to communication feedback. We'll have the question and answer session later. Okay, right? May I now invite Mr. Veera Swamy from Superintendent of Police from Mauritius to kindly come and make his remarks on the session theme. So while he walks up to the stage, let me just highlight the contribution of Mauritius was immense in framing the implementation agreement on the International Seabed Authority. So we look forward to enriching remarks from
Rear Admiral Rajesh Dhankar, Commandant Goa Naval War College, senior officers, dear delegates, all protocol observed, good morning. I have the immense pleasure to present the distinguished audience the concerns of the Republic of Mauritius with respect to enforcement of maritime security in the Indian Ocean with regards to regulatory and legislatory frameworks. My focus for my presentation will be mainly on the concerns of Mauritius within the context of the Western Indian Ocean. Allow me to present myself, and as we have already met yesterday during the icebreaker, so I think we all know each other. So I reckon 28 years of service in the National Coast Guard. Before joining the National Coast Guard, I was working as a second engineer on Merchant Navy, and I'm also the supervising officer of the NCG Maritime Intelligence Cell, the NCG Pollution Response Unit, and the Afloat Support Team. I've been also working as acting principal security coordinator at the Prime Minister's office. In the audience, there is also Chief Inspector Botil from Mauritius, who forms the delegation of Mauritius. The scope of my presentation is as flashed on the screen. For the information of the audience, it is very important to situate Mauritius with respect to the Indian Ocean, and more specifically the Western Indian Ocean. I will brush up on the priorities of the government with respect to maritime security, whereby I will elaborate on existing regulatory and legislation frameworks set up by the government, including the various regional and international agreements. Eventually, I will touch on the gap analysis with respect to maritime security from the perspective of Mauritius, and finally conclude with some recommendations and proposals. Mauritius is strategically located in the Western Indian Ocean and is at the crossroads between Asia, Africa, and Australia. During the pre-Suez Canal era, Mauritius was a must-be halt stopover for miners, especially those who were engaged on the spice route. It has been visited by the Arabs and the Portuguese in the early 16th century, and was first settlement in Mauritius by the Dutch, whereby they brought in some species like deer and sugarcane from Java, Indonesia, to Mauritius, and finally they left in 1710, and they took away with us our famous doodoo bird. I don't know if you know about the doodoo bird. It's one of our symbols on the coats of arms of Mauritius, which is extinct now. And the French were the first colonizers of Mauritius, and they set up the French administration and brought in slaves from Mozambique and East Africa to work in the sugarcane plantation. The British took over in 1810 after a fierce battle war, the only battle war which was won by Emperor Napoleon by the French, naval battle war won by the French, and then the British came after this battle war which they lost, and eventually they came from the north. and we got our independence in 1968 and became a republic in 1992. As I mentioned earlier, the ocean is of a major concern for us, and the Republic of Mauritius boasts abundant ocean resources and natural capital within its vast EEZ, which is of 2.3 million square kilometer and an added 0.4 million square kilometer of extended continental shelf, which we manage jointly with the Republic of Seychelles. It is commonly known as a joint management area. In order for the august audience to appreciate the importance of the ocean to Mauritius, it is worth mentioning that the EEZ of Mauritius is about 1,200 times the land surface area of the country. And I made a comparison also with some countries like the United States, which is 1.24, the Australia 1.1, and India 0.7. So you can understand that the vast EEZ is one of our major concerns for the economy of the country. Government has indeed placed high on its agenda the management of its ocean resources. Following a study by the World Bank in March 2017, it was reported that the overall potential of the ocean and the contribution to the GDP may be raised from 10% to 17.5%, subject to investment in the sector over a period of 10 years. And some of the measures which were recommended in the report are namely as flashed on the screen. In 2015, the government has set up a dedicated ministry known as the Ministry of Blue Economy and Shipping. And Mauritius has also recently initiated a Marine Special Plan process as a key instrument to reconcile multiple ecological, economic, and social objectives in the use of coastal and ocean resources. The Marine and Special Plan process will address key challenges in area of inter-institutional coordination, upgrading of legal and regulating frameworks, engaging with Seychelles for the joint management area, and coordination with Indian Ocean countries. As you can see, distinguished delegates, maritime security for a small island like Mauritius is indeed challenging. No country in the world can claim to have total control over the EEZ. Mauritius has faced reality when it comes to policing towards enforcing and ensuring safe maritime waters within its vast EEZ. There are unique marine ecosystems within the economic exclusive zone of Mauritius, especially in the south and southeast of mainland, around the Corgados-Caragos shoals and Rolex Islands. These areas are highly vulnerable to damages which may be caused by an eventual oil spill or IUU fishing. Budgetary constraints does not allow for massive investment in latest technological assets for the surveillance of this vast area. The responsibility of ensuring safe maritime waters should not rest only on government. It is also the concern of private sectors in the domain of maritime and maritime commercial economy, and also the concern of local community. But we have seen that the private sector and the local community do not take a keen interest of what is happening out at sea or in the ocean. Countries of the region must also play an active part towards ensuring maritime security in the region. But you will agree that their economic situation do not allow for proper policing of the waters. Mauritius is mostly concerned with the following threats. Drug trafficking through the sea route has increased drastically in recent years, more specifically along the axis of Reunion, South Africa, Tanzania, and Madagascar routes. The ban of drugs has become a major concern in our society, and it is linked with maritime terrorism, illegal procurement of weapons, arms, and ammunition. IUU fishing is affecting the local fishing industry, causing depletion in fish stocks and affecting marine ecosystem. Environmental degradation impacts the health, productivity, and resilience of the ocean and coastal communities in general. Illegal dumping and discharge, ship-to-ship transfers are occurring without the permission of coastal states. The recent grounding of MV Wakashu on the southeast coast of Mauritius has raised concerns on the vulnerability of our ecosystem to recover from such disaster, both ecologically and economically. Though piracy and illegal migrants are not major concerns in Mauritian waters, their impacts in the region affect the economy. We have recently witnessed a flux of migrants at sea in the vicinity of Mauritius. Mauritius has domesticated most of international laws of the sea in addition to other national legislation. These are as flashed on the screen. The National Coast Guard was set up in 1987 following the enactment of the NCG Act 1988. It gives powers to the National Coast Guard to enforce the relevant acts, to ensure safe and secure maritime waters. The Maritime Zones Act is a main act which makes provision for the domestication of UNCLOS to our force of law in Mauritius. We will see later that the Merchant Shipping Act has been instrumental for successful prosecution of offenders where provisions of UNCLOS cannot be efficiently enforced. In the wake of piracy threats off the coast of Somalia, Mauritius adopted the Piracy and Maritime Violence Act to prosecute pirates in Mauritius. The European Union provided funds for the construction of a wing at the high security prison dedicated to pirates arrested and tried in Mauritius. In view to ensure the enforcement of the legislation, government has set up various regulatory bodies and enforcement agencies, which are as flashed on the screen. The government has set high on its priorities and introduced a Ministry of Blue Economy as a one-stop shop ministry for matters pertaining to the ocean economy. However, maritime security falls under the purview of the Prime Minister's Office, Home Affairs Department. I will quickly brush on the role and responsibilities of the NCG as a primary organization responsible for the maritime safety and security. The NCG is a branch of the Mauritius Police Force and is headed by the Commandant, National Coast Guard. The latter is directly answerable to the Commissioner of Police with about 1,250 officers. The NCG strives to provide safe and secure maritime waters. It has a vessel squadron of 5 ships, seagoing ships, a maritime air squadron operating 3 Dornier aircrafts, a marine commando, and a dedicated pollution response team. The NCG also mans 19 NCG posts on mainland Mauritius, 3 outer islands, namely Rodrigues, Agalega, and Simrando. The NCG options also cumulates its function of Mauritius MRCC and National Center for Maritime Security. A maritime intelligence cell was recently created in 2021 to fight illegal drugs and illegal fishing at sea.
Mr. Swami, can I request you to kindly hurry up?
Yes, please. You will agree with me, distinguished audience, that maritime security cannot be addressed in isolation. Towards this, Mauritius has entered into bilateral and multilateral agreements to address the various maritime challenges. Mauritius has several bilateral agreements with countries of the region for which they collaborate to enforce maritime security, and is also party to multilateral agreements in the maritime security field, such as the MASE program, which is managed by the IUC, and funds provided by the European Union. There is an eco-fish program which is, includes joint fisheries patrol throughout the maritime waters of all member states. And as you can see, for international cooperation, as flashed on the screen. So this is a framework for the MASE program, whereby we've got 2 centers, RMIFC in Madagascar and the RCOC in Seychelles, and they communicate with the national center, national maritime center of each country. There is an ILO deputed in each center. The Ecofish program, there is one fisheries enforcement officer embarks of each country embarks on board a fishing vessel, on board the French Navy vessel Osiris, and they carry out joint fisheries patrol, and this enables successful prosecution, arrest and prosecution in case of offences detected at sea. The NCG provides Dornier aircraft for surveillance during these missions. There is a sub-regional oil spill contingency plan among countries of the Western Indian Ocean and East African countries. And this sub-regional contingency plan is being reviewed presently, and we have witnessed good collaboration with countries of the region, especially France, Réunion, when we had this issue of Wakashu. So the gaps identified is primarily the absence of a standard operating procedure for local and regional joint operations at sea. Do we need to have a common rules of engagement, and whenever we have a common rules of engagement, how does our national legislation support that common rules of engagement? There is a need for a global and integrated response to manage threats. You have identified that there is a lack of involvement of private maritime sector companies and local community towards maritime security. There is also a need for more effective joint law enforcement and strong legal framework to ensure successful legal finish, reduce capabilities and capacities for continuous surveillance of the maritime and airspace, and absence of framework for sharing of confidential information. I will very quickly brush on some case studies that we have had in Mauritius. So I will discuss mostly on a case study which we had 3 Mauritian nationals who are intercepted in Réunion, loading 44 kilograms of heroin and 6 kilograms of hashish. on board a pleasure craft. These drugs were destined towards Mauritius. They were tried in Réunion, and they were sentenced 6 years, 4 years, and 3 years respectively. However, had they been tried in Mauritius, they would have been sentenced, or even in Seychelles, they would have sentenced to a minimum of 30 years imprisonment. So we are working towards an extradition treaty and mutual legal assistance in criminal matters treaty with Réunion Island to mainly bridge that gap in the respective legislation. There was an Iranian dhow which was apprehended at sea. The dhow did not have any flag. So how do you deal with that? Do you have the authority to visit the ship at sea? And actually, the dhow failed to stop when it was hailed by the Coast Guard. There were no documents on board the dhow and no documents for the crew, language problem. So we had to bring them back to Mauritius, and we prosecuted them under the Merchant Shipping Act for failing to stop when hailed by the National Coast Guard. The transit of migrants, as I mentioned, we have witnessed some movement of migrants in Mauritian waters. However, we do not have any. We have signed the treaty on migrants, but we have not ratified it, so we cannot allow the migrants to enter within our territorial waters. We cooperated with the French Réunion authorities, and they disembarked in Réunion. They were taken care of in Réunion Island. This is also an issue that needs to be discussed, whereby does UNCLOS take consideration such cases? How do you deal about it when you have to enforce at sea? The grounding of MV Wakashu on the southeast of Mauritius was an eye-opener for us. We had provisions under the PNI Club. We had provisions also to recover for the damages. But what about criminal proceedings? Can we institute criminal proceedings? So the master and the first officer were arrested, and then we prosecuted them under Section 5 of Merchant Shipping Act for endangering safe navigation. They were sentenced to 20 months imprisonment, and following that, Mauritius has taken some measures to enhance our maritime security and to prevent disasters, such as areas to be avoided. The recommendation is that for maritime security, we need to get the commitment of the top policymakers so that we can make decisions and also collaborate in this decision. And the Goa Maritime Conclave is one of the platforms which is thankful to the government of India. We have to encourage contribution from private sector into maritime security, creation of a framework platform to enable sharing of classified information, intelligence among partners, promulgation of a common SOP for joint operation at sea to reduce response time and red tapeism, and a common rules and engagement, but taking into consideration that they have to be compatible with domestic laws. Enhance national and regional capabilities and capacity building, develop a common surveillance software platform for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swami, Superintendent of Police from Mauritius. May I now request you to kindly take your seat. And now may I invite Commander BPJ Kure from Sri Lankan Navy to come, and may I request the speakers to kindly keep the information part a little less, and we can discuss the substantive part in greater detail. Thank you so much.
Commandant, senior officers, and delegates from other countries, good morning to you all. It is indeed a privilege to be here, and I am truly honored to be invited to attend this symposium. Maritime Security Matrix has 4 sections: marine environment, marine environment, economic development, human security, and national security. When national security is concerned, it involves many maritime threats, of which drug trafficking is a major issue. So identifying regulatory and legal framework gaps of drug trafficking is very important to enforce maritime security in our region. It is with that background, I thought conducting my presentation on the topic of bridging the gaps of counter drugs trafficking for enforcing maritime security in Indian Ocean region. After the introduction, the presentation focused on drug spreading landscape in Indian Ocean region. Then a brief touch on regional counter drugs response. After that, quick brief on how negative factors affect responses. Then few slides on existing regulatory and legal framework gaps. Finally, measures proposed to bridge them. Actually, drug spreading is widely discussed topic at main forums, but still it remains as maritime security threat. Even if there are many approaches to counter, there seems to be a problem of getting state to one platform on which the potentials can be focused. The main obstacle, what I feel, is the anarchic setup in which stateless focus on common interest. Therefore, there is no strong common identity other than sub-region resulting fragmentations. That setup is very much conductive and could be exploited for drug trafficking. Actually, what we should not forget is that money generated by the business fuels many maritime threats, which in turn affects maritime security. Let's have a brief idea on how drugs spreading in the region. Actually, drug production takes place in two main regions, the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. That doesn't mean that other states do not contribute by production. It is there. The stuff from the Golden Crescent is trafficked through the southern route in Arabian Sea. Meanwhile, drug contribution in the Golden Triangle smuggled into South and Southeast Asian countries. For that, there are many avenues ranging from container vessels to small fishing boats. Meanwhile, trafficking across porous borders of the countries also prominent. Some of these borders are ineffectively regulated and various groups have the control. Similarly, islands of the regions are not only transiting hubs but also lucrative markets. Their geographical locations have made them very vulnerable. So due to this conductive setup, varieties of drugs including plant-based and synthetic are available in the drug market. Law and enforcement agencies can no longer afford to work in isolation. So, what we have done? Actually, there are many global and regional responsive initiatives. When global initiatives are concerned, UNODC's Global Maritime Crime Program is mandated to strengthen the capacities of states. Further, Global Maritime Crime Program has introduced Southern Route Partnership under the Indian Ocean Forum of Maritime Crime. To be partners of the global initiatives, almost all the states have ratified major global drug conventions like Single Convention, Convention on Psychotropic Substances, and Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs. Further, states have become members in international programs and associations. At the regional level, there are different bilateral and multilateral agreements and conventions. The Boji Code of Conduct, SARC Convention on Narcotic Drugs, and BIMSTEC Convention are few examples. In addition to, there are many intergovernment associations like conventions are like IORA, SARC, African Region Forum, and Indian Ocean Convention. In the broader sense, these agreements, conventions, and associations support to control drugs. Other than that, at state level, there are many strategies to reduce the production and the demand. At the end, as the combined result of all above initiatives, drugs are arrested frequently. Regional navies and coastal guards at sea and various law enforcement authorities on land perform considerable role. To facilitate them, Indian Ocean is monitored through coastal radar system and maritime patrols. Establishment of Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region is an important step. In addition, many naval exercises with the regional and extra-regional navies are conducted to enhance interoperability for the joint naval operations. But drug trafficking continues having all these measures. It raises some questions. Are there any factors that negatively affect the response? Are there any gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks? Have the anti-drugs measures been correctly prioritized? Is there an organization shoulder the original regional responsibility? There are factors negatively affect the responses. One main factor is non-availability of common regional tribes. As states have many diverse identities and state-centric objectives, different countries have different perspectives and priorities. This setup is a barrier for the state to align on one direction. In addition, lack of region-wide security architecture, lack of regional cooperation, non-availability of effective regional leadership, framework, and extra-regional implications are also directly and indirectly affect aligning capacities on one direction. At state level, the economic instabilities divert political attention against the drug. In addition, there may be a situation that governments are compelled to have blind eye. Anyway, both these circumstances result in resource allocation. Then drug corruption becomes inevitable. The other main factor is disconnection among the regional consensus, activities of law enforcement authorities, and the national interest of states. Until these three segments at the corners of the drug prevention triangle are aligned, bridging the gap seems to be impossible. For me, it is hard to believe that many of these factors are adequately addressed, and not sure that many of these factors will eliminate in coming decades. Okay, let's see. What are the existing gaps in the broader sense? We know that there are many global obligations ratified by the state of Indian Ocean region, but absence of regional instrument or mechanism to ensure the compliance to such measures is huge void. Similarly, lack of coordination and cooperation across the state is considerable factor. There should be process to attach states together. However, there is no region-wide initiative. Then, at state level, institutional structure against the drug trafficking is weak in many states. There are multiple agencies creating a vacuum of central body which should have the overall picture. Then limit knowledge on latest investigation techniques is supportive for the drug trafficking, involve e-commerce, encrypted communication, darknet, and virtual currency-based transaction. The next point, we always prioritize seizure-based approaches which use at the widest and highly networked phase of trafficking. Therefore, attention on reduction of supply and demand has become secondary. Anyway, can we keep on arresting forever? It is not possible. The other important concern is the public-private partnership. The community-based initiatives and civil society frameworks are not effectively utilized by some countries. Instead of that, government embrace repressive actions through law enforcement authorities. Meanwhile, situation at sea also very complex due to vastness, dense fishing activities, and large number of ships. These circumstances distract the attention on the ship and the fishing boats. Meanwhile, there are many legal framework gaps. Therefore, prosecution has become very complex. The UNCLOS being the main legal document also have some provisional gaps. For instance, if warship encounters a foreign ship in high seas, boarding is allowed only if engaging in piracy, slave trade, and unauthorized broadcast. That means suspecting in the trafficking drugs by a ship is not a reason to board a ship. In addition, consent of the flag state is mandatory to board flag vessels. But in some countries, there are no national authorities to respond boarding requests promptly. Even if vessel is boarded with the approval and illicit goods are seized, prosecution process is complex. Related evidence collection process also is complex. In addition, there are complexities of laws enforcement due to jurisdictional boundaries. Actually, there is no clear mandate in conventions. In convention against drug trafficking, further no clear universal jurisdictions over drug trafficking other than vague provisions in 1998 convention. The next point is the legal acceptance of drugs when psychoactive substances are concerned. They are not controlled under the International Drug Control Conventions, so different countries accept different chemical provisions. Due to the different domestic jurisdictions, some states have less punishments and others have higher punishments. Meanwhile, some countries not ratified some conventions. Further, some countries have limited time frames to convict suspects. Similarly, limited attention for the financial investigation and lack of provisions for money laundering investigation also a great obstacle. First and foremost, the counter approaches are to be correctly prioritized. As a reduction of demand, it is easy to cost effective, it should be the main approach. For that, all the sectors of society, including the law enforcement authority, religious leaders, artists, NGO members, and even political leaders are to be encompassed. Prevention education through school curriculum and make available statewide treatment and rehabilitation centers are very supportive. Economic development and the alternative livelihoods also are important. Whatever the approach, the activities must be the context specific, shaped by the local needs and with the available resources. In addition, there should be a dedicated state authority vested with executive functioning. Further, response should be proactive, not reactive. Whatever do, political attention is important. Without political will, any well-tailored initiative doesn't work. Anyway, seizure-based response also to be widened. For that, post-seizure backtracking investigations are to be promoted. Complex investigation aimed at the dismantling related financial flows are to be encouraged. In addition to cross-border law enforcement and criminal justice cooperations are to be widened. Navies should have more and more combined training and should share the experiences. Information sharing should be more systematic to disseminate analyzed information for better results. New technological system can be introduced to widen the avenues of the real-time information. Further, as the source of information from high seas is comparatively less, the shipping and fishing community are to be joined. Another option is considering drug business as a universal jurisdiction crime. For that, state should enact special protocol for the 1998 convention to make it a treaty. If not, provisions of the convention can be embarrassed to state jurisdictions. However, this option is debatable. Chairman, this initiative do not act on its own. To activate, there should be a dedicated, powerful organization established with the international cooperation to manage all correctly prioritized strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now request Captain B.S. Sodhi from Directorate of Naval Operations to come and share his views.
I am indeed honored to be present here for the Goa Maritime Symposium today. The disadvantage of being the fourth speaker is a lot of topic will be repetitive and most of the speakers have spoken very pertinent issue. But I am happy to be here to discuss, share my thoughts and view on this very pertinent and contemporary subject of identifying gaps in regulatory and legal framework. I am not a maritime law expert, but more of a maritime practitioner. So my views and thoughts will be principally based on that. While doing so, I will be going through the following scope of presentation. Now I thought I will start with the Indian Ocean region, which was covered by the Commandant and the Deputy Commandant as the center of gravity. So it is an area of 70 million square kilometer, 35 littoral nations with 1/3 of populations. Out of these 35 nations which are present, nearly 24 coastal states have direct access to Indian Ocean region. 1,45,000 shipping transit through this area. 66% of trade, basically oil, and 50% of container traffic and 33% of bulk cargo transit through this area. So what does that mean? It means that the Indian Ocean region not only connects the world, it is very important, and it is the protection and stability is strategic necessity for not only the 35 littoral states but for the entire world. The concept of maritime security principally evolves on the concept of mare liberum, that is the freedom of that the free seas. Oceans provide opportunities as well as threats. Opportunities has been well understood, but threats are principally in maritime domain classified into traditional as well as non-traditional threats. I will not speak about the kind of threats which are there. It's a very august writing. Everybody is aware of it. So basically, I will focus more on the non-traditional threats, nature of non-traditional threats. They are non-military, transnational, and non-state actors are involved. It makes it very difficult. Transnational, as in the crime happens in one coastal state, it transits through the jurisdiction of many other coastal states to the EEZ, and then stops at one other particular nation with different jurisdiction. So it makes it things a little more complex. Non-state actors are involved. Difficult to identify the target, unlike the traditional threat, which we all military people understand. But identifying non-traditional threat, the non-state actor becomes very difficult, and we cannot give a military response for addressing a non-state actor. Few non-traditional threats emanate from the human actions, and few of them emanate from the natural catastrophes. Now, gentlemen, this is the vast scope of international rules and regulations. More than 30 plus are applicable in the maritime domain. Now, what I am trying to put across is that the maritime domain is a complex interplay of rules and regulations. So, it's the comprehensive understanding of each convention is very, very important. So, that is why I was priving to the nature of traditional threats, because if you go by the logic, it is the nature of the traditional threat based on which this legal instruments have been involved, and understanding requires a collaborative and more collective knowledge base from all international community before we address a particular non-traditional threat. Now, to my mind, the gaps can be identified in the legal framework under 5 categories. The very first issue is the absence of legal instrument itself. Now, this is a bit of chicken and egg kind of situation. Technology is evolving, threat is evolving, criminals are becoming smarter. They are using drones. They are using underwater equipment to deliver illicit drugs. So these kind of chicken and egg kind of situation. Sometimes we think that the law is existing, but the law is not actually existing. So the evolving nature of the threat puts a biggest challenge for governing a particular crime. Now, I would just like to mention to give a better perspective. Before 1982, until UNCLOS came, piracy was there existing, but it was not addressed as a crime. What happened after 1982? It became a universal crime, and we were able to address this. So, similarly, there are many crimes which are there, and the absence of legal instrument is the first impediment in that case. The second is the jurisdictional gap in the legal instrument itself. The previous speakers have also covered a little bit of it. Now, there is a legal instrument which is existing, but it does not govern everything. I'll take a case in point for this. Map which is flashed in front of you is the competence area of the South Indian Ocean of Fisheries Agreement, COFA, popularly known as. Now, the shaded area is the COFA area. I am just trying to give a perspective how the jurisdictional gap comes in the legal instrument. And the white area, which is not covered by the shaded area, is the area of competence by the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. Now, Indian Ocean Tuna Commission specifically regulates tuna fisheries and tuna-related species, while COFA governs all kinds of fisheries except tuna. So, what happens in the Northern Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal area? There rampant illegal unregulated fishing happens because whatever we have experienced in past, when you try to catch them, they'll say it is not under any it doesn't fall under ITC charter because we are not doing tuna fishing, we are doing some other illegal fishing. So these kind of gaps are existing. Similarly, gaps are also existing in the drug trafficking issue, which my predecessor has also covered up. Like it is not identified, the cannabis is not identified as a drug. So few countries have legitimized use of cocaine. So, there is a bit of grey area as far as judicial gap in legal instruments are concerned. A lot has been spoken about the non-ratification acceding to a legal instrument. I will focus my talk principally on the IORA countries. Now, 35 of us, not everybody has acceded to all the regulations in maritime domain. Suffice to say, a very pertinent point was made by one of the speakers here, that it is based on basically domestic interest. If the national interests align, then only they exceed. It's a very relevant point. But we must understand as a community, is it a crime which is affecting in a larger context? Because finally, if the globe gets affected, I mean, the impact will be there in your country as well. So with that in perspective, ratification is one of the gaps which must be addressed by all members present here and the IORA state in particular. Non-domestication of legal instrument. The IORA countries particularly faces the point number 4 is the one of the areas which they face challenges. The laws are not domesticated. That means they are not becoming a law of a land or passed through an act. If you don't pass it through an act, it means that the concerned maritime security agency will not be able to prosecute or carry out any execution on a particular criminal activity. So it becomes essential. So what if you have ratified? Can you prosecute it? Can you implement it? Put some penalties on it? So this becomes a challenge, and that's why the domestication of legal instrument is necessary. Now, what in my experience is the most important problem and the most grave area is the improper enforcement of these provisions. There is legal instrument existing. Most of the nations in IORA have ratified it. They have domesticated it also, but they do not have the wherewithal to implement enforcement, principally because the large expanse of the territory and also the limited capacity which they have. Now, not everything is grim in maritime ocean region. So I'll try to present a very positive note to the success story of anti-piracy model. Is there a lesson for all of us to learn from this anti-piracy model? If you look at the peak in 2009 and 2012, it was at peak. Piracy was, I'm talking not only about the piracy in Western Indian Ocean region, piracy in general across the world. Two typical phenomena happened during that time. I will take two regions. One is the eastern side and one is the western side. And two different constructs methodology came up, and both of them were successful in their own accord. In the eastern side, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand and Singapore collectively addressed piracy as a regional collaborative mechanism. But in the western side, it was more of a multilateral kind of cooperation which was required. So if you look at during the peak of piracy 2012-13, the high risk area had come as close as to Indian coast and nearly west coast of Sri Lanka by collective efforts, and it was shifted in 2015 to 65 degree east. Thereafter it kept shifting to further east. By 2021 it came over 200 miles to the HRA, and by 1st January 2023 there will be no high risk area. So it's a perfect example that there is a legal instrument which is existing as a piracy. All of the nations have ratified it. Collaborative approach by multilateral countries were able to address this issue and address one particular crime. It took us some time, but we were there to, and this is a kind of mechanism which should be taken for all kind of non-traditional threats to exclude. Now, drug trafficking, a lot has been spoken. I'm not covering the drug trafficking per se, but I'm just trying to see if this model of piracy works in any kind of other non-traditional threat. I selected drug trafficking principally because it is a nuisance, and previous three speakers have also given an address, and I consider that this is one of the areas which not only affects humanity but also funds terrorism and other terror-related activities. Now, flash before you is the apprehension which has happened in 2021. 264 drug seizures in the western side and 193 drug seizures in the eastern. So there has been a rise, adequately covered, so I will not dwell too much on this particular part. The same slide was shown by previous two speakers as well. This is the hash highway, smack track or the southern route which is being taken. Now what we need to understand the regional modalities which are changing. With the sweepover of Afghanistan, with the Taliban taking it over, the slide on the right indicates the amount of opium which is being generated has increased by 8%. Now what does that mean? It implies that the opium is used basically for heroin production. So it is going to increase, and this is here to stay, at least in Indian Ocean region. So it is very important to understand that the nuances of the drug production is affecting our country. So where are the challenges? The speaker before me had given some perspective on this based on their experience. I will give a very broad touch on this particular part. The principal reason is, like in case of piracy was identified as a universal crime. But drug enforcement is not recognized as a universal crime, because of which the criminals use stateless vessels which are outside the jurisdiction of any other country and use that facility. Now it covers a vast geographical expanse. Why? I'll take a minute for this. Unlike piracy, piracy, when you saw the complete thing, it was principally more focused on targeting on this sea line of communication, targeting on choke points. While drug trafficking is more on transiting, That means that's why the geographical expanse increases, and which puts all kind of assets which are existing with the IORA littorals very limited to address this particular issue. The absence of enforcement power. There are few countries in IORA who have different maritime security agencies, but not every maritime security is empowered to carry out a particular act. So there are gaps in that front also, and improper SOPs which are there for seizures, which leads to gap and which is exploited by the perpetrators as well as criminals. So what should we do? What are the mitigating measures? If to my mind, the mitigating measure is, first of all, if the world is not identifying drug trafficking as a universal crime, previous two speakers has already spoken about the impetus, or they have also given impetus on drug trafficking. I am also re-emphasizing it. Why, as a region, as an Indian Ocean region, we consider it as a regional crime? So once we have recognized it as a regional crime, we can formulate a regional framework or regional convention based on the consensus of all IORA members, which are almost about 23 of them. We could use the existing architecture of the multilateral construct, such as IORA or IONS, based on which we can build on it. I understand it is not as simple as it sounds, because there are political interests, there are national interests, and plus there is a bit of stigma which is attached to the trafficking as well also. So, but this is the, to my mind, this is the long-term solution for carrying out for mitigating any kind of non-traditional threat, that we must come out with the threat which is troubling us immediately, get a regional consensus, make it a regional crime, and formulate a convention duly signed by all multilateral through a multilateral treaty. In the interim, how do we resolve? So I propose the way forward as the F5s, the term which I have coined for ease of reference. Basically, forge bilateral and multilateral treaties based on the joint deliberations, based on the key issues which need to be identified, and carry out the regional consensus take regional consensus from all stakeholders. Once we have forged the bilateral multilateral issues, we need to formulate the point of contact for directory. Now, POC directory basically, it may look very administrative point, but it's very important. See, if there is a crime, if I have to pass the information, the current procedure is very tedious. You have to take embassy clearance. There are certain agencies only who can pass this information. But when we have identified in a multilateral that this is the crime, we will all contribute. All security agencies of my country will provide that information and collectively give it to the region. That becomes the strength. So once you have identified the point of contact in each country, it could be a single point of contact or it could be contingency-based contact. Now, it will be very easy for you to disseminate information and day-to-day sharing of data, which can be further disseminated to his security agencies and can be utilized for addressing a particular crime, which could be annually updated, and the contingency-based POCs could also be thought about it. Then to facilitate direct information sharing, some work has happened between the regional fusion centers, but there is no formalized structure per se where there is a necessity to share that information. Once you have done the bilateral or multilateral treaty, it gives the due impetus for sharing that information, and it will become more easy for to disseminate information from all fronts. And when we collectively contribute towards intelligence, I'm sure it will be able to address most of the non-traditional threats. Then focus on joint operations. Presence of any maritime security agency at sea is an effective deterrence tool against any perpetrator. So the joint patrols or coordinated patrols based on the IMDL where you have is the way ahead. For this will not only support, first of all, by this multilateral treaty, you have already overcome the concept of statelessness, and also you have got out of the legal jurisdictional issues, challenges, because once you have signed a treaty, it gives you wherewithal to board a vessel of that particular nation also, in case there is an intelligence existing for that. And this will augment the force level for other countries which do not have adequate resources, especially our island nations, which have got very vast EEZ but very limited resources. We could augment them, and then based on our experience, uniform SOPs can be formed, which can be utilized by all members who are part of that treaty to prosecute. There will be some methodology to prosecute and process or address a particular maritime threat. And the final one is to frame common operational methodology which will improve the synchronization efforts. It will reduce the response time. For example, if Seychelles got some intelligence on a particular threat, through his point of contact directory, he disseminates to all concerned agencies that this is the likely transit. Everybody further disseminates this information. The response time of the security agencies reduces. So these are the few advantages which could be looked into. We can imbibe each other's best practices and eventually come up with manuals or procedures how to address a particular crime. Gentlemen, in my view, there are two solutions for addressing maritime crime in general when the legislative gaps are present. One is a long-term solution, identifying the crime as a regional crime and making a convention on it based on mutual consensus. In the interim, we could consider the way forward F5 as proposed here for mitigating the measure in a short for all maritime threats. With that, I finished. Thank you. I hand over the stage to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sodi, for the very informative presentation. Now, gentlemen, we come to the question and answer session. Let me set the ground rules or re-emphasize how we're going to do this. We'll take questions in sets of 3, and I would request that questions and comments be kept to the point and short and crisp. And I will give the first opportunity to the people who are sitting on the center table, because they are the ones who are going to contribute towards evolving the operational and the facilitating framework. So let me ask Bangladesh, Comoros and Madagascar in case you would like to share your views at this point of time. We also have another opportunity tomorrow. Should you like to add something to what has been discussed today, tomorrow when we formulate the recorded discussions, that time also you can share your views on this. So any points from Bangladesh, Comoros and perhaps from Madagascar? No? Okay, so let me move on to Malaysia, Maldives and Myanmar. Seychelles, Singapore, Thailand. Right. So thank you, gentlemen. Now the house is open for the balance of the audience. May I request you all to kindly identify yourself and also ask the question to whom it is addressed to, so that it can be handled in that manner. Anyone? Captain Parmar? Anyone else? Okay, Ravi? So, Captain Parmar, you could ask your question, sir.
Thank you so much. I have a question and a comment. My question is to Madakure from Sri Lanka. Thank you. It's an insightful presentation. My question is, you mentioned ineffective public-private partnership. If you could give a couple of examples, because since we are now a globalized world, the ambit of public-private partnership has actually transcended national boundaries. So perhaps you could give a few examples as to what you had in mind. And it's a comment on what Captain Sodi had said about legislation. Legislation making is not easy. And I'll give you an example from India, is our own anti-maritime piracy bill. First introduced in 2011, lapsed, and now again it is still doing the rounds. So while legislation making is a long time period, it's taken almost a decade and we don't have anything on it. The protocols existing, which were established during while combating piracy, I think provide a means of actually combating such threats and challenges in the absence of legislation making. So there is a wire medium, and I just thought I'd put that on the table. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Captain Rajiv Tiwari, Indian Navy. My question is to Captain Tony Herdizanto from Indonesia Navy with regards to IUU fishing. Now, IUU fishing is a global phenomenon, affects equally all nations, some more because of the larger EEZ vis-a-vis the force available. So, Indonesia, being the archipelagic nation, would be the apt example of how to handle IUU fishing. Now, when I was doing some study, I came to know some very interesting concept being utilized by Indonesia Navy. One thing is about sinking vessels policy, wherein the public sinking or the burning of the fishermen boats which have been engaged in illegal fishing. So I just wanted to know how has been your experience in combating IUU fishing in your areas of interest, and how is it compatible to the international law and more so with the principle of natural justice. And the third part would be, how do you ensure that it's a uniform application, as in no particular fishermen are targeted or favored in this? Thank you, sir.
So, may I request Captain Sodhi first to respond regarding the legislation part?
No, as far as legislation is concerned for illegal unregulated fishing, this question is specific to Indonesia, but I'll try to answer. To my mind, I do not foresee that there is a provision for internationally recognized such kind of issues which you are told, where you can criminalize a particular vessel by burning or burning the vessel or burning the relevant documents. But if it is a domesticated law and if it happens within the EEZ, nothing stops. The land of law will apply if it has been duly enacted. This is the understanding of the regulation which I have gone through is based on that. And I had shown one of the slides, the countries which are principally involved. There are only 2-3 countries which are actually involved in the IUU principally. Don't want to make general comment on it, but generally we all are aware which are these countries. So they are not doing it from the purpose of, they are genuinely exploiting the gaps which are there in the region. They know what is the kind of proposals which are available, what is the capacity of these countries, there is the migratory, there is quite a bit of science involved how this IUU fishing is evolved. So my point is, instead of looking at making a convention or trying to resolve this illegal fishing completely, we need to identify and have a kind of strategic communication against vessels which are involved in this kind of IUU fishing. I leave it to Indonesia to give it a specific answer to your specific question.
Commander Kode, would you like to respond to the observation from Captain Parmar?
Sir, when we concern about the thing I told about the important concerning the public-private partnership, it should be in the state level. There is a problems when we concern political leaders, sportsmen, and artists and all. Sometimes they are supportive for these drugs and deals and the things. For the regional level, when we concern, there is no any combined operations still did during this tenure, because I have the experience as an executive officer. Lot of apprehensions being done by respective countries. There is no information coming directly to the as a combined operations. So that's what I mean that due to public partnership is not effectively happens.
Captain Tony, would you like to respond to the question from Captain Rajiv?
Sir, thank you for the question. Very huge waters and choke point. There are so many boats, actors and non-actors did IUU fishing there. How we handle the IUU fishing in Indonesia? As per the collaboration between Navy, especially Navy and other maritime force, fishery ministry, we are doing the collaboration of information sharing, which as per information we got, especially in the IFC, in the fishery ministry, they have a monitoring system to point all the all the operator, fishing operator in our waters, regarding the agent who operate the vessel, and how many crew, and what's the update of the letter requirement of the fishing. So all fishing vessel in our territory and our waters is now registered. Is monitored by IFC of Indonesia Fishery Ministry. And the other action regarding the IIU fishings, we Indonesia government is give incentives to a small fishery to compete the operator who did the IIU fishings. And we also established the area of responsibility regarding the fishery matters. There are almost 4 or 6 area of catching in Indonesia, and each area it should be monitored and should be surveillance by the Indonesian Navy and other maritime forces regarding to fishery ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Tony. Commander Kudi, you wanted to add something? Please.
Yeah, just to add something back my delegate regarding public-private partnership. Very clearly, all that note, we have basically main 3 strategies. One is reduce the demand, reduce the supply, and increase the hastings. This is this approach. So what I feel is this public-private partnership, that's equally important as all these strategies, right? So if you want to demand the strategies, you can educate the people. It can be done through various organizations. You can get the support of NGOs, some religious leaders. Even the law enforcement authorities can be used for this thing. If you use public-private partnership for law enforcement, what I feel is what's not available is the information, right? So rather than we go out and get the information and do things against her, I mean to seize the drugs out at sea, rather doing that, as information from the high seas is not available, it's not available that much, so we can get the support of the shipping and fishing communities. So that's what we very effectively that's utilized in Sri Lanka. So rather than sending our ships, you know the economic situation in our country, so rather than sending our ships or at sea, what we do is we have discussed with the fishing communities, the boat owners. So it has become very effective. So we get the information of what's happening out at sea without sending our ships. When something is available, when the information is available, then only these days we are sending our ships. So with the supply reduction is concerned, how we can use the public-private partnerships is that with all that certain countries, certain governments, they are compelled to have a blind eye on that. So why that is? Because it's a huge income for that country. So what we can do is, as a region, we have to get together and we have income, enhance their livelihood, so they have some sort of economic development. If that is there, we can convince that you stop that. No, stop that, you have another option. So it cannot be done by that state on its own. So for that, we should have a regional support for that. So to assume that the amount of, cost of the fuel that you are wasting out at sea, combined as the all total fuel consumption by all the navies in our region, how much that will be. So if we can think of that and get that money and think of some other way of utilizing this money for the development of the countries which have been identified as the country is producing these things. So that's what we thought of telling. So public-private partnerships can be, because this drug trafficking, that is a business between the producer and the consumer. So we being the third party, we go into middle and we try to arrest it, because all system-based approaches that's done at the highly networked phase of trafficking. Somebody is producing, somebody is using that, and we being the law enforcement authorities, we are arresting. So it goes everywhere. It's very difficult to stop that. So that's why we propose the best option is, it's the very cost-effective and very easy method is to anyhow educate the people to not use it. For that we can use public-private partnership.
Thank you so much. Captain from Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Okay, sir. Captain Faiz from Bangladesh Navy. I don't have a question actually, rather I'll put some points on the today, on the first presentation. Drawing framework, especially regulatory and legal framework, is not easy task. Already we have understood. First of all, in this Indian Ocean region, we need to identify, before identify the gaps, probably we need to identify the intensity of crimes, I should term it that way, that is being taking place in different parts of the sub-regions under the Indian Ocean region. We need to recognize the crimes as crime. For instance, IU fishing, piracy, drug trafficking, gun running, illegal immigration, even legal framework for in response to disaster management, be it man-made or natural. So, and in different sub-regions, the threats are different. There is disparity in the magnitude and intensity of threats. So, it is not only wise to draw the regional framework, rather maybe we need to focus on drawing sub-regional framework of laws, identifying gaps in the sub-region specific gaps. And then probably it will be easy for us to draw the regional gaps and thereby regional regulatory framework. And then a question will come for ratification by the concerned nations, then domestication of those laws, and finally the question will come about the agreements. So it will go also in different layers, like some of the crimes will be purely domestic in nature. So domestic laws have to be there. Some of the crimes will be transitional but related to bilateral, for instance, two adjacent nations. So there you need the bilateral agreements and conventions. Some where you need the agreements or conventions which is sub-region specific, and maybe the region specific. Maybe I could make my point. So it's a difficult task, but definitely we are here to recommend how to go about. I'm thinking, let's see, maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow, it will be more clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Panikar, your question, and thereafter I'll come to this side, please.
Good morning, sir. Captain Varun Panikar, Indian Navy. So my question pertains to the presentation by the fourth speaker, Captain, regional legal frameworks. The first question is that it has to be in consonance with the international regulatory and legal framework. So how do we propose to have such a regional framework which is probably not in consonance with the international framework, because there are certain areas which are beyond national jurisdiction for all the nations. Areas which are under our jurisdiction, especially in the EEZ, can be well governed by the legal framework, but areas which are common and are not, let's say, beyond the national jurisdiction for all the nations, how do we have a framework for that area? And secondly, if at all we find a way to form a regional framework, and let's say an extra regional nation comes and does some activity over there, for example, IUU, then the extra regional nation is well within its rights to say that I am not part of the regional framework and these laws and framework does not apply to me. So probably can I have views on that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The perspective in which I had principally given was
Where are we? Sorry, can we take a couple of more questions? That will allow you a longer time for you to think through it also. That's the whole scheme of things. Yes.
Good morning, sir. I'm Captain Rakesh Sharma. Sir, as the first speaker, Captain Tony has said that the UN clause doesn't address the issue of natural disaster or the climate change. So may I know, sir, that what are the suggestions or what are the expectations out of UN clause to mitigate these factors?
Questions to me or to Captain Tony?
Captain Tony.
Right. Kunal, your question.
Good morning, sir. I'm Captain Kunal Bhardwaj. So my question in particular is to the fourth speaker, but it is also open to views from the other three speakers. It has been brought out that whilst a regional framework is the need of the hour, the absence of a global framework precludes the implementation in areas beyond national jurisdiction, as was brought out by Captain Panikar. Having said that, my view on that is that whilst you cannot implement it in areas beyond national jurisdiction, it is finally when it is closer to the target country that the regional framework will come handy. F5s which have been proposed by the speaker, do you feel there is also merit to include a section which includes joint training before we go in for joint patrol? Because it will help not only in formulating our approach, it will also facilitate in framing the legislation as well. That's all.
So, yes?
Sir, I will try to answer and try to give perspective once again. It's a very pertinent observation which is made by both the Captain Bhardwaj as well as Captain Panikar. The area beyond national jurisdiction and how to be regulated. The intention of me showing those two parts was I had given two aspects. One was the large term goal where you require a regional convention. Case in point, in case what Captain Parmar had briefly corrected me, I should have mentioned in my presentation which I could not cover it. The gaps which were there in piracy also were addressed by the certain protocols which were recognized. Like there was a UNSCR resolution which was issued which gave the wherewithal for other countries to enter the territorial waters of Somalia. Similar kind of provisions exist in the international framework where you can convert into a protocol and address those area beyond national jurisdiction. But the point here is the piracy was already recognized as a universal crime. Here nobody is recognizing this, any other non-traditional threat as universal crime. So as a region, nothing stops us. I'll take another case example. In the treaty, there is a multilateral treaty between US, Canada and South American countries. I'm forgetting the name of countries, I think Peru and where it is pertaining to drug trafficking. Now, exactly the same question which was asked, how are we monitoring it? The multilateral, you have to understand when I get into a multilateral agreement, which was the point of my way at F5s, where I was emphasizing more on multilateral and bilateral treaty. Once you sign that, that means I am able to address the vessels of those countries. It doesn't mean that I am able to address the vessel of any other country. For example, now if there are 35 littoral states in IOR. say 24 bordering countries. Now in these 24 bordering countries, the case in point, we signed all the treaties. All of us have done. So all vessels pertaining to these 24 countries, you have given me a pre-approval of boarding them in case I have the intelligence. Isn't it a better way of addressing a particular crime than waiting for an international convention to come in? So that was the context for which I had phrased this particular. It is not that any country, say from a US-based vessel is coming and doing illegal fishing. Of course, the laws are not available. He is not part of that treaty. He will not be the same principle of natural jurisdiction and overarching the law of a stateless vessel, or I will not be able to board that vessel. That's suffice to say. So the emphasis was two-pronged approach. One was taking it at a regional level, which is very difficult. I completely agree with Captain Parmar. It's not that simple. That's why I said it's a long drawn process to make a regional convention. Second thing, which I said is a more pragmatic way, is the multilateral construct, which we are signatory to it. And for example, let's take Colombo Security Conclave, where 6 countries are there, or a BIMSTEC. But BIMSTEC has got landlocked countries. But let's say, keeping the focus on maritime, Colombo Security Conclave, 6 countries are there. What stops me of all these 6 countries making a treaty, recognizing this as a crime, and understanding that out of any vessel from these 6 ships, any illegal vessel which is involved in any kind of illegal activity, you have my permission to go. So that is the advantage of multilateral and bilateral treaty under the overarching arc of regulations. The second point, the merit of joint training, it is a very valid point, suffice to say, but the intention of reforming SOPs, of course, before you go to joint operation, when I was talking about forge, frame, and focus, before I went for the joint operation, joint training is a necessity. But for that, what do you train? Before training, you require SOPs to be formulated. That this is the procedure which I would like to do. For example, the UNODC promulgated has very categorically issued, we all are aware, the procedure for seizure of narcotics. Now this procedure, does my maritime security agencies are aware of it? But if there is a guideline, then the training can be carried out. So it's a point worth consideration. Nothing stops us, including one of the more I have to find another word for that, maybe 5 FNJs, and could be one of the points. I hope I have answered both of your queries.
Yeah. So, Captain Tony?
Thank you, the question from. As I mentioned before on my presentation, that by having all countries ratify the 1982 UN clause into their national law, it will give many benefits, especially to developing country. So, what my suggestion to a country who not ratify or ratify the UN clause 1982, especially, for example, Article 202. That mentioned that scientific and technical assistance to developing state. That my suggestion that we impose to a country that should be ratifying the Article 202 to assist the developing country to face the impact of the natural disaster. For example, natural disaster, or one of the cause of the natural disaster is climate change, that will make a degradation to a baseline of respective country. So my suggestion is from an English perspective to assist to ratify the Article 202 UN clause 1982 to assist the developing state to face the impact, the bad impact of the natural disaster. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to be responsible for us having delayed tea? One thing, quick point.
So just a quick point, sir. While the focus of today's discussion was largely on hard law instruments, soft law instruments, which are not really law, have also found increasing traction in various parts of the world and are giving recognition. You're not really legally bound to follow them, but there is a moral and obligation to sort of comply with that in the future. So I think it's also useful to not only look at hard law instruments, but also look at possible soft law instruments for implementation.
Okay. So may I now offer the stage to the real high table, Deputy Commandant, and Jaggi, would you like to add something?
Whether there are these unclosed provisions which some of the nations have not ratified, and I was just wondering that while this food for thought is well worth considering, but as Captain Parmar brought out, ratifying laws in your national sort of setup for international rules does take a lot of time. And as Himadri mentioned, that I think we should look at other suggestions or recommendations of F5, what Sodi had said, which are more workable and deliverable, such as facilitating information sharing, making POCs where information exchange can happen between like-minded nations, doing more towards joint patrol and coordinated patrols, and developing SOPs and looking at soft laws, working between countries which are willing to act together. I think that collaborative and a collective approach would be something that GMS can consider more meaningfully and see how we can deliver it in a meaningful way. That's my suggestion. Yes, ratification of international laws into national laws is also a point for discussion. We can take it on progressively, but I think the lead time on that would be much longer.
Just a quick 2 points. One, I would urge our friendly foreign countries to participate more in this discussion. The giving the presentation to 3 countries was not that those 3 countries are only their views are important. The issues are applicable to all 13 countries which are sitting here, and therefore I would urge all our participants to kindly express their views so that we can develop something concrete as far as takeaways are concerned, and we can highlight important issues. Second thing which I thought is pretty workable, which has been done in Seychelles, is that they have established a court and they have ratified the laws for piracy there. And in many places where pirates or people who have been engaged in unlawful activities have been caught, they have been tried in Seychelles, and UNODC and other organizations have supported Seychelles in having a proper prison, in having a proper court. And therefore, I feel that you can keep making your laws, but if you are able to have some countries who have moved faster, we can have understanding with them that we'll be able to board. Yes, we'll understand each other, we'll board. But in case we find something, because we're not able to prosecute them in our country, we will hand them over to you, and you can you can have a collective court or a collective dispute. So these are also options which I feel we must think about, and I must request all of you to kindly express your views on each theme, as it is equally applicable to all of us. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen. So we are coming close. It's my now responsibility to bring this session to a close. Now, let me preface some of my comments, which are going to be concentrated on 4 issues which I highlighted. Enhanced participation in international legal mechanisms, common understanding or developing a consensual understanding of the legal provisions that exist. How do you find an optimal enforcement of existing laws, and how do we set laws or find mechanisms to fill in there are gaps. Now, all of us are practitioners here, none of us are lawyers, including me. But let me bring some pragmatism to what we have discussed till now. If we are expecting one legal mechanism to address everything, I think, we are being optimistic. UNCLOS addresses certain key issues. Now let me just take up one of the things which has been discussed widely amongst this session, drug trafficking. But UNCLOS does not talk about drug trafficking. But you have another enabling mechanism which is known as transnational organized crime. Their drug trafficking is mentioned. So use the jurisdictional ambit of laws of the sea, that is who has jurisdiction, and use the enabling mechanism of transnational organized crime. So please understand that if you are looking at UNCLOS only as the enabling mechanism to sort out all our problems at sea, I don't think it doesn't provide, and neither is going to provide it from tomorrow. So when we say that there are regulatory gaps, we have to sit down with our lawyers and find that how do we, there are, I can assure you there are actually no, voids or absence of laws. One of the questions that was asked by Captain Panika, let me wait on that as well. Can we have laws which are different from international standards? Of course it is permitted. Let me give certain examples. National laws and the regional laws that are not grossly misaligned with the international laws is permitted. One example I'll give you. International Maritime Organization has set something called a sulfur cap in your emissions. That means once you approach closer to the coast, then you are supposed to switch over to a more efficient fuel. Now, some of the Baltic and the Nordic countries have enacted a convention which is far stricter than IMO. And all of us follow it. United States after 9/11 has enacted a legislation saying that no merchant ship will approach 100 miles from its coast unless it is CSI compliant. We all are very well. There are smarter ways of doing things. Like Australians have got this issue of illegal immigration. So what they did, they established a particularly sensitive sea area in Torres Strait and got the Torres Strait Islanders on board, and now they are able to control traffic. So in my view, there are laws which are existing. There's very few areas which have not been addressed. Now if you're looking at UNCLOS to address climate change, I think we have to read UNCLOS, the biodiversity laws which are in that biodiversity convention and the climate change protocol. So if you put all of them together, there are laws. It's just that if you just, the larger point I'm making is there are a large body of legal frameworks. We have to see them in a synergistic and a combined manner. The answers exist. The question about areas beyond national jurisdiction. I go back to the principle of there's an overriding principle which is known as necessity. That means you will act in a particular manner because the circumstances demanded it to be so. Absence of laws saying that rationally, yes, there is no law in areas beyond national jurisdiction is not correct. The larger principle is of res communis. That means no one, just because it is not prohibited, it is permitted, that's not the correct interpretation. It is not permitted because it is against an international law. So there are ways of enforcing whatever you want to do, even where you think that I really don't have a discrete enforcement mechanism. Participation in, let me come now to the 4 key points which I have flagged. Participation in international legal frameworks is the start point. Many countries feel that we will give up some kind of sovereignty, etc. We have national issues. It is for us as practitioners to advise and recommend to our governments that we accede to it. Because not only do we get obligations, but it gives us rights. So, and all that has been discussed today, all the issues are transnational in nature. And the nature of these transnational issues have changed. Drug trafficking, let's say in 70s and 80s, was mostly a financial and a social issue. But it's no longer that. It has got fiscal dimension, it has got criminality, it has got long-term effects on, a whole lot of people, not only of today, of tomorrow. is, more often than not, we have to understand the unique nature of Indian Ocean region. Here, the land-sea interaction is that much more intimate. So if you have governance deficit on land, it will translate into violence at sea, criminality at sea. So we have to, in many ways, set our own house also in order. Secondly, I come to the common understanding. I think I have spoken a lot about it. Don't look at one particular convention, treaty, clause in isolation. Look at how we can use the other existing laws in a synergistic manner. Enforcement. Now, this is where what all the four speakers have said is very, very important. If you want, or if you are looking for the common identity of Indian Ocean region nations, then we have to have common actions at sea. For that, we have to sit together and talk. One of the points that was made by a speaker from Mauritius that had these drug traffickers been caught in some other countries, they would have got a different punishment, which would have been far more deterrent. It's very important. And this is where framing of common SOPs, common practices is very, very important. Last point is about making laws. Now, I would tend to agree with what Captain Sodi and Captain from Bangladesh have said. It is not an easy process to make laws, and especially in maritime domain, because it's just not one agency or one ministry which is involved. There are a host of them which are involved in management of this one particular domain. So can we have interim implementing all enforcement mechanisms which can facilitate all of us to deal with issues together? And what our captain from Bangladesh said, that there is no one-shot solution. While the threat or the challenge may be the same, its dynamics, because of where it happens, requires certain modifications, refinement. So maybe we can have a hub and spoke kind of an approach. That means we have overarching principles are there, but how it is implemented in one particular geography of Indian Ocean region, let's say against IUU in Bay of Bengal, may be slightly different from how it happens, let's say, in East African littoral. So with that, it's my privilege to have supervised, or I would say mentored, these four fantastic presentations. And I would request the audience to give all these four guys a very happy round of applause. Thank you so much. And let me hand over to the master of the ceremony to continue with the proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Speakers of session 1 to come up for presentation of mementos. I request the speakers to kindly line up on right side of the stage next to the flags. Mr. Vishwanath Viraswamy, Superintendent of Police from Mauritius. Commander B.J.J.B. Kure from Sri Lanka. Captain B.S. Sodi from India. Moderator, Captain Raghavendra Mishra from India. Thank you, sir.
Can you have the mic photograph? Sir?
Gentlemen, We now break for tea and refreshments, which is laid out in the lobby. The next session will commence at 1130 hours, and I request everyone to kindly be seated by 1125 hours.
Captain Swaminathan will now take you through the balance proceedings for the day. The theme for the second session is formulation of a common multilateral maritime strategy and operating protocols for GMC nations for collective mitigation of maritime threats and challenges in the Indian Ocean region. The speakers for the session are Colonel N.K.Y. Daniel from Singapore, Captain Mohammad Faizul Haq from Bangladesh, Captain Mohammad Arif bin Yusuf from Malaysia, and Captain Gurpreet Kurana from India. The session would be moderated by Captain Sarajit S. Parmar from India. I now request the moderator to kindly come on the stage for conduct of the session.
This is our symposium. And first I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. It's sort of a continuity since I was here last year for GMC 2021. So the flow of thought is the same. Hopefully at the end of the symposium we can convert to action. What are the thoughts or strategies that come through? Having said that, by the way, I have strict instructions to finish by 13:30. So anybody who speaks after 13:30, including me, gets no lunch. So please keep that in mind. Alright, so I'm going to take two terms from the theme, which I think we need to elaborate upon. One is common multilateral maritime strategy, and the second is common operational protocols. Now, both have a symbiotic relationship, but there's a difference. If you have a strategy and you don't have operational protocols to ensure that your strategies work on ground, then it's a non-starter. But you can have common operational protocols without a strategy, provided you have a common thought process and approach. So I think there is some aspects that were covered in the first session that sort of highlighted what I'm saying. So if you look at what Captain Hackett said about looking at sub-regional and smaller packages, I think it merits attention. And so therefore, a word on strategies. Strategies are based on strategic vision, years of independent thought process, clarity on national interests, and what is called the strategic culture of a nation. Now that varies from nation to nation. Many aspects dictate how a strategy is thought about or looked at. One is the size of the nation. Second is the population. What is the economic standing of the nation, which correlates with many other issues. What is the state of existing stability, instability around that particular nation, and more importantly, what are the capacity and the capabilities of that nation to evolve a strategy and then put it into focus and action on ground. So therefore, we must recognize first of all that nations have differing strategic visions. So if you are to look at a common multilateral maritime strategy, and I give you the example of AIMS 2050, which is Africa's integrated maritime strategy, I think you can fully comprehend the enormity of the exercise which we are trying to even just scratch the back right now. Smaller nations also have a tendency of getting overwhelmed by bigger nations. That's something we need to respect. Therefore, if you're going to look at a strategy, you must first sit in that particular nation's place and see to what extent is the strategic horizon. That, I think, is a very important point that many nations have a tendency of overlooking. So there are certain issues that need to be recognized, respected, and fully understood to nuance a common multilateral maritime strategy. It's a complex affair. Let's not kid ourselves about it. And therefore, a multilateral maritime strategy gets that much more magnified, but it is not impossible. I will stop here on the strategies part. Let me have a few words on operational protocols. They could be much more simpler than working out a strategy, first of all. And therefore, they need identification of common threats, challenges, risks, and opportunities, many of which have been spoken about in the first session. Therefore, when we are looking at working together, the main aim is non-traditional threats. We will leave the traditional threats out of this as of now, otherwise we will not be able to progress where we would like to go.
In many ways, we are already working on common operational protocols, whether it's core packs, whether it's bilateral, multilateral exercises, or whether it is any other forum in which discussions take place, similar as this. And when you look at transnational crimes, you also have the police forces of various nations sitting together and discussing the same issues out here. The other match issue is via regional organization. I know session 4 is going to touch upon this, so I'll just leave it here. But a little word on that is that when you look at regional organizations, I think the best example of a protocol is the SOPL HADR, which was accepted by IONS and is now spreading throughout IORA. I don't think of any better example to give of a common operational protocol that has come into force, guided by the need to address a common threat which has emerged from climate change. So that's one example I would like to give, and then of course I'd like to borrow a term from the Indian Navy's strategy document, Ensuring Secure Seas, Indian Maritime Security Strategy 2015. And that is the theme that covers the third conscious strategy called Shaping a Favorable and Positive Maritime Environment. And I think that needs to be the aim of the strategy, which we are going to look at it, or most of the operational protocols. In a nutshell, when we put this document together in 2015, we were already doing a lot of stuff. Engaging neighbors, working with neighbors, friendly foreign countries. I mentioned a few of them like Corpats, etc. Hydrography was one main one, HADR was another. And to that, if we add the methodology we have adopted to actually counter the COVID-19 situation, I think that's another perfect example of perhaps where a common protocol towards addressing pandemics can be looked at. So if you're looking at shaping a favorable and positive maritime environment, and that is what we need to do, then we need to start looking at efficacy of the capacity and capabilities of nations. Now, if a regional outlook is too big to handle, then I'll go back to what Captain Hawke said, that perhaps we need to look at the sub-regional parts, and I totally agree with him. So for those of you who are interested, Barry Boozin has a regional security concept theory. I would urge you to read it. It will make your understanding of this concept much more easier. For example, the threats, challenges, risks and opportunities of the Bay of Bengal will be much different from that of the Southwest Indian Ocean region nations. Many nations will peg their threats and challenges based on their national interests. Some nations will put drug trafficking at maybe in the top 5 or top 3, as against irregular human migration, which impacts other nations in a different manner. That is also an aspect that needs to be looked at. Difficult to work out as a strategy, easier to work out as a common operational protocol. So let's have a look at multilaterals. That if we find that organizations are too big to work at it, then we need to work it out on starting from trilaterals upwards to maximum 5-6 nations, look at certain common threats, challenges, risks and opportunities, and work out a via India. One example I can give you is what is now called the Colombo Security Conclave that started as a trilateral. That's one example I can give you. And another example I can give you why we may need to sidestep from regional organizations, the manner in which, say, IORA has been floundering for a long time on the issue of maritime security, despite the term being introduced in the lexicon in 2011. BIMSTEC was doing fantastic work, but now, of course, there is slow progress. We need to draw lessons as to where are the pitfalls, avoid them, work in smaller, manageable groups. And since MDA forms a part of the theme, trust is a big issue. If you're looking at information sharing, nations have the right to decide what information they want to share, and therefore, but that a lot of trust needs to be developed. And that is something we need to focus on. So the mode, as I said, is look at trilaterals, focus on specific issues, try to work out a certain way. And I will end by saying that a reminder for those who had followed the Shangri-La Dialogue of 2022, where Admiral Aquilino, the Indo-Pacific commander, in a query said, the problem is either we have too few strategies or we have too many of them. So we need to find a balance. And I'm sure the speakers today, we have a galaxy of them, will put forward their points and cover the pointers that we can open for discussion. And with that, I would request Colonel Daniel from Singapore to kindly take center stage.
War College, senior leaders from partner navies and maritime agencies. Very good morning. The Republic of Singapore Navy is honoured to be invited to the 4th Goa Maritime Symposium. I'm heartened to see that there are many partners gathered here today and are committed to robust discussion and strengthen relationships. I think this is very important. I would especially thank the Indian Navy for the hospitality and giving me the opportunity to speak at this symposium. The Goa Maritime Symposium and the Goa Maritime Conclave are important platforms for partners in the IOR. They are key to promote interaction and dialogue. The steady expansion of participating countries is a testament to their importance and relevance for all partners in this region. So in reference to the topic of this panel, I thought it is apt for me to start by sharing some short perspective of the maritime threats and challenges before we discuss on the strategy and protocols. This may be covered in the session 1, but here goes. The seas are important. Maritime trade is a world economic lifeline. Shipping is the most economical way of transport and is used to transport food, medicines, technology equipment, and much more. I think, in fact, about 60% of the world oil trade and 90% of the global trade is transported through the sea, which keep the global supply chain flowing. As we speak, thousands of ships, if not tens of thousands of ships, are transporting essential goods across all the oceans for everyone around the globe. The Straits of Hormuz, Straits of Malacca and Singapore, and of course the Indian Ocean are examples of the key trade routes, which passes through many coastal states, and they are essential to trade and flow between us. Now let's look at the Indian Ocean. This is the 3rd largest ocean of the world and a critical conduit for international trade, especially energy. The Indian Ocean lies at the crossroads of Africa, Middle East, Australia, connecting the IOR nations to Asia Pacific, including Southeast Asia. With the high volume of trade that passes through, a slight disruption could cause reverberations for many countries. We see how this can happen from the unfortunate incident of Ever Given blockage of Suez Canal more than a year ago. This incident caused at least 300 ships to be delayed their journey, and the delivery of goods had led to billions of dollars of estimated losses for about 1 week blockage. Just like any other important maritime regions around the world, the IOR is also exposed to a myriad of threats. This ranges from sea robberies, piracy, terrorist attacks, and much more discussed in Section 1. This threat, if uncontained and undefeated, will have the potential to inflict significant damage and shake confidence in the region. This will in turn disrupt the global economy and our daily lives. It is therefore crucial that we deal with them effectively. Given that these threats are transboundary in nature and can take place across a vast expanse in the maritime area operations, it is important, or rather it is impossible for any one country to deal with them alone. It is therefore necessary for countries to come together and collaborate in order to effectively resolve them. So what do we need for countries to collaborate and work together to tackle these problems, threats and challenges? I think there are 3 things. First, we need to have a collective and common understanding. Second, we need to build trust. Third, we need physical platforms to collaborate. Let me elaborate in turn. So different nations have their own laws and legislations. This is the natural order of things, and each country is sovereign. However, it's important for us to establish a universal consensus and collective understanding for interaction at sea. This can be achieved through adherence to a rule-based order underpinned by international laws. By adhering to a rule-based order, we will be able to promote consensus, reduce friction, and prevent misunderstanding. UNCLOS serve as a backbone for good order at sea. It can be described as the constitution of the oceans, where legal equality of all states, large or small, share the same rights and responsibilities at sea. It is comprehensive, complete, and enjoy broad-based acceptance with 168 parties. Well, I understand in session 1 we have a very robust discussion whether UNCLOS is enough or not enough. To me, I think it is comprehensive because it is not meant to solve every problem by itself, but it provides a set of principles that in the course of trying to solve the problem, we always refer back to UNCLOS to make sure that we follow that principle. UNCLOS have also stood the test of time. For decades, it has contributed to global peace, security, and economic development. Its rules, while firm, has sufficient flexibility and scope for new emerging issues and challenges relating to the oceans. But we also recognize that it's only as strong as countries' commitment to full and effective implementation. As long as we can fully and effectively implement and adhere to the obligation under UNCLOS, it will continue to be a strong foundation for all that will come after. With a collective commitment to rule-based order in the IOR based on UNCLOS, we will not only establish a great foundation for all partners' nation future collaboration, but also safeguard the freedom of all vessels to transit international waters and ensure they can exercise all the rights and use of the sea recognized under international law. The second foundation for effective collaboration is to build trust. And the most effective and established means, and most often the first step to build trust, is through info sharing. The seas and the ocean are vast, and no single country can see the entire area of operations. Info sharing is thus a pragmatic means to have more comprehensive awareness. And when info sharing leads to operational success, we build trust along the way. For Singapore, we do this through our IFC established info sharing network. Let me just share a recent success in 2018. There's this fishing vessel, SCS 50, that have been on the run for about 10 years and have always successfully evaded capture by flying, I think we calculate no less than 8 different flags and retain their ship hull for a period of 10 years. The information sharing chain was one day started when Interpol put up a purple notice on this STS 50 and urged merchant vessels and coastal states to report any sightings. So the target was turned up in Madagascar port. I think iFish Africa, which is a partnership comprising of 8 African nations, informed the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center, or RMIFC, of its whereabouts. RMIFC then passed on the information to IFC Singapore through the French International Liaison Officer. IFC went on to share the information with our regional partners and queue operational responses by passing on photos, details, positional updates of this hotel of interest to the various regional OPSEN. Eventually, the Indonesian Navy received this information and managed to intercept and capture the fishing vessel of Subang, Indonesia. I mean, not a bad outcome for somebody who had been running away for 10 years. The IFC IOR is also part of this information, or this extensive information sharing network. IFC IOR and IFC Singapore collaborate closely with one another, leveraging on the respective extensive networks and deep regional knowledge. Singapore recognizes the importance, and we attach our defense advisor to IFC IOR even through the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, we also have Indian naval officers, IROs, deployed to Singapore IFC. I think this is also important that we continue to cross-deploy to each other IFC and share our expertise and information. Now, beyond having a common understanding and establishing trust, we will need platforms for nations to enhance partnership and interoperability. This can be done through dialogues, exchanges, and exercises. Frank and open dialogues like this symposium are important for partners to come together to discuss issues of mutual concern and build mutual trust. Singapore knows the importance of this and organizes the International Maritime Security Conference every 2 years. First established in 2009, we have brought together Navy Chief, Coast Guard Director Generals, policymakers, strategic thinkers, and maritime stakeholders to exchange ideas and discuss ways to enhance and foster mutual security in our maritime commons. We do so as we understand deeply the significance and mutual benefits of like-minded navies and maritime agencies coming together to engage in purposeful discussion and together chart the way forward on maritime security landscape. We certainly hope that through our commitment and participation, we can look past our differences and increase and identify areas of convergence where we can further improve on. We also recognize that combined exercises can build interoperability, which is important for effective coordination when dealing with threats and challenges at sea. The Singapore Navy supports this through existing platforms such as WPNS that is happening this month, as well as ADMM Plus exercises. Singapore embodied the idea that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts as we collaborate strongly with our partner navies and contribute meaningfully to the security of the seas. This includes participating in operations under the Combined Maritime Forces to tackle piracy in the Gulf of Aden. Participation in multilateral exercise and operations also allow for closer cooperation at sea and building confidence among partner nations in the process. This is not to be taken for granted, as this familiarity with one another need years of working together to be built. In conclusion, the Indian Ocean region, IOR, will continue to be a major engine for growth for countries in this region, But with its increased importance, we also expect threats and challenges to grow. It is therefore important that we continue to work together on our common maritime priorities. I've suggested what I think could be the cornerstone of the strategy. 1. Common understanding. 2. Trust. And 3. Practical platforms for collaborations. These are not new, but they are important and will continue to remain critical in the future as we expect to face emerging threats. Once again, I thank Indian Navy for this symposium and I thank you for attention. I look forward to the question that will come and the robust discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Daniel. That was crisp.
Commandant Naval War College, senior officers from Indian Navy and other maritime organizations. Gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'll be talking on the second topic, formulation of a common multilateral maritime strategy and operating protocols for GMC nations for collective mitigation of maritime threats and challenges. Maritime nations are in quest for maritime security. Already you have understood, even in this gathering. Meaning and nature of security differs from nation to nation, and the maritime challenges are transnational and indispensable. Number, intensity growing in different parts of the world, and of course IOR is not an exception. New thinking and fresh approaches are required to deal with newer challenges in a more comprehensive manner. Indian Ocean region has huge geopolitical and geostrategic value, and IOR offers both complexity in one end and in other end opportunities. Meaningful partnership and cooperation is needed, and scope of common multilateral maritime strategy and operating protocols may be explored for collective mitigation of maritime threats and challenges, and that's why we're here. With this, I aim to coin a chartered course for collective engagement mitigating the existing maritime threats and challenges in the IOR, having conceived a common multilateral maritime strategy and operating protocols. And I'll follow the sequence as flashed on the screen. I'll be within the framework of the topic. First, I try to identify threats to maritime security and environment of IOR known to us, but even though I'll highlight a little legal framework and collective approaches in addressing the threats to maritime security and environment of IOR. Then I'll highlight the challenges in conceiving the multilateral collective approach. And finally, I'll draw some imperatives for GMC nations in charting course for collective mitigation of maritime threats. Let me start with the first one, threats. There are a number of threats, of course, in the Indian Ocean region that starts from exploitation of resources, be it living, non-living, then pollution, environmental pollution, and then threat to life and property. Others, threat to slock, and others could be threat emanating from the disasters, be it man-made or natural. IU fishing incidents are common in Iowa, and you can see that even exhaustion of traditional fishing grounds and stock, are there, and illegal fishing accounting around 13.5 billion a year, affecting the food security of the world, where the 1.5 and 0.8 billion dollars are being exploited illegally. Poaching issues also have the potential to generate tension between the nations. About the marine pollution, the slide says, around 25% of the plastic pieces around the world, only in the Indian Ocean. Violators find this safe haven for dumping because of the poor surveillance and lack of capabilities for the implementing laws by IOR littorals. And IOR littorals are deeply concerned with major oil spills also. Piracy is ever discussions in this region. Mostly it is taking place in Southeast Asian waters presently. Out of last year, total 56 piracy incidents, 36 took place in this region. And of course, in other regions are there. The regional, extra-regional navy's efforts reduce the piracy in Red Sea and off Somalia. But however, we must remember the Somalian pirates still have the capacity to carry out attacks. And a single incident of merchant hijacking will rekindle their passion to resume piracy. So there is no point of living in complacency. Narco-terrorism and the proximity of Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent in this region is a concern. And cementing of public relationship between the insurgent group are there, and extent of illegal weapon trade is unknown and probably it will remain unknown. Meta-terrorism, Mumbai attack has given new dimension to maritime terrorism in Iowa, and dramatic increase in smaller transportation actually under the flag of convenience is a concern. And seaborne terrorism, mining in choke points could cripple the trade, and the prospective nexus between the pirates and the maritime terrorists cannot be wiped out. Illegal immigration, number of illegal migrants are drowned every year. They are vulnerable to the ruthless economy and social exploitation by many nations. Illegal immigrations, the sea route towards Europe and Arabian waters from this, especially from this, part of the world, and the forcefully displaced Myanmar national in Bangladesh in 2018 has raised a global concern. It is not only concern for Bangladesh; it is a global concern. Threat to this block, Iowa is a home of choke points. Traffic flow disruption can have disastrous consequences. Closure of Strait of Hormuz would practically cut off the Gulf supplies. One example. Threat emanating from disasters. Iowa is a locus of almost 75% of the world's natural disasters. Iowa also is a tsunami-prone region. If you look into the different plains of this area, the marine accidents are common in Iowa. Global warming is giving difficult challenges. Out of 6, nations to be, submerged, probably 3 from this region. Now, about the legal framework and organizational approaches in addressing the threats and security. Legal framework. UNCLOS 3 has not provided an appropriate legal framework and has created several grey areas, already mentioned by first moderator, Captain Mishra. And also, the fourth speaker, Captain Shodhi, also highlighted that there is a lack in, drawing legal framework, especially the question of ratification, domestication of legal instrument for the proper enforcement of law at sea are there. Piracy involves pursuit of strictly private objectives in especially high seas, and hot pursuit question. Regional sub-regional efforts have potential to support in maintaining secure environment in maritime domain. To talk about the organizational approaches, maritime cooperation has not attained due importance, and convergence or commons of interests on security issues has not been readily forthcoming yet. Iowa ARC aim to boost economic cooperation. GCC is barely effective without the inclusion of other regional powers. Maritime issues are ignored in Iowa business forum and also the academic group. BIMSTEC and SARC functioning well, but not equipped for addressing the maritime challenges. RECAP is doing absolutely fine, but maybe concentrate on the combating piracy only. IOs have been effective since 2008. Long way to go for IOS even, because policymakers are not connected into the process. We may talk a lot, but if the policymakers are not listening to us, that's really difficult to materialize whatever we will be talking and thinking. Geopolitical has driven Indian Ocean towards extra-regional powers. It's a reality. and collective material security regime is yet to be created in Iowa. Next is the challenges in conceiving the common multilateral collective approaches. To me, we have actually two challenges. One is disparity in geostrategic and geoeconomic dimensions of the different segments of Iowa, disparity in maritime forces capabilities. So first one, disparity in geostrategic and geoeconomic dimension to talk about. Iowa has a profile with disparity in dissimilarities. Like Iowa natural resources serve as source of conflict. Not always, these are not complementing. Iowa consists of few subregions with their own interests. Specific interests are there. Disparity lies in littoral interests and approaches. Disparity lies in economic condition of Iowa littorals. And Iowa littorals disparity are intensified by gaps in understanding. Sir already mentioned, it's a question of trust. It's a little hard wash, harsh word for me. I'm little, I'm military, not a diplomat, but I like to be little diplomatic. So we have gaps in understanding, and definitely it has to be reduced, and we'll be able to reduce. Lack of confidence in inter-regional and security grounds. Disparity in maritime forces capabilities, for instance, disparity lies in size and shape of the zones of responsibilities we have under each nation. Mauritius, small nation, but you see the huge area of responsibility they have. Likewise, there could be larger nation with smaller area of responsibility, smaller nation with larger areas. But the capability of maritime forces are the same. Vary a lot. Difficult proposition to have. I'm not going to that. What are those strong powers, medium, small, whatever, it. Difficult proposition to have correct mix of platform to deal with the perceived threats. And no meaningful holistic approach by maritime forces of Iowa are there. I like to be a little candid into it. Disparity in maritime forces continues. Different navies are aspiring to secure their maritime security environment, of course, and time has come to explore opportunities to bridge gaps between navies in Iowa. So I like to be optimistic here. And GMS, like this symposium, may show light in building such cooperative bond between the navies and the nations. And the last part of the presentation, the imperatives for GMC nations in charting course for mitigation approach. The competition is bound to exist among the GMC nations in pursuance of the national interests. And the key to have cooperation lies in identifying the commons of interest, achieving the resonances. And these commons we need to look into, it's not the, overarching, architecture of the Iowa. We need to, again, I'm emphasizing, the sub-regional, those groupings, those commons are to be identified. And there is scope of cooperative regional or sub-regional approaches to combat transnational threats. The power play of extra-regional powers will continue in future, but we need to really harmonizing with strategic calculus need to be handled very delicately. Like I said, I talked about the confidence building is a very tricky, very complex issue to handle. So this, the strategic calculus should not hamper the trust or confidence we are looking at for building up. Iowa maritime forces need to act with concerted efforts, leaving tangible gains for GMC nations, and of course, definitely, these we will have in future. Need to study the imperatives to deal with threats in maritime domain. Conceptualize the regional maritime policy. First is we need to first conceptualize the maritime policy first, and we need to have focus. Mostly the economy should be our focus. Blue economy can be one, and the convergences and commons, under regional architecture and the sub-regional ones. The draw regional and sub-regional maritime strategy, later relevant protocols appropriate to sub-region are to be drawn, and we need to reform the restructure maritime laws in accordance with drawn regional legal framework and protocols. And lastly, we need to ensure the extended maritime cooperation by maritime agencies. Here I like to mention what the commandant mentioned, that he talked about the security and growth for all in the region, Saga. So we need to take on Saga ahead actually, and for all. And Deputy Commandant also highlighted the motto of GMC, the harnessing the maritime thoughts. This is most important. To have solution in life, personal life. We need to talk and talk. We need to discuss. We need to discuss a lot to bridge the gaps. So, ensure 4-layered security measures: unilateral, bilateral, sub-regional, and regional. We need to conduct the coordinated patrols like India, Bangladesh are conducting the corporate and surveillance. Conduct regular interactions between maritime forces. GMS is an example that may be continued in furtherance of bonding between the GMC nations. Lastly, to conclude, we need to transcend barriers, all barriers, be it tangible ones or the intangible ones, towards maritime cooperative engagements. Identification of common with complementary interests within sub-region is paramount. We need to understand the domain of the individual nation, where we should not, intrude, and again, where we should find out those commons where we must cooperate. The large maritime powers of Iowa, like Indian Navy, need to carry their neighborhood along, gaining their confidence. And of course, we are here to build confidence. There may be a building the block strategy in conceiving the multi-layered cooperative approach. And in the block, these are the sub-regional issues. Sub-regions are the blocks. And blocks are the blocks, it makes a complete building. So building the block strategy may be followed. That's all. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Senior officers, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. First of all, on behalf of the Chief of the Royal Navy, I would like to take this opportunity to express our just appreciation and gratitude to the Indian Navy, especially to the Naval War College for inviting us to this Goa Symposium 2022. We absolutely support this kind of activity, and as it will enhance the relationships and also the camaraderie among navies in the ocean, Indian Ocean region. A lot of introduction given by senior officers, and then most of them talk about threats and opportunity. But I think I would like to cover some part of that only, not deliberately discuss on the parts on the threats and challenges in the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Ocean is a vast theatre stretching from the Straits of Malacca and the western coast of Australia in the east to Mozambique Channel in the west. It encompasses the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea in the north, all the way down to the southern Indian Ocean. By having this geographical information, no one can deny that Indian Ocean region states members are facing several critical issues, either traditional or non-traditional threats, as well as dynamic challenges which require to be mitigated. Those of you who are veterans in this event, having vast experience on knowledge on the terms of maritime strategy, would agree with me if I could take this opportunity to share several identified threats and challenges in the ocean, particularly before we formulate any potential maritime strategy. I prefer to not discuss directly on the traditional or non-traditional threat, but it is suffice for me to say that the Indian Ocean Tourism Association member states are facing some traditional threats. Issues pertaining to the some countries who are the major powers, their concern and their appearance in this ocean need to be handled effectively and professionally. On the other hand, there are numbers of non-traditional threats such as piracy, drugs, human trafficking, smuggling, as well as illegal and unregulated fishing. In reality, nowadays, non-traditional tracks take precedence over traditional tracks. I also briefly refer to several challenges in the Indian Ocean that need to be highlighted, and these challenges require resolute efforts to formulate feasible common multilateral strategies. These aforementioned challenges are diversity and dissimilarities of the members. Second, limited resources, climate change, pandemics, natural disasters, certain unresolved maritime boundaries issues, and coming to the new world, the maritime security awareness among society is quite, we need to enhance on that. Next, I go to the strategy and operating protocols. I don't intend to neglect military or naval strategy, but I shall take up at this outset of this discussion military strategy in peacetime and non-military phases of strategy. My proposed strategies definitely rely on those threats and challenges that I mentioned earlier. Before I share my view on certain possible common maritime strategies, I add the term maritime strategy does not only concern or have to do only with the Navy or other maritime strategies, other maritime agencies, but it also would be better to apply maritime strategy which entails relation with the whole societies. The most vital strategy that should be accepted commonly by members of the Indian Ocean region is the international relationships, what we are doing today. This strategy plays a vital role because it may mitigate most of the threats and challenges faced. International relationships should be divided into two categories, namely relationship among the Indian Ocean regions members and relationship with non-members, especially with the countries who play or may create significant roles to the world security picture. This enhancement of international relationship strategy need to be applied at all levels of involvement, either tactical, operational, or strategic. I do believe, like all other things and tasks, things are easier when we do it together. And also, I believe that the trust level which develops from friendships and joining hands in working together may avoid a war in the making. We, as a naval forces, are obliged to subscribe to the Trinity of concept, Trinity goals concept, namely our role during war, law enforcement, and diplomacy. And we all know that we always strive to be best in matters such as this. It is essential to note that difference between relationships among Indian Ocean state members and non-state members. The Indian Ocean state members are always to be prioritized. With unity, cooperation, and camaraderie among all states, we are able to create great effects on the security and stability in the Indian Ocean. The state members are the immediate parties who would understand and relate to threats and challenges faced in the Indian Ocean. On the other hand, good relationship between the Indian Ocean region and non-state members may also contribute to the security and stability of the Indian Ocean, especially countries that may be regarded as major powers. With the ties and bonds created as a result of working together with major powers, we may have taken best approach in creating an understanding and avoiding conflicts or unnecessary frictions. The next important strategy is the whole concept of the whole of government and the whole of society. As I deposited earlier, the term maritime strategy should be expanded, and it should not be interpreted as a term which only concerns with the naval forces or maritime strategies, maritime agencies. The concept of whole of government and whole of society must be embraced in the process of formulating maritime strategies. Again, this strategy may also be applied at all levels of involvement, either tactical, operational, or strategic. Involvement of this government and society as a whole to ensure maritime security and stability should be also embedded at all levels, be it from just a fisherman or small boats up to the Prime Minister. Everyone should be aware that maritime security and stability is one of the most critical factors to the state's sovereignty and prosperity. Whole of government will become an important strategy in two ways. The first one is involvement of government agencies other than naval forces in maritime security efforts. They will become our partners, and their involvement will reduce the burden or support the limitation to protect and preserve maritime security in vast areas. Secondly, our expenditure is based on government allocation, as always the sum allocated to the Navy much more significant compared to our sister service, namely the Army and the Air Force. When we engage with the governments on matters of such significance, they will be indoctrinated with the importance of maritime security, and eventually matters of limitation of resources may be mitigated. In the IOR context, for the Navy, besides tactical and operational level of engagement at sea, we have this forum and the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, or IONS. In order to get buy-in from the government, it's better for any major resolution or suggestion from this GMS or IONS to be highlighted in our Indian Ocean Regional Association, which involves people from the upper echelon leadership of the government. There are also several non-traditional attacks that happen or may arise due to the stricken condition that people suffer from. They then turn to illicit and illegal activities such as kidnapping, piracy, smuggling, and illegal fishing in seeking remuneration in form of ransom or reward. The concept of saga, security and growth for all the region, may mitigate certain non-traditional threats and challenges. I believe that this saga concept only can be materialized with the conjoining hands of the government and society contribution as a whole. We may also witness positive impacts from the implementation of the whole of society strategy. We need to indoctrinate our society on the importance of maritime security and stability. They may contribute great efforts in aiding the government by being eyes and ears out of the sea, or by just adhering to the laws, because they are and should be aware of the importance of maritime security. Based on these two strategies, I share some initiatives that Malaysia has taken, which involve and incorporates multilateral efforts to mitigate maritime threats and challenges. First of all, we have Malacca Strait Patrols, measures which is undertaken by Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore and Thailand to ensure the security of Strait of Malacca. Secondly, we have the Trilateral Maritime Patrol, TMP, measures which is undertaken by Indonesia, Malaysia and Philippines to ensure the security of the Sulu Sea. These two initiatives rely on two strategies mentioned earlier, namely international relationship and also whole of government involvement, where the respective government for each contributing countries play a vital role, not just involving the naval forces from the mentioned countries. I also been tasked to share some inputs on the operating protocols for GMC nation to consider. I believe that the operating protocols should be formulated by the special selected committee. After all the members are put into agreement regarding the selected common multilateral strategies, there are certain principles that I would like to share in order to formulate operating protocols. These principles are understanding and respecting the limitation or restriction or priorities or dissimilarities of other members, because we are all multilateral in nature. To conclude, I strongly believe that the key to establish a comprehensive and successful maritime strategy is good and effective communication among members. By having good communication persistently, countries with distinct capabilities may create positive engagement in order to improve maritime security and stability through togetherness in naval operation, scientific and technological exchange, military trainings, and other related fields. This engagement become a catalyst in forming corporations and everlasting ties with foreign countries, which indeed can reduce friction in tackling various regional or global issues. Malaysia will always be keen to join any regional initiative to promote peace and stability. However, sometimes we do also have restriction and limitation. And Malaysia always stand with the ZOFAN, Zone of Peace, Freedom and Unity, and NAM, Non-Aligned Movement, aspiration, and always strive to maintain positive relationships and bond with the other countries by considering peaceful approaches and solutions based on international laws. That's all. Thank you.
In this session, I request now Captain Khurana take the stage.
I think I should thank Captain Parmar as a moderator for laying out in your introductory remarks the thing so well, because, and I don't know, I didn't share my presentation with you. I wonder how your thoughts match or not with mine.
Gurpreet, you can run, but you can't hide.
Thank you, sir. So I of course will be speaking in my personal capacity, because to the best of my understanding, India, and I don't think either any of the GMS countries have an official position on this subject. But nonetheless, I find this subject, whoever has put it into this agenda, to be very innovative and yet an academic deliberation, and I will treat it as such. And so I have taken the liberty of titling my presentation in the manner I thought most appropriate for the entire Indian Ocean region, and dividing it essentially into two parts. One is the calling, by which I essentially mean what is the imperative for having a multilateral maritime strategy in the first place, and the second one, of course, is the way ahead, as I call it, the course to steer. So let's first go into the imperatives, and the first of it is Sagar, and much has been mentioned about it. It essentially has two components. First one is that security and economic growth are two sides of the same coin, which means economic growth and prosperity in our maritime configured region cannot be achieved without maritime security. So that is one. The second one, as the Deputy Commandant also mentioned in his remarks, that India cannot prosper and be secure alone without its maritime neighborhood. And he called it, all boats rise with the rising tide, which means the Indian boat will float or sink depending upon what happens to the boats of its neighbors. Today, India may represent a sort of a bright spot in the otherwise economically challenging times for the whole world, actually, including the IOR. But India's growth really cannot be sustained in isolation. So that is the point that is the most critical one here. The second one is that the concept of maritime security, this cannot be restricted to the traditional interpretation of freedom from threats arising at or from the sea. Now, this has grown much beyond national responses to military threats or even maritime crimes, as the Indian Prime Minister stated last year in August 21, when he was chairing the UN Security Council debate, when India held the presidency of the UN Security Council, and this was also mentioned by the Commandant. So now, the maritime security now plays across the entire spectrum that includes human safety and security, freedom of navigation, which was also mentioned, governance, maritime economy, the preservation of the marine environment, and more importantly, as somebody mentioned, all these threats are transnational. And it also includes the response of navies and maritime forces to pandemics, as was mentioned in the concept note for this meeting. And as Captain Arif from Malaysia very rightly said, that such security involves not only government agencies, but all national stakeholders, including the private sector, and civil society. The third point that I would like to point out is very important, and this is why is a smaller grouping of GMS important for this? This is the essence of the concept of plurilateralism, which is lately being advocated by India's apex political leadership. Having minilateral groups like the GMS has tremendous advantages over larger forums like the IORA, where reaching consensus is often very difficult. Now, we talk so much about the Ukraine war. Of course, that is in a military context, but there was a lack of plurilateralism. Ukraine landed up in a very difficult situation because it had only the NATO to bank upon. It had no other recourse. And so, whereas, let us remember, the military threats are also playing out in the entire Indo-Pacific region, like the Western Pacific, and by virtue of the concept of Indo-Pacific, it is certainly indirectly at least linked to the Indian Ocean. And even if you talk about non-traditional threats, the concept of plurilateralism does play its part. The last point, the European Union can have a common maritime strategy, so why can't we in the IOR? Are we in Asia not as capable as the Europeans? I know it's a provocative question, but remember that the pendulum of maritime-led growth has swung back from the West to Asia, including in the Indian Ocean. So, a combined maritime strategy for the Indian Ocean region, is it a tall order? Possibly yes, but it is not impossible, as Captain Parmar said. And as the proverb goes, Rome was not built in a day. But we need to begin somewhere. At least begin to walk our first steps before we run or even sprint. What may be these first steps? Let us remember that a common strategy is not merely a document. It is a means to develop a common vision for a maritime space and then working towards realizing that vision. Let us see what were the takeaways from the last year's Goa Maritime Conclave. It said, and I quote, "Regional maritime security can be ensured through a creation of a new cooperative architecture for our common maritime space." Then it also said, such architecture necessitates recognition of threats by policymakers and their analysis across the spectrum. Across the spectrum is here very important. And then it also declared the common maritime security priorities, which is a statement of intent. This is the common maritime priority that was declared as a parchment during GMC 21 last year in November. In any multilateral approach, it is best to search for the least common denominator, and also, so sometimes we call it a low-hanging fruit. And as you saw, this process has already begun with the identification of these common minimum priorities for cooperation. These are the takeaways from there, which was indeed valuable for me to chart a course ahead. This is of course paraphrased as I saw it in a more simpler form. The transnational maritime crimes like piracy, you can read it, I'm not going to dwell on each one of them because my preceding speakers have spoken so much about all this. But it is important to note here that some of these areas we have achieved a lot of headway, and as my preceding speakers also said, in some other forums, like in sub-regional forums or other multilateral forums, notably the IONS. And another example is the India-Sri Lanka-Maldives trilateral maritime security arrangement. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, we have to just progress from there. So this is a good beginning in my view. Whereas I still understand and I would admit that it is still premature to begin drafting a common strategy, we could make a start by achieving a commonality of operating protocols beginning at the more fundamental levels. And once we achieve some success in these common operating protocols, we may find it easier to formulate a strategy in the years to come. And the GMS countries may volunteer to lead one or more of these aspects to formulate specific common protocols. And how do we assign this to the countries? It could be based on these factors which I just came to my mind, and I thought I'll just pen it down for you. And so it is specific strength areas of the particular countries in terms of their comfort levels. For instance, Madagascar and Seychelles have built up a great strength in MDA and information sharing through the European Union's Crimario program. And as somebody had mentioned, Seychelles has set up a court for prosecuting pirates. So these are the examples of strength areas. Then you can have another yardstick. You have the key vulnerabilities. And as the Captain Arif from Bangladesh said, that every sub-region has a different kind of a vulnerability. So it could be a sub-regional vulnerability, or it could be a vulnerability of a state. There are extensive maritime zones of island states, but with added insecurities of IUU fishing in those states, and Mauritius was a good example. There are countries which are located very strategically astride major international shipping lanes, but then they have the added insecurities of piracy or drug trade, as the Sri Lankan representative talked about. And then there are countries like Bangladesh and Maldives affected by sea level rise, migration. The third consideration is, what are the countries' critical interests? There are some countries which, like Maldives and Sri Lanka again, who are so dependent on marine tourism for their economic growth. And for that matter, all Indian Ocean countries, to my mind, are now banking more and more on the concept of blue economy, which was also mentioned. And the last point, of course, is the consensus. The identification of the countries, which country to take on what role after they volunteer, would need to be based on an all-encompassing agreement from the GMS countries. But this will not be difficult, in my view. And you know why I said that? It's because it's a multilateral forum where consensus is much easier to arrive at. So, now let's go deeper into the practical aspects. And these are my modest suggestions on how we could possibly approach the issue of developing common operating protocols. And these bullets that you see on the slide are based on the common maritime priorities identified last year in the GMC. Most importantly, I have graded them progressively from top to bottom, with the top representing the most fundamental aspects, where it will not be difficult for the GMS countries to achieve a wholehearted convergence. And as we begin the endeavour, we will also achieve a greater mutual understanding and mutual confidence to go down further into the levels. And I will just take a minute to explain to you a few of the top ones, and I won't talk much because delegates have already talked about it. National Maritime Security POC. You just pick up the phone and talk to your counterpart in the other GMS country, saying that either for communicating distress or for obtaining flag state consent for boarding a suspect vessel, and so on. And you can have a database, as somebody said, a directory. This is essentially the work of a secretariat. But inshallah, you never know. Maybe in the years down the line, we may have a secretariat of the GMS countries in some GMS country. And then you have SOPs for HADR, and we all talked about it. And there's a lot that has been achieved under the IONS in the field of HADR SOPs. And the last year GMC, our Defence Secretary Ajay Kumar talked about it, that we have offered the SOPs to other countries in the IOR. Just one issue about submarine rescue, which was there in the common maritime priorities. Now, submarine rescue is a capability that the Indian Navy has, which is not applicable only to the submarine operating navies. It is equally applicable to all countries, and there are so many now who are undertaking ocean surveys. There are countries who are dependent on marine tourism who are using luxury yachts with submersibles. So this is some kind of a benign kind of a role that the Indian Navy's submarine rescue facility can play. I think, and we've all mentioned the maritime law enforcement, SOPs, curbs on the IU fishing. I think we have discussed enough, so I will not go deep into it. And I really liked it that somebody said that we can expand the construct, the SOPs, to common ROEs, rules of engagement, which is actually quite it requires a lot of trust, and I would not mind using the term trust, because you really have to have trust if you have to have common ROEs. India has not been able to achieve that kind of a trust with the Americans, and therefore we have different ROEs for anti-piracy, and that is the reason why the Indians did not combine their assets, as per the best of my understanding, with the Americans, and we chose to escort the vessels right throughout the international corridor. So at the end of it, and then we can have common interpretation of UNCLOS on freedom of navigation, as Captain Tony very rightly mentioned from Indonesia. We have different interpretations of the law and different declarations while ratifying UNCLOS as to whether we need prior consent or we require notification for foreign warships to undertake innocent passage through our territorial waters. So these are our differences, which are actually being capitalized by extra-regional powers, saying that you do not have unity. And so we need to sit down and we need to actually talk as to what is the best way out, how can we develop some uniformity. And I will just end here by concluding that it's maybe an academic debate, but it is a worthy one. It may not be easy for us to obtain, to have a document right in the next GMS or GMC. It's tall order, but we need to start somewhere, and I think a common operating protocol is a good way to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Khurana. The House is open for
inquiry and also prosecute the case in court. And very often we lack solid evidence and exhibit. So my concern is how do we ensure a successful collection of evidence, and we have to get on board also our legal practitioners during exercises and practice. There is one exercise which is being carried out by the UNODC recently in Seychelles, which is called the Embolex, and they embark the legal practitioners at sea for the VBSS, so that there is a legal finish to the maritime interdiction operations. Thank you.
You're correct. Your question and comment was directed to?
It's a general comment to what Captain Hoke and Captain Mohammed have mentioned regarding the importance of common legislation.
I'll club to.
Thank you very much for the great insight. Now, as the speakers had mentioned, the non-traditional maritime security threats are of common across the maritime domain, but the priorities differ. So one aspect which came to my mind is the maritime piracy. Now, for over the past 10 to 12 years, what we have experienced is kind of a business security model which had emerged out of the piracy. Now, with the decision to remove the high-risk area in the West Indian Ocean, with effect from 1st January 2023 onwards. So I was thinking, what would be the challenges which the countries would be facing within the Indian Ocean region? What I have brought up this issue is, as I have mentioned, the kind of business security model which emerged out of the piracy was the insurance companies' requirement to have soft and hard security measures on board, the emergence of private maritime security companies, floating armory ships, which we call logistic ships. So I just wanted to put across the question, any speaker can take on the challenges which we will be facing once the high-risk area is being removed with effect from 1st January 2023 onwards. Thank you.
Sir, it has been told that the maritime security challenges have an economic impact, some more direct to a nation, whilst others have an indirect economic impact over a differing time frame. Thus, the nature of maritime threat with the associated economic penalty has a differing inter se priority for the nations. Hence, the challenge is to arrive at a common multilateral maritime strategy, or to arrive at that strategy is to define the common minimum denominator. So whilst it has been alluded that we can look into having an all-encompassing regional strategy with probably a sub-regional or mini-lateral and bilateral strategies, my question remains is that after this strategy, it is known that there will be obligations on nations based on their capabilities. But the point is that we cannot look at non-traditional threats in isolation, because the obligation, when we talk about it, also remains on all the participants with regards to the traditional threats, because of the extra-regional factors or extra-regional forces that come into play. So whilst it is a good way ahead to achieve these low-hanging fruits, in the long run, we need to take into account the traditional challenges in the maritime security sphere, because of which we need to be careful in treading the path ahead. So this is actually directed to Captain Faiz from Bangladesh, who had spoken about this, and also Captain Arif from Malaysia.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go the reverse route right with it. In the meantime, Colonel Daniel, would you like to offer any comments to the first two observations? One was how to ensure compliance and completion of the loop if we are to identify certain aspects insofar as interoperability goes. And of course, the non-traditional maritime threats priorities differ in their whole business security model, and what is the impact specifically of the HRA area? Colonel Daniel?
Management practices by the ship that continue to be relevant, even though I think the HRS will be removed. I think that is why I think one of the other aspect of the strategy is that, as the other speaker in the panel already spoken, is not to look at it as only navies or coast guard or enforcement agency. I think this part, what is relevant is with the shipping companies, because ultimately in the aspect of piracy, the best solution is not to have warship escorting all the merchant ships, because that is actually the last mile. The best preventive measures is all the merchant ship doing the best practices of knowing where are the high-risk area, and when they pass this by, enact certain measures such as simple as concertina wires, more lookouts, and also somebody mentioned about employing certain companies. I don't think that will change even with high-risk area being removed. I know that there is the business of maritime is complex. Once you remove a high-risk area, shipping companies tend to say that, okay, I'm going to save some money and save costs, so I no longer need to follow the insurance limit obligation. Because you buy insurance, the companies will say that through high-risk area you need to do certain things. But does it mean that if you remove the high-risk area, therefore you do not need to do so because I don't need to do so because the insurance company do not need to pay? So how do we tell the shipping companies that it's more than paying money for insurance? It's more like, do you want to go back to the 2011 and 12 situation where all your ship passing by is going to be at risk. So I think that's a big part called engaging the shipping company, and I think that is where Singapore IFC also focused a lot beyond the info sharing. We actually talk a lot in the shipping association, the companies, even passing by, we keep our mandate small. We say when you pass by the Straits of Malacca in Singapore, please, these are the known hotspot. Even though it's not declared a high-risk area, every single day, very regularly, almost every single day, we will call up ships that we think are at higher risk and just remind them to say that just be more vigilant, or to take more, be more vigilant and take more actions, even though those areas they pass by are not high-risk areas. So I think that's my answer to the second question. In terms of successive collection of evidence, I think this one I interpret the question as asking about legal finish. I think in fact I was deployed to CMF. I think that is a very real problem about legal finish. Even if you can collect all the evidence, your own national jurisdiction may not have that definition or that clarity to allow you to prosecute. I mean, for us, I can share, for Singapore, it's very clear. If I catch any pirates, I have no means to. Singapore currently have little or limited means to prosecute them in Singapore court. So with this, we have to work with other partners. I understand that for CMF, is Seychelles and certain countries that have the jurisdiction power and the process to prosecute the pirates. So I think that is a legal finish. For the collection of evidence, I can't really comment because I think that is a very MLEA or law enforcement agencies particular issue, but I can understand where it comes from. When the maritime environment is porous, there is an issue about hot pursuit or whatever. When the perpetrators cross over to another regime of waters, do you respect sovereignty? Of course you have to, but if you do not have a cross pursuit agreement, that's it. The guy could just run away to another country and you lost that chance to arrest or capture the evidence. But I think there is a way to overcome it. I think I go back to one of my cornerstones is trust. If you trust enough and you can communicate, I think there is certain ways that the other country can perhaps share certain things, and the next time you have opportunity to come back, I think there's enough evidence for you to at least do something about it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask Captain Khurana, I'll just take the moderator's prerogative that took the time taken to reduce the extended HRA area to the reduced area when we started combating piracy, right? And then, of course, I personally agree with you that it's a business model. It's been a long time since I've looked at piracy. I started writing on piracy. Is that even Lloyd's came under a cloud, if many of you would remember. And the flow of money issue which was there was the last working group set up among the 5 that were established under the fight against piracy. And therefore, there is a question of money, and of course, where negotiating teams were concerned, phone calls were traced as far as Geneva and London. So it is a business model, but then of course we don't like to talk about it too much. That's one issue. And insofar as collection of evidence goes, I know my memory is a little hazy, but there was something that was set up called RAPIC, R-A-P-P-I-C. Maybe Mauritius and my Seychelles colleagues would be able to add more light on that, where an organization took on, it's an international organization, to train the people, prosecuting officers, how to build a case, which included gathering of evidence. I'm not sure if it's still active, but it was one of the initiatives set up early to ensure the nations that came forward to prosecute pirates, Mauritius, Seychelles, Kenya, for example, are among those. So that, I don't know if it still exists, but that was an endeavor that was set up. Gurpreet, your comments on the 2 observations, please.
Thank you. About the differing priorities. So it is as I indicated in my presentation, whatever I did is actually a simplistic way of looking at things, but I actually wanted to make it sound simple so as not to complicate it. But otherwise, it's quite a complex issue. Like somebody very rightly said, priorities differ. For instance, Sri Lanka is quite happy at this time with the privatized maritime security companies because of commercial interest. Whereas the same thing for India is quite an anathema because we are plagued by maritime terrorism, cross-border terrorism from the sea. and therefore we had the case of the US ship called the Seaman Guard Ohio in 2014 or so. Anyway, so this is one part of it. Now this was quite an interesting thing when somebody said that hypothetically what would happen post 2023 when the HRA does regress to the pre-piracy level. So it's a conjecture at this point in time, but it's an interesting conjecture because there are issues which are quite closely intertwined. What will happen with insurance rates? Maybe they will go down because that is what is the incentive to the shipping companies. Maybe the trade will flourish much more. What about the private maritime security companies? Of course, it is linked to the best management practices which will continue going on, but certainly the incentive to hire privatized maritime security companies will reduce. Because even privatized maritime companies, these guards take a lot of money. The shipping companies have to shell out a lot of money. What about the floating armories? Okay, so all this it looks like to us that it will become better. But what will happen? Maybe the naval ships which are there will continue to provide some kind of a deterrent against pirates. But for how long? It is not easy for navies to operate high-value ships against piracy because they are meant for something else. And this is linked with another observation which somebody very rightly made, that what about traditional threats? Are they not intertwined with the non-traditional threats? And I agree with that there also. Because when you go into piracy itself, piracy of Somalia, what was the root cause of piracy? It was because the foreign the Western fishermen were poaching in the waters of Somalia, and that turned the Somali fishermen into pirates. And if that is so we don't know tomorrow after the HRA is toned down, will the piracy resurface? And that brings us to another kind of a traditional threat. What about the Chinese fishermen in the Indian Ocean? And their footprint is increasing. Will they create a similar problem what led to the Somali piracy? So these are very academic, they are conjectures at this point of time, but we must address these issues and must think about it before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Huck, your views and plus the question that was asked.
Are there and will be there. But once we professionals discuss together, better to keep this traditional threats little aside and discuss on more commons. The commons we'll find in dealing with the non-traditional threats only. I don't know whether I'll be able to make everything pretty clear or not, because the question itself is very foggy, and the extraditional power dynamics are there, and it is likely to continue. But thing is that we need to handle this issue very delicately. Every country, okay, let me give a personal example. Once two brothers are fighting for a property, and they are not discussing at all amongst themselves. So there are two options. Force alpha. The one brother may resort to a Muslim. Very bad idea. And the other option is go to court. And the situation will be further deteriorated if one of them is not willing to abide by whatever the court is giving verdict. See, the personal problem can be compared to the national and international, and I believe. So, although I have given that example, but it's not purely applicable for us. Thing is that if we continue discussing and with open mind, like today, everybody I can find, of course, everybody will agree with me. We are discussing with broader mind, open mind. So if we continue discussing, definitely we'll be able to identify the commons, and we should look into those commons first, and gradually probably the way Corona said, inshallah, we will find a good way. Otherwise we have to. The future of world lies on the economic development of the littorals of Indian Ocean region that has already been identified by even Mahan few hundred years back, and that is coming into play in reality. So we have to stick together. Already we have said together. It's a good example, and if we continue discussing, definitely we will be able to prioritize the non-traditional issues and do something on it. Second question was Ibrahim Hilmi. I am actually fully in line with what Captain Gurpreet Khurana said. The high-risk area, if reduced, then what will happen next, right? Ibrahim Hilmi, my friend, he's talked about it. It is being reduced because in 2021, there was, in the whole year, there was no instance of piracy of Somalia. Very interesting. And even the whole region, if you talk about that region, only one instance took place in Gulf of Aden, I believe. And Red Sea area, nil. So, because of course, huge involvement of the maritime forces, including Indian Navy, I believe. So, you cannot have an area with the name high risk for long. And you see that, piracy is being, reduced significantly. So, and if it is actually wiped out altogether, or even the area is reduced, I don't think there will be a much problem, because I think the efforts of different navies will continue to be in place, right? And if there is, if we find surfacing of, again, piracy to some extent, definitely the patrolling and all the other issues will be intensified further. The first question was asked by the Vira Swami, my Mauritius counterpart. What will happen as, what to do as, because of the lack of evidences, the defaulters or the criminals do away with everything and they get released, right? If I'm not wrong. I'm not a lawyer or practitioner on law. Even though I try to make it a little simple. We must understand the jurisdiction triangle. It talks about the jurisdiction over the place. It talks about the jurisdiction over the crime or the incident or instance, and the jurisdiction over the person. So, a crime to be passed through the code of law, this triangle has to be fulfilled. If one is missing, definitely the benefit of doubt will go to that criminal of the person or the crime. So, okay, one way is, if it is concerning the nation itself, definitely if I don't have the jurisdiction over, for instance, I have the jurisdiction over the area, but I don't have jurisdiction over the person. So the organization which has the jurisdiction over the person may join me and do the duty together. Like for us in Bangladesh, what we do? We form task force. Okay. For instance, we have jurisdiction over the place, but we don't have jurisdiction over the crime, particular crime. For instance, Navy, Coast Guard is dealing with, for instance, the marine pollution issues. Navy is also dealing with pollution issues, but we cannot deal, for instance, the legal aspects of those. So what we take the people from one official from Ministry of Environment and one official from the Coast Guard. So thereby it serves the purpose. 3 of us are doing the patrol, 3 of us in the operations, and we have met all the jurisdictional proposals. So this way we can do it. Likewise, in the broader aspect, I believe the non-conventional threats, okay, for bilateral or regional or sub-regional aspects, maybe this may be thought of a little more. But point is one, jurisdiction triangle must be understood, and it has to be, well thought of and well, applied in dealing with any of the non-conventional threats. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Captain Yusuf, I'd like to offer your comments and answer the question asked by Captain Bhardwaj.
Covered the solution or just a general maritime strategy. So it comprises of two ways, international relationship and always concept of whole of society. So the question, I think, based on the how we can sure that non-traditional threats will not occur in any places, or in number will reduce in certain areas. Probably if we embrace to the principle of the working together, not just for the government agencies, it also involves societies. So I think we can create more credible or feasible steps to cope with these kind of non-traditional threats. Then to the economic, what do you call it? I subscribe to the idea of the SEGA, sustainability and growth for all nations in the region, and I strongly believe that if we could assist any countries in enhancing the economic growth of the country, so numbers of the certain non-traditional threats will be reduced. That's all. Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question. All right, we can squeeze in two.
Maritime organization. Now, this is not the only organization which promulgates HR. There is Joint War Committee, there is BIMCO, there are many other international organizations which are counseled by International Community of Commerce, which is recognized by all of the shipping community. So this HRA, what we understand is the one which has been given by the IMO. Even if it has reduced, doesn't mean that there is no high risk area which has been promulgated. The high risk area is there. If the Joint War Committee in 2021, if my memory serves me right, in November 21 has categorically permitted mark these areas not to the large extent what has been given by IMO, but it is restricted 5 hotspots, what we call it, and based on which the insurance, licensing, the floating armory, everything is inbound. You must understand that it's a economically driven factor, so it is not going to go away so easily. Second, the point which I want to put across is this contact group of piracy on the coast of Somalia no longer exist. It has been abolished from 31st March 2022. Now the UN Security Council, unfortunately because of the Ukraine crisis it didn't happen, but they are evolving a concept of not using the terminology security and maritime crime any longer, because it has got different connotation as far as strategies are concerned. So when we talk about strategies making for a Indian Ocean region per se, we have to be very careful. Are we antagonizing anybody else, or is it correctly framed? Because there are various charters which address particular maritime crime and security. So the terminology which they are using is illicit maritime activities. So giving it a more broader brush. And one of the suggestion is that when this forum should also, when we are looking at evolving common priority, maritime priorities, we have to see from that benign angle instead of looking at the other part. These are the two perspectives which I thought I will give you, that the high risk area is not typically gone away, it is still existing. In fact, it is there in Mozambique, off Mozambique, it is there in Iran, it is there in Yemen crisis, it is there of all the hotspots which we all maritime practitioners are aware of. Thank you, sir. Just a submission.
Thank you for those inputs. Last.
Good afternoon, sir. Captain Rajiv Tiwari. Sir, my question is primarily for Captain Faiz of Bangladesh Navy and Colonel Daniel if he chooses to answer. Sir, the question is emanates from the fact that maritime security challenges, they affect everyone, equally if not more. So there is a felt need for cooperation here. And to quote Captain Yusuf from Malaysia, things are easier when we do it together. So all of us agree, and Captain Faiz, you in fact called upon Indian Navy to lead the way to transcend the boundaries. So, but two interesting words came out, sir. One was the trust and one the cooperation. So my question is, if the need is felt for having a cooperation and developing a common operating protocol and if possible common rules of engagement, what is hindering the entire process? And what are the impediments to trust? Why can't we trust each other enough to have these efforts to have for common good? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Colonel Daniel.
I think it's a very good question, so thanks for that. I think I look at, to straight to the point, what is hindering the whole process of countries, partners coming together. This is my own personal opinion. I think one of them is we are trying to, it is more difficult if we try to address too many things. So I fall back on what I experienced or what Singapore Navy experienced. I go back to IFC, which is established in 2009. I think IFC started with a very small or much smaller mandate than today. We look at sea robbery, piracy. We also got quite not so much partners and not so much linkages. But we started small and we decided not to wait further and get more people and expand the mandate again. We just say that let's go ahead and do something. Even if it's one thing, we do it. And over time, I think we gain trust because it works. And then more people come asking to say that can you do more than, or can you share information more than sea robbery and piracy? Can you share IUU? Can you share illegal immigrants? And slowly and surely, I think IFC try to expand. And when they expand and when there's more success to a very small domain or very small targeted area, more people come in and see that it works. And trust is built and they come in and then we try to then add in and do more. So I think that's just an example. This is my own personal opinion to say I think what is hindering many of this process, having a common protocol or maritime strategy, these are very big words. These are very heavy products to say. But perhaps one way we can look at it is that can we find that lowest denominator where everybody has no disagreement on one topic, one single domain, one threat, and we start it off first. And then surely when we can demonstrate together that we are really serious about tackling the threat and not having other agenda, I think that is a potential that we can expand. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Captain Hart, 2 to 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, sir. If you have already felt why there is no progress, right? Yes, I can find the progresses are a lot in terms of training exchanges. The number of officers and sailors who used to be in exchange through the two countries have grown multiples by manifold. About the interactions, huge progress, I believe. For instance, IMSAREX that took place in Bangladesh. There were 4 Indian nations, I believe, if I'm not wrong. We have IFR 2022 in the month of December. If I'm not wrong, the 4 of the Indian nations will be participating. And we have been participating in almost all the IFR program arranged by you. Again, if you see the ships visit from both the sides, be it goodwill visit and be it the training visit of the cadets and midshipmen, both the sides have increased a lot. We had not been actually working together operationally. That is the point. we had been working together in training activities and in interactions. So time has come to work together. And corporate, as mentioned, both Indian Navy and Bangladesh Navy is conducting joint patrol along the border. So that is also a great leap forward for both the countries. So progress are enormous. That's why I say the trust, the problem with trust is no. There may be still some gaps, but if we continue discussing with each other, definitely all the gaps will be covered. There will be some issues, which both of you and me may be feeling that this is exclusively our business. It's okay. Wherever we find the scope of cooperation, joint patrol, joint operation, whatever, definitely. And things are in place, progressing. I believe, in the days to come, things will progress further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commodore Kapoor.
We've already gone past that stage where we are trying to find commonalities. As Captain Purana had brought out, our APEX leadership has already recognized that what are the common maritime varieties of the Indian Ocean region. So, in strategy building, you have three parts essentially, which is ends, ways, and means. And here we already have our ends. We know our desired end state through the declaration of the common maritime varieties. We have to actually work together to find out the ways and the means to do it. And the main aim of this seminar and symposium today is to harness your collective experience to come up with ideas as to how do we build the ways and means. That is one point. Second point I try to make is that we have to work together to remove the seam-blindness of our leadership. Please understand, all the threats and challenges that you're talking about in the maritime domain are not isolated to the maritime domain. They originate from land and they implicate things on land. That means 200 miles and inwards, you all have jurisdiction. And it is not that this threat or this challenge suddenly comes from the deep sea bed. Immigration starts from the deep sea bed and humans come out and suddenly a boat comes in. It doesn't happen like that. Please understand, everything that happens in the maritime domain is ultimately originated on land, is ultimately meant for land. And therefore, to think that we do not have jurisdiction and we do not have means to address this is thinking that we ourselves are sea blind. We have to remove the sea blindness from our APEX policy leaders and makers and explain to them that if we do not do something when the threat is 500 miles from the coast or it is manifesting in the deep oceans, it will have a bearing on this. So I guess this is one takeaway that all of us can think about as one of the products of this thing is to how to remove, how to bring the awareness of the maritime domain to the policy leaders and at the APEX level. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, so we are working under an umbrella that very clearly states, and that's a given, that all nations will interpret international laws and conventions as per the national interest. So that is the starting block. If that is something we can understand, then the rest of the work progresses easier. And having said that, a couple of points that were thrown up. Trust has been said quite a lot. The issue of common understanding, even though we have been working towards it, and then of course the end is workable solutions and ways and means were understood. I think there is a need for more intense strategic communication. Your clarity of intent, your clarity of what you say and what you mean needs to be there, and that has to be done. And that is the reason why one point that was brought about, say perhaps about the success of IONS and why is there a lack maybe of understanding at the political level. But it's surprising that a lot of political statements that come out from the leadership of all countries of the IOR, they are similar. So therefore, if there is an understanding or a statement of intent at the political level, that it remains at the working level to ensure, to give an option that cannot be refused. And I get back to where strategic communication comes from. Then of course, to my mind, we need to focus on opportunities. It's very easy to make a laundry list. We've had a huge laundry list today of threats, challenges and risks, but what about the opportunities? Therefore, we need to look at what I call is convergence within divergence. And I'll give you an example here. When you look at UNCLOS, it's been beaten about quite a bit. All nations of the IOR, of the Indo-Pacific, who got independence after World War II and decolonization, have a similar approach insofar as innocent passage of warships and military activities in the EZ are concerned. The difference is with respect to innocent passage, some nations say notification, some say approval. Some are even more stringent and said no, not more than 3 warships at one point in time. But there is a convergence. But if you're going to work on that sort of convergence, we also need to look at, remember one thing, and I'm going to bring the elephant into the room. China's approach is similar. So if you're going to look at certain convergence aspects, then we need to look at the flip side of it. That if we're approaching a common understanding with a certain solution, how is it going to impact the overall picture, say, in the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean region, insofar as certain nations are concerned? And I mentioned China, so I'm not going to repeat that. So that's a word of caution I'd like to put in out here. And then, of course, when you look at the political level, if you want that game to be played, then you need the whole of government and society. And that is where I think if that is done, then the issue of public-private partnerships across national borders can be improved is one issue. And the second is that, of course, it's a term we use in NMF, is holistic maritime security. Keep the hard angle out, concentrate on the soft power part. I think there's a lot of work that has been done and can be done. And the last shot is that, do remember, the impact on nations of various issues, no matter what the figures may say, are different. IUU there was a very nice slide that was flashed on IUU. Now 0.8 may be a very minor figure for most of us, but for the nation who's impacted and who thrive solely on fishing or tourism, please remember it has a huge impact. So I get back to what I said in the beginning, that smaller nations have a tendency of getting overwhelmed by bigger nations. We need to step into their wear their shoes and see where they go. And insofar as focus on opportunities is concerned, that is from where I think the common architecture can be developed, which was mentioned. But before that, it's more important for nations to understand and to intimate as to, do you actually, what are the capacities and capabilities you're looking at developing if you want to have a common grid, a common protocol, whether it's at the 4-layered option that was given, whether it's unilateral, whether it's bilateral, it's sub-regional or regional. That needs to be identified very clearly. There is a cost to everything. When you have capacity, capability tags along with it, you may just want to have capability, but at some point in time, you will need to add that capacity, and that is where the money part comes in. So I think there's a lot of food for thought on the table today, and I don't pity the person who's going to start writing the strategy. I've been through it once, it's not an easy task. Let me tell you this, all right? But I think a big hand for our speakers and for our participation. And with that, I've kept my promise. 1325 MC, over to you.
I thank the speakers and moderator for such a thought-provoking session. May I now request Commandant, Naval War College, and speakers of session 2 to come up for the presentation of Momentum. I request the speakers to kindly line up on the right side of stage next to the flags. Captain Mohammad Faizul Haq from Bangladesh. Captain Muhammad Arif bin Yusuf from Malaysia. Captain Gurpreet Kurana from India. The moderator, Captain Sarajit S. Parmar from India. to kindly come up on stage for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, we now come to the end of the forenoon session and break for lunch, which is laid out at corridor and lobby behind the stage. All are requested to be seated by 1425 hours for the afternoon session. Thank you. Gentlemen, we now move on to the third and last session of the day. The theme for this session is identification and establishment of collective training program with centers of excellence across the Indian Ocean region. The speakers for the session are Colonel Ibrahim Hilmi from Maldives, Lieutenant Commander Ali Mohammed from Comoros, Commander Chai Dev Chandranasena from Thailand, and Captain H.K. Singh from India. The session will be moderated by Captain Himadri Das from India. I now request the moderator to kindly come up on the stage for conduct of the session.
Good afternoon and thank you. And I'll just break from the norm and come to the podium and start my opening remarks. I would first like to begin this post-lunch session on collaborative training by welcoming all the participants and my esteemed co-panelists. Post-lunch sessions by themselves are challenging, and after this sumptuous fare and five-star hospitality, even more so. And this is not the only challenge. Like everybody else, there are challenges to the session. This is the end of the day challenge. This is a session between us and an evening out in Goa. It's a session after two very intellectually stimulating and heavy sessions on strategy and maritime law. And therefore, it's a bit of a problem here. But notwithstanding, challenges bring with them opportunities as well. We have the hope and incentive to sort of wrap up on time. And secondly, it is my belief that this session has the potential for tangible outcomes. And therefore, I think we have a lot to gain here. So I would fail in my duty if I wouldn't thank the Commandant and team NWC for the warm hospitality and the fantastic arrangements for the symposium here. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for having given me this opportunity to be a moderator here today. It's an honor and it's a privilege to be here. And so thank you very much to all the organizers of this event. Before we start, I think it would just be in order post-lunch to reiterate what the theme of the GMS is. And that is converting common maritime priorities into collaborative mitigating frameworks. So the focus of the symposium is essentially developing a framework for action. And Deputy Commandant Kapoor has already mentioned about this twice already in his interventions at two sessions. So I'd like to reiterate that at the end of the session we look forward to specific action points rather than generalities. The Declaration of Common Maritime Priorities strives to find solutions to regional maritime security challenges through collaboration and regional cooperation in 10 different areas. These include transnational crimes and maritime environmental protection, promotion of human security such as through search and rescue and HADR, as well as strengthening legal framework, and importantly for this session, capacity enhancement through training, including in areas such as hydrography and MDA. So some of us may have not gone through what the priorities are, but I'll just recall what the priority is, which is relevant to this session, and I quote, capability enhancement through training, sharing of best practices, cross-training, exchange of sea riders, and mobile training teams. So these are the 4 elements of the priority. This is the 10th priority. This priority is, while it may appear to be standalone, it's my belief that it is a cross-cutting one which affects all the other 9 which stand before it. And I also think that inbuilt into this priority is a lot of flexibility in the way we can go about doing this. And many of capability development measures need to be reflexive. So we need to really be flexible and leverage the flexibility that has been built into this priority. At the conclave in 2021, our respective leaderships said that they would work together on deliverables and take forward further constructive activities in the future editions. The next one, of course, is next year. I believe that it is our collective hope, aspiration, and duty that this session will be able to deliver on the promise by identifying constructive activities, especially for collaborative training. Before moving ahead, a few words about capacity building and capability enhancement. The concept of maritime security capacity building is more or less a 21st century concept. While it may have existed earlier, it is surely related to the development of the concept of maritime security itself, which of course developed in the late 1990s and was consolidated upon in the first decade of the century. So capacity building is about material wherewithal. It's essentially a quantitative approach which is reflected largely in force levels. Capability enhancement differs from capacity building in that it is not much about scale, but about having the requisite ability or qualities necessary to do something. For example, train manpower to operate ships and aircraft for maritime security missions. Capabilities are therefore a vital enabler for maritime security and reflect the intangible multipliers of capacity. While this issue of capacity building and capability enhancement is something which India adheres to or follows, there are other perspectives on capacity building as well. The major narrative, of course, is that capacity building indistinguishably subsumes capability enhancement into the broader construct of capacity building. There are other themes which conflate capacity building with maritime governance. But notwithstanding whatever be the perspective or the notion or the approach, capacity building is an expansive construct which affects all the three pillars of security governance, which is institutions, which is legal framework, as well as maritime security agencies. Maritime capacity building in the 21st century has been characterized by novel, innovative, and experimental approaches. And I think a colleague from Singapore, mentioned about that in the earlier sessions today. And all these have been with only one objective: to strengthen response to maritime security challenges. We've been discussing the impact of transnational maritime crimes. A number of them were discussed yesterday, and there's, I think, universal acceptance that that is one of the most important reasons for collaborative capacity enhancement, such as through training cooperation. And such cooperation needs to be inclusive and it needs to be pluralistic. I also dare say that technology and the experience of the COVID pandemic has opened up new vistas on how people can work, train, learn, and collaborate. And this has appended traditional norms to how capacity building or interactions or training could be undertaken. So do the lessons from the COVID pandemic open up complementary and alternative methods for international collaboration, such as under the aegis of the GMC? Just last week, India hosted the UN Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee meeting at Bombay and Delhi. And the flip side of technology was emphasized in this meeting, which includes new and emerging technologies and the misuse of unmanned aerial systems and fintech applications. So moving back to the session in specific, there are two key words which I think are the theme of this session. First is collaborative training programs, and the second is about the centers of excellence across the IOR. If we look at an example from NATO has about 30 centers of excellence in various maritime security activities. Much of them, of course, deal with hard security issues. So that's interesting, and these centers of excellence are distributed across a large number of NATO member states. And so if alliances could have centers of excellence, there is no reason why strong partnerships cannot have similar centers of excellence. I would think that in the past 6 years, NWC has de facto carried out the duty of being a center of excellence in maritime security. And as we look forward, I think there are opportunities indeed for establishing centers of excellence or GMC accredited centers of excellence in other countries as well. As per the concept note, training in HADR and maritime law enforcement have already been identified as possibly 2 fields for collaborative training. However, I would request the panelists to focus on 3 issues. Firstly, to identify other fields of collaborative training from those which have been identified as the priorities, because what we're trying to do here is to give action to the priorities. And we discussed this in the earlier session about having commonality of purpose. So the first thing we need to do is to find those common fields. Secondly, we need to obtain country-specific inputs on identifying the fields of expertise to develop centers of excellence. And finally, while the concept note may have been about this, there are numerous ways to achieve an end, which in this case is collaborative training. So with that, I think I've given the introductory remarks, and the housekeeping announcements continue to be similar than earlier sessions, and I'm confident that we can make tangible progress in this particular session. Thank you very much, and with that I invite Colonel Himri for his insights or perspectives from Maldives. Thank you very much.
Admiral Rajesh Tandkar, Nausena Medal, Commandant of Naval War College, distinguished delegates and participants. Assalamu alaikum and namaste. It is indeed a great honor for me to have this opportunity to address in this symposium and address maritime security concerns for Maldives and focusing on the need to establish collaborative training. With the arrival of Vasco da Gama into the Indian Ocean, reaching the Malabar coast of India in 1498, started to change the security dynamics of the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese had keen interest in the Maldives due to the availability of cowrie shells and ambergris, which is an important ingredient in perfumes. 3 attempts were repelled, but in the year 1558, King Ali was murdered by the invading Portuguese, and Maldives lost independence for the first time. Maldives regained independence after 15 years in 1573, having fought a maritime war against Portuguese. Subsequently, the arrival of Dutch, French, and British into the Indian Ocean brought turbulence into the region with land wars and maritime wars for during the period of colonization till the end of the World War II. Maldives remained as a British protectorate from 1887 to 1965 until full independence on 26 July 1965. During the World War II, Maldives remained a strategic location for the British Navy and Air Force, with the Port T established in the southernmost atoll of Maldives, since Maldives was declared a British protectorate. The Indian Ocean Raid, also known as Operation Charlie, carried out by the Imperial Japanese Navy from 31st March to 10th April 1942, brought the war into the Maldives territory as well. During the course of my presentation, I would be covering on the slot security, maritime threats, particularly focusing on important non-traditional maritime security threats to Maldives. Since due to time constraint, I would not be able to highlight on all the aspects. Finally, on mitigation and on training collaboration. Sea land security is important to the national economies of Indian Ocean countries. The international shipping lanes in the vicinity of the Maldives have broad strategic significance for global maritime trade. The 8-degree ISL in archipelagic sea lanes of Kashmir, Komodo, Equatorial Channel are being used historically for archipelagic sea lanes passage, which is crucial for maritime trade. More than 70,000 cargo ships cross this area every year. The value of goods transported across the channel north of Maldives which is 8 degree, ISL is estimated to be US $18 trillion every year. This includes over 8 billion barrels of the Arabian Gulf oil en route to Asia, transported in ultra-large crude carriers. Because of the Indian Ocean's strategic importance and the fact that the free flow of traffic can easily be interfered with, many extra-regional forces operate in these waters, as keeping the slots open are vital for the global economy. The concept of maritime security shifted attention to the wide range of security challenges at sea: sovereignty and power projection, safety of life at sea, economic development, environmental protection, and human security needs are core dimensions of this concept. At present, the established understanding of maritime security identifies 3 scopes, which are maritime crimes, also known as blue crimes, driven by economic gain, maritime terrorism and extremist violence at sea driven for achieving political objectives by non-state actors, and interstate rivalries and disputes which focus on state actors who pursue strategic national interests. Since we had deliberated on this issue during the last session, and particularly in the Q&A, I would not further elaborate on this, but the question which I had put across during the Q&A was, even though on 1st January 2023, with the removal of HRA, the concern would be all those floating armory ships, which is so-called the logistic ships, which are operating in the Western Indian Ocean region. As of now, my understanding is around 29 such ships are being operating in this particular region, which is of high amount. IUU fishing at present is the biggest threat to sustainable fisheries worldwide. FAO estimates that up to 26 million tons of fish valued at 10 to 25 billion US dollar annually. In other words, 10 to 25 billion dollars in revenue is lost for fisheries that operate within the rules and regulations. In addition to the direct loss of revenue, catch that goes unreported also indirectly impacts the fishing. Skipjack and yellowfin tuna are the 2 dominant species being caught in the Maldives, with the latter steadily increasing its share since 2011. Among the unique characteristics defining Maldives' fishery sector, it is also worth noting that the 2 main catch techniques prevail among local fishers, that is the pole and line and the hand line technique. Maldives Customs Service statistics indicates that the fisheries sector accounted for nearly 96% of the country's total merchandise export in value in 2018, that is about USD $229.2 million. Fisheries sector's contribution to export volumes has always been high, which confirms its importance for the national economy. Due to the close proximity to Sri Lanka and India, often fishing vessels of both these countries enter into Maldives waters and carry out IUU fishing. However, the impact to fisheries is much larger, with many large fishing vessels operating just outside the EEZ of Maldives, catching whatever the fish which comes into Maldives and whatever fish which goes out of the Maldives, since tuna is a highly migratory species. You can see from the fishing pressure map of last month, 2022, that around 242 entry of fishing vessels were being identified in Maldives waters. Opiates produced in Central Asian nations is loaded into those and transported through the Arabian Sea towards both west and east. In the east, they transit through South Asian countries including India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives to then reach further destinations. Having a tourism-driven economy in a strategic location in the Indian Ocean, the Maldives remains extremely vulnerable to drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. Although the Maldives does not produce, cultivate, nor manufacture drugs, its close proximity to major transshipment routes used for illegal trafficking has made the problem all the more serious to the Maldives. On 7th October of this year, a Pakistani fishing trawler with 10 men on board ran aground on a reef in Maldives, while the very next day a high-speed launch was reported sunk in the west of Alif Dal Atoll of Maldives with 2 men crew. One crew survived and reported that the high-speed launch was traveling from Malé to Alif Atoll, which is from east to west. The speed launch was carrying excessive fuel, which indicates that the boat is probably traveling to outside EZ for a pickup delivery of drugs. The Pakistani fishing boat, which sailed from Gwadar and later getting drifted and running aground on a reef south of Maldives, is very unlikely unless the vessel engaged in some kind of activity near the Maldives. Why I have addressed this issue is to identify the complexities in terms of enforcing the laws as the situation changed from a fishing vessel to a vessel which is trafficking drugs, and later, once it is in another country's waters, declaring themselves as a vessel in distress. The whole situation changed. Interstate rivalries and disputes focus on state actors who pursue strategic national interests. When states legalized the maritime domain in the 20th century, with the Law of the Sea conventions, the relationship between states and ocean space have changed. India, Sri Lanka and Maldives signed an agreement for determination of the tri-junction point in the Gulf of Mannar in July 1976, before the coast came into being. And this is the boundary which is now marked in the north of Maldives. However, the issue with the Mauritius remains complex because, as in the slide, what I have shown is the maritime boundary delimitation in the south of Maldives has become a dispute over the territory because the British Indian Ocean territory, which is being used by the US armed forces, which has been leased, Mauritius has put up a claim, and during the last whole week, the issue was in the international media as well. Marine environmental protection, climate change, blue economy, piracy and IU fishing are critical in transnational security and development issues concerning the small island developing states. These issues are also the key drivers in their engagement with major regional and extra-regional powers. Maldives have formulated a draft on a national new defense white paper and national maritime security strategy and currently working to finalize the document. Ensuring the security of our own waters is ensuring the security of the region and beyond, because the net security profile of the region or the globe, for that matter, is the security of individual countries put together. In the view of the Indian Ocean region's importance with respect to world trade and security, IFC-IOR as a collaborative initiative amongst the multiple nations is a constructive step forward in ensuring maritime security and safety in the Indian Ocean region effectively. For an island nation such as the Maldives, being part of this initiative is significantly important in combating maritime threats faced internally and even externally to Maldives. Maldives has placed an ILO in the IFC-IOR. The growth of coast guards and other maritime law enforcement agencies has increased over the years in the IOR as maritime activity and dependence on blue economy for coastal nations has increased. With this high dependence on maritime domain for economic growth, monitoring and possible policy for safety and security is of crucial importance. The regulatory environment for the maritime activities has become more complex over the years, necessitating a high level of training for the navies, coast guards, as well as to other maritime law enforcement agencies. Maritime law enforcement training around the Indo-Pacific is available in a variety of forms, ranging from online delivery to residential programs extending over weeks or even months. Maldives has been sending officers and sailors to various training institutions such as APCSS in Hawaii, NISA in Washington, and other training centers mainly in Europe and Japan. However, there is no regional training institution in IOR such as the institution I had just mentioned, focusing on providing professional training and education for the Coast Guard, navies, and to maritime law enforcement agencies. Such an institution would undoubtedly promote much needed jointness and multinational approach to the conduct of regional maritime law enforcement operations, drawing on the very best expertise and skills. Furthermore, countries within the region who has interest to be part of this initiative could establish affiliation with local training institutions and make partnerships in placing subject matter experts. Maldives is in dire need of modern approach to maritime security, especially at this particular juncture of history as Maldives has embarked upon new economic ambitions with future development plans which are hinged to the maritime environment. Suppression of maritime threats and closing the threat gaps is absolutely essential for the success of these national aspirations and ensuring national security. It is believed to be more challenging for any nation to guarantee its territorial integrity, prosper and expand in the future without appropriate measures against growing threats and challenges at sea. The transnational nature of these threats pose a great challenge to the countries across the region and more so to small countries like the Maldives. Before concluding, let me extend my deepest appreciation to Indian Navy for inviting Maldives and for the great hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Maldives and India always had maintained good relations, and India has always been there to assist Maldives in times of need. With that, let me say thank you to the Maldives, good friend India. Maldives, India की दोस्ती हमेशा सलामत रहे, हमेशा जिंदा रहे. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ilmi, for those insightful comments. May I now request Amana Mohammed for Comoros to take the stage.
Dear Amiral, my fellow officers, Assalamu alaikum. I am Lieutenant Commander Ali Mohammed from the Comoros Coast Guard. Amiral, allow me to give you a small brief on the safety and security on the maritime transport in the Comoros Islands. I know that I'm a little bit off of the request session, but I have chosen this according to the challenges Comoros facing on. So I have just to present this to let you know how is Comoros facing on. I have chosen this topic to present to you on this symposium according to the insecurity in the maritime transport which affect the whole country and make several subjects: governmental, non-governmental, regional and continental. I mentioned a small problematic to the maritime transport in Comoros, which is safety and security. Wait a second. This one, no, this one. That's fine. What is exactly the current situation and safety, safety and security in the maritime transport in Comoros Islands? To answer to this question, it is the keyword. In the Union of Comoros, the development of the national economy depends on the maintenance of security in all areas, particularly maritime transports. For this area to appear visibly in this economy chain, it is necessary to think about innovation as prospects in terms of safety and security. Here is the scope of my presentation. First of all, I will give a small brief to the Comoros Islands, because yesterday there is one of my colleagues asked me where is exactly the Comoros Islands, and then he asked me also why do Comoros, a member of the in the ocean region. So I have to just mention a small presentation to the Comoros Islands. Secondly, the economy contribution of the maritime transports, fight against the maritime insecurity, and the thirds, important commitments and some solution to enhance maritime security. And last one, small conclusion. What is exactly located the Comoros Islands? Comoros Island is an archipelagic made by 4 islands, namely the biggest one is Ngazija, which is the capital Moroni, and then the smallest one, Moheli, there is Anjouan, the third one, and then there is last one, Mayotte, I think you know them, and right now Mayotte is under French administration. So Comoros are not totally independent, because there is one of our islands kept by the French colony. The Comoros Island is located in the Indian Ocean, at the north entrance to the Mozambique Channel, between the northwest of Madagascar and the southern coast of Africa's continents. It's bordered to the Seychelles to the northeast, the Republic of Tanzania to the west, the Republic of Mozambique to the south, and Madagascar to the southeast. It has an area of 202,035 square kilometers, with a population of 12,561 in this last year. That is the last in last year. What is exactly the total area of jurisdictions? The area of Comoros is divided into 3 maritime zones, as well as all the countries. We have the archipelagic water with 970 kilometers from the north to the south, and then we have the territorial water with a value of 1,160 kilometers, with the area of 33,724 square kilometers. And our EZ is a value of 160,000 square kilometers. Economy contributes on maritime transports. The maritime transport is the driver of the economy of the Comoros. It brings almost everything to the national economy. I mentioned here that 96% of energy supply, the energy product comes through outside, through exportation, like the gasoline, the diesel, and the fuel. The gas comes through outside. So it is important to secure our area, because Comoros, like I told you, is surrounded by water. I mentioned that the extra community tribe it means 80%, 85% of the extra tribe, like the sugar, like the rice, like the flour and like the all material, industrial materials comes outside also, comes from the sea, comes from the sea. Even last month we had a problem of the rice. Then it was India who support Comoros with more than 1,500 tons of rice. So it's very important for us to fight and to secure our area. There is also the Comoros flag fleet. I mean, I think in Comoros, 80% of the foreigners fleets, and maybe I use the Comoros flag, so they pay more money, and they pay one third of the fees paid by the government. So for those three main points, that is, those are the most important for our economy. So I can say that our economy comes through the sea. Fighting against maritime insecurity. How do you fight the insecurity in Comoros? It's characterized by a coordination of different services, you know that, within the maritime competence. These units coordinate to fight against the insecurity in the Comorian maritime space. So those are the different services who is working together against the insecurity in our area. There is the Fishing Department, there is also the Maritime Affairs, Customs Service, Civil Security, the Coast Guard also. There is some private agency who is working with us, Environment Department, Gendarmerie Forces, and the Port Authority. Those agencies working together against our insecurity of our area. Some threats to the insecurity. Comoros Island has already have a maritime piracy. 5 years ago, we have 2 or 3 boats from Comoros was hijacked by the Somali pirates. And then there is trafficking in narcotics and drug. We are facing on this every month. Comoros are facing on this drug from our neighbors, countries coming from. There is also the illegal immigration. I can say right now in Moroni there is more than in Anjou, there is more than 100 foreigners from Africa. They want to try to go to my yacht because, as I told you, my yacht right now is a French colony, is department. Donc, for us in a month you can register more than 50 personnel, 50 foreigners wanted to try to go to my yacht. And then also the EU fishing, you know, it's also a big challenge for us.
So you have about a minute and a half.
Sorry?
A minute and a half. 1 minute and a half to finish.
Yeah. What is our important commitment? Now, there is a master program. Like I mentioned here, implementation of master program with the regional operational coordination center and the cell of Seychelles and the 3 regional maritime and the regional maritime information fusion center in Madagascar. The Comoros Defense has signed an agreement with the CSCO and the CERFIM, and the CERFIM through the master program for fighting against the illicit activity in the Southern African and the Indian Ocean region. There is also the Djibouti Code of Conduct. the Minister of Transport, he has also signed an agreement with the regional corporation for adopting the Djibouti Code of Conduct. So the last one, because there is a lot of agreement, but I choose only three. The participation in the East Africa Standby Forces, in the maritime cell. Comoros Armed Forces is member of the East Africa Standby Forces, which object with an objective for security and stability and to promote integrity regional mission and the maintenance of support in the integrated, fully operational multinational standby forces capable to deal with emergency crisis. Some solution to enhance the maritime insecurity. First of all, reinforcement of the staff and equipment. Just to be able to act against illicit acts at sea in the Comoran Coast Guard fleet must imperatively provide means with effective detection radar capable of receiving and transmitting an information of the on the surface situation of the area where it operates, retrieving boats carrying out illicit activities, inspect these boats and possibly save them. There is also the operational capacity building of the staff and training. Human resources for us is very necessary, and the training program that is too limited and badly executed often affect operational efficiency. This training need essentially for increasing the coordination of the mechanism to combat maritime insecurity in the Comoros Islands. The last one is to strengthen the legal arsenal on the regulation of the commercial activities related to the maritime transports. It is the concern to create a set of legal tools that allow the effective prevention and repression of offense committed in the field of maritime safety and security. The staff is additionally to strengthening existing national law must be able to ratify the various regional and national conventions concerning activities.
So may I request you to conclude, sir?
Yeah.
We're running out of time. Another 1 minute to conclude.
Okay. Now I'm finished by the conclusion. But the conclusion is that safety on the seaway has reached an acceptable tool in the Union of Comoros. However, for greater profitability of the sector in the socio-economic field of the country, the strengthening of this security is essential. Another significant aspect remains the emergency of the Comorian maritime sector at the national level. This gives rise to other avenues of research. So I have just give a small presentation to the Comoros and their challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now request Commander Chandit to come onto the stage and do his presentation.
Commandant of Naval College, all distinguished GMS delegates, Salam Alaikum, good afternoon. My name is Commander Shaidesh Chandra Sena, Head of Combined Exercises Section, Naval Exercises Division, Naval Operations Department, and representative of Royal Thai Navy. Today, I am going to discuss session number 3, which is identification and establishment of collaborative training programs with centers of excellence across the Indian Ocean region. So I have divided my presentation into 5 main parts. First, a short brief of our RTN strategy, and then maritime security environment in the Indian Ocean region, or IOR, then RTN activity in the IOR, and RTN naval exercises in the IOR, and finally, conclusion and suggestion. Beginning with Royal Thai Navy Strategy 20 years plan from 2017 to 2036. The strategy designated roles of Royal Thai Navy and are divided into 2 main parts. First, on the left-hand side, combat role, which is military role. It means roles in the naval operations and land operations to protect the country in various ways, according to the situation that affects the sovereignty and independence of the country, which need the strong naval forces responding to that situation. Second, non-combat roles consists of constabulary and benign role, which means role in maintaining national interest by the sea, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and supporting the development of the country in areas of research and development for self-reliance. And diplomatic role, it means utilizing naval forces to support government's policy on international relations, for example, international maritime exercise, international forum for the purpose of deterrence and show of force to support negotiation when conflicts of interest or any crisis events occur. We also have our policy called AAA. It stands for 2 oceans and 3 areas. In our structure, RTN conducts operations in the 3 area command. The first naval area command is in charge of the maritime area of upper part of the Gulf of Thailand. The second naval area command is in charge of the maritime area of the lower part of Gulf of Thailand. Then the third naval area command is in charge of the maritime area of another side, Andaman Sea. These all mentioned area command are ready for doing RTN roles, military role, constabulary role, and diplomatic role in the Pacific Ocean on the right, and also the Indian Ocean on the left. In order to succeed Royal Thai Navy's strategy, we have 3 goals that what we would like to be. First, being main agency for maritime security in Thailand and plays an important role in enhancing maritime security and developing good order at sea. Second, being reliable agency from countries in the ASEAN region in initiating a maritime security approach and is recognized as a best practice in the ASEAN region. And finally, being an agency that has an important role and participation in strengthening cooperation in maritime security both within the ASEAN region and other regions of the world. Moving to maritime security environment in the IOR. According to ICCMD report 2021, period from 1st January to 31st December regarding incidents of piracy and armed robbery against ships, illustrated that number of actual and attempted incidents has increased significantly, particularly in Southeast Asia. However, number of incidents in Indian subcontinent has declined continuously but still remain 2 cases in 2021. Therefore, in order to prevent and combat harmful maritime activities and also other maritime security issues such as maritime terrorism, IU fishing, and disaster at sea, All of this cannot be solved by only one country or one navy. Cooperation between nations is required. So this leads to my next point regarding what Royal Thai Navy activities did in the past and contributed in the IOR. On the left-hand side, back to 2016, HMS Pattani was deployed to Indian Ocean and investigated, enforced the law on fishing vessels which engage in illegal fishing activities. On the right-hand side, in 2008, Royal Thai Navy cooperated with U.S. Air Force for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief mission at Utapao Royal Thai Navy Air Base to deliver relief supplies by C-130 to victims of Cyclone Nargis in Myanmar. In the case of Malaysia Airlines flight MH320 in 2014, HMS Pattani and RTN aircraft were deployed to conduct patrol and search and rescue operations with Malaysian Navy in the area of Andaman Sea after the incident happened. Moreover, in another aspect of our role on the international stage, at present, RTN has been assigning RTN personnel to be liaison officer in International Maritime Security Center, namely RECAP, Information Sharing Center, and also Information Fusion Center in Singapore, and Combined Maritime Forces in Bahrain. In order to develop personal knowledge, exchange knowledge between allied navies, and strengthen relationship, we are participating in several naval exercises in the IOR. This year in March, one personnel from RTN attended HNDR tabletop exercise and on board INS Chennai as observer in EON's Maritime Exercise or IMEX. The next one is SIGMEX, which stands for Singapore, India, Thailand Maritime Exercise. This exercise aims to strengthen relationship, enhance mutual understanding, interoperability and capacity in maritime operations between India, Singapore and Thailand, and to provide opportunities for interaction and exchange of professional views between members of participating forces. And exercise topics as shown on the screen. Last year, HMS Thayachon, submarine chaser, and INS Kamak and RSS Tenacious conducted exercise together. Next one is Milan exercise around February and March this year at Visakhapatnam. Due to COVID-19 situation and our budget constraint, our defense attaché attended to the exercise. The last one is CCAT, Exercise Southeast Asia Cooperation Against Terrorism exercise, aims to enhance cooperation among Southeast Asian countries and provide mutual support and a common goal to address crises, contingencies, and illegal activities in the maritime domain. Using standardized tactics, techniques, and procedures, and exercise area in Southeast Asian waters. Exercise topics include maritime domain awareness, CPX, and VBSS exercise. This picture illustrates that merchant vessel simulated as a suspicious vessel of interest running into Thai water. Then Royal Thai Navy and US Coast Guard practice skill of interdiction, boarding, search, and seizure. So, come to the conclusion and suggestions. So, to identify collaborative training programs for existing naval exercises that we have participated in. EON's maritime exercise SISMEC, Milan, and CCAT. Then exercise topic in the theme of non-traditional threat are SAREX and HADR GTX in EON's maritime exercise, and also we have TrackX and VBSS exercise in CCAT exercise. Therefore, the way forward to establish collaborative training programs, I think we would like to propose to increase exercise topic in this exercise, and if it's possible, we can develop like a SOP in interesting topics for operations in the future. Before ending my presentation, let me introduce our new maritime agency in Thailand, which was established in 2019. It's called ThaiMet, stands for Thai Maritime Enforcement Command Center, led by Royal Thai Navy as the focal point, with other 6 main law enforcement agencies, including the Royal Marine Police, the Marine Department, the Department of Fisheries, the Customs Department, the Department of Coastal and Marine Resources, and Labor Protection and Welfare. So the Thai Maritime Enforcement Command Center is an agency that has responsible for maritime security in Thailand. That's all I have for today's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for those most valuable insights. And now may I request the fourth and final speaker, Captain H.K. Singh from the Indian Navy, to take the stage.
May I have a permission to continue, sir? Commandant, Member of College, Deputy Commandant, Senior Officers and distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to you all. I am Captain H.K. Singh from the Directorate of Naval Training, Indian Navy. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to stand in front of you and give you an insight on the training conducted by Indian Navy and express views on the topic identification and establishment of collaborative training programs with Center of Excellence across the Indian Ocean region. The scope of my presentation is as flash. As representatives of our maritime nations, we are fully cognizant that the Indian Ocean that washes our shore has shaped our history, is catalyzing our present, and will impact our future. Thus, need to preserve, protect, and secure the Indian nation must continue to be a joint endeavor of our all. Coming to the requirements of collaborative training. In the current strategic scenario, there exists an urgent necessity for formulation of a cooperative strategy towards mitigating global security challenges. Maritime security in the Indian Ocean region is a challenge which cannot be addressed by a single nation alone. Synergy of efforts towards efficient and coordinated operations in the Indian Ocean region amidst its myriads of symmetric and asymmetric threats mandate collaborative training based on common goals and understanding of joint operations. Collaborative training is also essential for fostering mutual trust and interoperability among the friendly foreign nations, a part of which we have already discussed in the previous sessions. Accordingly, training exchange has always been a core focus area of India's foreign cooperative initiative. The vastness of seas and the omnipresent challenges in the Indian Ocean region render our individual capacities diminished, making it abundantly clear that no one can do it alone. Pooling our resources and expertise, leveraging our geographies and capacities, cohesion of training capabilities thus become essential imperatives for a secure, shared maritime domain. GMS is an effective platform for all responsible nations in the Indian Ocean region towards bringing together uniform and non-uniform personnel who have a direct or indirect stake in the formulation of policies, determination of strategies, and implementation of operational concepts. Accordingly, some of the prospective collaborative training programs as identified include piracy and armed robbery, contraband, smuggling, illegal reported unregulated fishing, maritime terrorism, irregular human migration, maritime incidents, environmental security including HID operations, etc. Now moving on to the iron training curriculum for FFC, I would like to give a very small brief of what all we do. However, limiting the time frame, I will not be able to explain in detail. In case there is anything asked in the Q&A session, I will be happy to answer them. At a high-level debate of the United Nations Security Council, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed to the world that oceans are a shared global commons in the lifeline of international trade. He proposed 5 principles to develop a roadmap for global maritime security, which are as flashed. The naval training establishments across the India for various branches are as flashed on the screen. A large number of international trainees have passed through the IN portals. The slide flashed on the screen is indicative of subscription for IN training establishments by our friendly foreign countries. Subscription by seats by FFCs at IN training establishments over the past few years is as flashed. In the year 2001-22, 745 vacancies have been subscribed by the FFCs and 216 have been subscribed so far in the training year 22-23. The training in Indian Navy is planned on a yearly basis, commencing 1st of July of any given year to 30th June of the next year. To cater for rapid change in the pace, we focus on developing basic core competencies and then refreshing it and updating our personnel at regular intervals for taking up higher positions and responsibilities. The pyramid of training structure is as flashed. The training pattern followed at the Indian Navy for officers is as flashed. In case of sailors, post-ab initio training, self-learning opportunities and formal training courses are provided at suitable intervals as shown, corresponding to the years in service. We have also deputed few of our sailors for training abroad with friendly foreign countries based on the courses offered by them. In the Indian Navy, considerable emphasis is given to the practical hands-on training and simulators. From the traditional method of chalk and talk, our thrust today is on increased use of hybrid training techniques with a combination of online and on-site methods, comprising simulators, computer-based training packages, and interactive training modules. Over the last 4 decades, we have trained more than 18,000 foreign personnel from over 46 countries. The Indian Navy continues to offer both structured and customized courses for personnel from the FFCs. The major officer courses offered to FFCs are as flashed. Continuing. Major courses for the technical branch. And few other major specialized courses. Commencing training year 2013-14. Commencing training year 2013-14, special impetus has been laid on sending our mobile training teams to friendly foreign countries, but the number of trainees is fairly large. We have deputed our mobile training teams to Mauritius, Seychelles, Vietnam, Singapore, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Oman, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Kenya, and Nigeria. Some of the courses conducted by mobile training teams are as shown. As part of the training curriculum, first training squadron ships of the Indian Navy proceed on overseas deployment to various friendly countries. During the overseas deployment, the 1TS ships along with sail training ships embark training officers from various friendly foreign countries who are exposed to classroom instructions, practical aspects of navigation, communication, seamanship, revolutions and sail training. Towards enhancing our training cooperation with the navies of the world, the Admiral's Cup was instituted in 2010. The Admiral's Cup is an international sailing regatta conducted in December each year at the INA Indian Naval Academy, Azimala, to strengthen naval ties with maritime nations and to promote sail training. Admiral's Cup 2022 is planned to be conducted from 4th to 10th of December at INA Azimala. We also request friendly countries to depute their country training officers as observers if they are not available for participation. Coming to the common issues in Iowa mandating joint training and understanding and I initiatives. Historically, the sea has been subject to different concepts of law and power. In 1609, Hugo Grotius, a Dutch philosopher and jurist, published the book Mare Liberum, where he introduced the concept of the free sea. Grotius' concept of the free seas was superseded by UNCLOS, and the most recent is the UNCLOS 3 in force since 1994. As a concept and agenda, maritime security has evolved since the late 90s and early 2000s. The surge of piracy during the early 2000s in Southeast Asia, off the coast of Somalia and in West Africa has been identified as the main trigger that has recognized the detrimental effects of maritime insecurities. Let us now have a very brief overview of various maritime threats in the Iowa. The first, maritime terrorism, which has displayed an increasingly hybrid nature now with the characteristic of morphing into different and deadlier forms. The targets today include conventional, military and soft, non-military assets such as commercial and population centers, industrial centers, ports, ships, strategic infrastructure like offshore oil productions installation and nuclear installations as well. Piracy and armed robbery at sea constitute the oldest forms of maritime security threats. These threats target maritime trade and therefore the economies of affected nations. Unregulated activities at high seas are a historical and a continuing fact. There exists always an inherent risk that due to connectivity of the seas, these activities can transgress into another nation's maritime domain and thence assure to threaten the security and economy of the coastal state. The use of unregulated movements at sea for seaborne trafficking in narcotics and arms remain a constant threat to IR nations, with the Golden Crescent to the west and Golden Triangle to the east, a part of it which we have already discussed in the previous sessions. The modus operandi of trafficking smuggling by sea is transshipment of consignments on the high seas into local craft, which then mingle with the dense fishing activity on offshore and would land at any of the myriad landing points ashore. IUU disregards established international and national laws on conservation and management of living marine resources. It is a global issue which can be a threat to ocean ecosystems and sustainable fishing. Port security is part of a broader definition concerning maritime security and refers to the defense, law and treaty enforcement and counter-terrorism activities that fall within the port and surrounding maritime area. It includes the protection of seaports themselves and protection and inspection of cargo moving through the ports affecting global supply chains. Owing to the increased technology and connectivity on modern ships in the 21st century, cybersecurity has become an emergent maritime security concern. Cybersecurity has come to prominence since the IMO required cybersecurity to be addressed under the International Safety Management Code of Ships from 1st of January 2021. Climate change has manifested in alteration of seasonal temperatures and weather patterns the world over, with increased incidence of natural disasters. Changing precipitation patterns and melting snow are altering hydrological systems, causing changes in the life pattern of terrestrial, freshwater and marine species. These impact on the oceanic living resources through changes in the level of salinity and acidity and possible inundation of low-lying coastal areas. The current trends of natural disasters which may get exacerbated with climate change, place increased demands on capability for HADR, search and rescue, and aid to civil authorities amongst all the nations sharing IOR borders. Thus, in order to be equal partners and stakeholders in effect of countering maritime threats, disaster, relief and mitigation in IOR, the participating navies must resolve to develop capacities, assets for disaster response, information sharing and coordination operations through collaborative training. Now let us have a brief overview of the QRs of Center of Excellence for Training on Maritime Security Issues. Let us try to understand Center of Excellence as a definition at par. Center of Excellence refers to creation of a body that provides leadership, best practices, research, support for training of trainers and skill training on a specific sector. It is thus a place where the highest standards of training efficiency and expertise are maintained. The objectives of Center of Excellences are as flashed. Moving on to the models for creation of Center of Excellence. The conventional organization models for creating Center of Excellence are as shown. Within a training institute, in this model, the Center of Excellence may be created within a training institute by utilizing existing facilities and infrastructure and by upgrading them with equipment and by hiring domain experts. This is the present model being followed in the Indian Navy for the training units. The COE could partner with various institutes, government agencies, sector skill councils and industry bodies to upgrade its competency levels. In the model standalone independent COE, the COA may be created by setting up from scratch and developing an entire facility ab initio. This is normally undertaken for niche technologies, research or exclusive needs with no previous history or background. The network of excellence model may be created by collaborating or networking existing training providers and facilities to get them under one scope. This model is practiced in the Indian Navy through PCTs, wargaming, workshops, seminars, monsoon series lectures, etc. This can be an appropriate option when good quality trainers, providers operate in isolation from each other or do not collaborate with the common industry. Now I am trying to bring out the list of professional iron training establishments which are conducting proficient training. There is already a research in IH2 presently going on for identifying Center of Excellence based on the training roles. I have also tried to bring about a few centers which are under deliberation or under formulation and are in progress at IHB.
Another minute. Another minute.
I will just give The IN undertakes training on various aspects of contemporary issues on maritime security aspects like cooperative maritime security, trade, energy security, maritime crisis response and management, non-traditional threats in IOR, UNCLOS, international humanitarian law and rules of engagement. The chances of achieving the desired excellence at our professional training institutes amongst GMS nations could be greatly enhanced by dedicated focus and determined steps. I have tried to bring out a few recommendations for our friendly foreign countries. Creation of Center of Excellence as a separate department. A COE may be created as a separate department within a training unit, providing all-encompassing functional training on a subject. As in case of Indian Navy, the same could be created in training units like Valsura, Hamla, NIAC, as akin to the Center of Excellence at Shivaji, which is for marine engineering. The training units are to identify specific focus areas in which it must conduct research, become a repository of knowledge, and a center of exchange of ideas so as to achieve due excellence in its focus area. Based on selection of its focus area, creation of standalone center of excellence would be undertaken, like Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity, Biological Warfare, Electronic Propulsion, Quantum Communication, etc. Establishment of training agreements for joint training on maritime security issues with regular subscription of courses. The aspect is necessary also to provide international recognition to the institute with global contemporary standards of training. And lastly, establishment of online, offline or hybrid training techniques and syllabi with possibilities of deployment of mobile training teams as representatives from the authorized and established COE. Though the right steps towards creating and facilitating Center of Excellence are being considered, there is much required to be done to achieve desired end state of excellence in the field of combating maritime threats in a cohesive, collaborative manner. Establishment of Center of Excellence would foster a spirit of research, creativity, innovative thinking, and exchange of ideas at both national and international level, which in turn would ensure common essential training for all GMS partner nations. In the end, I would like to sum up by quoting, well begun is half done. Setting up a Center of Excellence will indeed mark the beginning of the journey to excellence. However, to ensure its ultimate role recognition, every nation would require to contribute, share the knowledge base and information, and be ready to take on responsibilities. It must be a collective and enduring effort to make sure that we have the right ingredients to establish and sustain effective, successful centers of excellence in the IOR, which in turn would ensure high quality training towards building capacity as well as capability and, most importantly, everlasting relationships.
Thank you, Captain Jesse. With that, we come to the end of the presentation, and I'll open the house for the question and answer session. I'll perhaps divide into 3 segments. First, I'll open the house to the GMC part, particular views on the presentations of specific views.
So, well, very interesting, and I would like to mention that in the region we already are having lots of operational training at the operational, tactical and technical level, thanks to our friendly countries like India and through the ITEC program. But when we are going for a center of excellence, I don't know if a regional center of excellence, we call it Indian Ocean Center of Excellence, in the field of maritime security, we should think about its sustainability also, and whether we should co-opt the private maritime sector for the funding of such center of excellence. Get the best subject matter experts on board, and not necessarily from outside the region, because we have had experience with Wakashu when we get a lot of experts coming from all around the world, and then you get to sail ocean north and south, south and north, up and down. So people of the region, I personally think we do have a pool of qualified subject matter experts which can be tapped on in the region, because they know the realities of the region also. So my thought for the audience is how do we sustain a center of excellence for countries like us, especially small islands with limited budget, and also now we are considered as economically high income country because we are doing well in tourism, in all these things. So training cooperation is limited to us countries like Mauritius, Seychelles. I don't know if it's for Maldives also. and but yet we don't have our priorities are not rest within this, and so we rely on the regional cooperation for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those inputs. Essentially, the recommendations were, I think, towards making a pool of subject matter experts, towards harnessing private maritime experts as well. And you highlighted the issue of budgets and how to overcome those challenges of those budgets. So now we come to the, please go ahead.
From Seychelles. I think it's important that we carry out like an audit of what's different initiatives and different agencies undertaking different type of training. And our approach should be not having maybe a singular center of excellence, but we can gauge from the strengths of the different countries that is within the region. Each of them have some specific maybe challenges that they have targeted a specific area of expertise that we can draw from this expertise and have maybe different areas or different countries where each specific type of training can be undertaken based on the experience and the expertise that is residing in these particular countries. And as I said, there's a lot of initiatives with different partners like UNODC that are carrying out training, so we should gauge all these activities taking place, and from there, after the audit, we can have a roadmap on how we can approach these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights, and essentially I think the objective is similar to what you've been saying, is that we must have multiple centers of excellence depending on specific strengths that each country has. And that's what we look at, an inclusive and a pluralistic model that we could perhaps implement. So thank you for those comments. Captain Faiz.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the floor. It's good to know that Center of Excellence, COE, is coming up. We have shown the list of different training institutions, mostly military in nature, and where the subjects are again military nature. For instance, we have shown that ASW school training on ASW, Singhal school training on electronic warfare, likewise Dhanai school training on gunnery and others. I don't think so that these will be in the priority list of other nations. These are good military training to be provided and to be exchanged with other those who require. But otherwise, I was looking into radar to see that a few subjects like maritime law vis-a-vis the consular duties, those will be more actually applicable and more interesting for others as we are looking into collaborative efforts against the threats, and those are mostly non-conventional in nature. Like vessel port search and seizure, like boarding operations. It could be like opposed boarding if it is an armed pilot. It could be an opposed boarding. May not be the pirates or the violence may not be armed. It could be crisis management. Why not to think of devising and not actually teaching, sharing the knowledge on tactics, techniques and procedures. Why not to think about, we are talking about the non-conventional threat in terms of disaster management, for instance, artillery. Then why not to train on such a list, how an organization should come up, and how the regional, for instance, the search and rescue coordinator, then followed by the MRCC, followed by, for instance, post art station, post radio stations, how they should come up and actually operate. How to conduct the search could be by shore radars, could be by surface radar of the ships, and how to integrate with the coastal systems. So I believe those could be more actually interesting to note in this program. Okay, thank you very much. Just a moment, no question.
Captain Perez, thank you for those very insightful comments actually. The point that he actually brought about is that considering the priority areas, we need to customize our training to the priority areas which have been established in the GMC. And I sort of completely agree with you. Areas like OPLAW, areas like BBSS training, areas like crisis management, etc. are important. In fact, of the 28 odd lists which Captain H.K. Singh had mentioned, BBSS actually figured in a couple of them, and there was OPLAW as well. And therefore, I mean, he did it was a complete set that he said, but there are specifics on those as well, which particular centers like the Maritime Warfare Center or the Naval War College, they are a part of that list. So I think that's absolutely bang on, spot on in terms of the inputs. I think that is where the focus should be. That's right.
Sir, if I may offer a small comment. Sir.
Okay.
I'll just take a minute. Very valid points sir has raised. Just wanted to bring out that the list which was shown is all inclusive of the training conducted by Indian Navy for the friendly foreign countries. We do undertake training on the SAR and various maritime aspects of OPLAW and all, which is done at here itself in Naval War College as part of NSTMC, Naval Staff and Technical Management course. Also, a part of it is also considered for the long course at the Maritime Warfare Center, Kochi, where maritime law is taught. Primarily, the discussion what I have tried to initiate or strike is that we need to identify center of excellence, and like sir, what the point has also been brought out for small navy, small budget navies, it may not be possible to have an all-encompassing maritime center of excellence. So my recommendation, or from the Navy's Indian Navy's recommendation, would be that any nation can take up one of the training programs which have been identified. It can be maritime or law or OPLAW or any of these, maritime terrorism, and maybe any of these three models which has been suggested, either within a training institute or a standalone or a network system, can be a part of that COE. That COE need not encompass every subject or every training program, but a part of it only. And then the knowledge sharing can continue. And then the most important part, what it is, it has to be sustained. The subscription has to be continuous. If required, the mobile teams have to move. The center of excellence has to be sustained and retained for repository of knowledge. The thing is already existing in Navy, but in case the participation increases to Navy, the responsibility will increase, the knowledge sharing as well as jointness will increase. That's all.
Is it related to this point? Could we finish the round with the GMC nations? And then we'll open up the house in another 5 minutes for the rest of the audience. That's fine. Please go ahead, sir.
Just for one comment. I think we should have more and more practical training rather than doing the theoretical training. So we have want to do many trainings, but actually what we need is when something happens, we should go there and we should have interoperability, we should have understanding. That sort of training is very rare. So we go here and there doing all this theoretical training. That's not enough, right? Now what I observed during a stressful incident of Colombo, Indian Navy came and we were there. So we didn't have any. Indian Navy came, they entered the matter, then we didn't have any cooperation, so how to do that. So because why that happens, that we didn't have that sort of practical training. So PASICs, all these things all are traditional training, right? When a real requirement comes, if the regional navies doesn't know how to do that practically, so that is the point that we have to address. So some nations, some navies may have gathered very expertise knowledge by experience. So that's very important. So I think there is a stage that we can share those things, not just by having discussions like this, but put it into practical. So that will be very effective, I think. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, finally, the end result should be practical manifestation of the training that you do theoretically. So it's actually a spectrum from theoretical to practical training. And what you perhaps propose is an element of operational sea training as well, in addition to under the aegis of perhaps a center of excellence when it's set up. So just not limit yourself to theoretical training, but also complement it with practical training. Any other views from any of the GMC nations before I open the house to the rest? Thank you very much for that. And now I think we'll open up the house to the audience. We'll take 2 questions at a time rather than 3. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Captain S.A. Sharma. I'm the directing staff of Naval War College. It's not a question actually. I just like to probably put across some views as far as the context of collaborative training is concerned. Finally, common maritime security challenges may not necessarily entail common training requirements. The challenges might be there, but the training requirements might not be common. So finally, what is the desired end state which is intended to be achieved within the maritime nations is what is going to govern what is the training requirement, or if at all there is a training requirement. For example, let us assume that even if we try and start a center of excellence, do all the GMS nations or the GMC nations, would they want it? Would they be able to subscribe to it? Is there a methodology in which we would be able to make out a common consensus as to what is the training in which people need to have training in? A very valid point brought out by Commodore De Silva is that it's not only about the theoretical training, but it is more to do with the practical concept, because finally it is the man at sea who is going to be delivering the mission. And in that context, if we don't have common operating procedures rather than common training requirements, common operating procedures at sea where there is a contingency which is there, then there are 5 nations who come together, and at sea they're able to do it well. So that's why the on-job training is much more important, because whatever theoretical training you do, the desired end state, the person who does the training might not be the one who's actually properly executing it later on whenever there is a requirement. So in my opinion, I think whilst there are viewpoints about centers of excellence, but what is the desired end state is what is need to be known, and if it can be achieved through operational training and more of collaborative issues and on-job issues at sea, that would be more effective than efficient and effective than probably opening a center of excellence where the exact intended desired end state might not be known.
Thank you very much for those comments. But I just like to perhaps add one more bit to it. In addition to operational training, if you look at the practical manifestation, we'll have to go back to the session we had on strategy and protocols, standard operating procedures, etc. So I think if we have standard operating procedures in place, it actually helps doing the actual thing as well. So I think they sort of complement each other. You can train theoretically, train operationally, and then when the real time comes to exercise, you have the SOPs available. So I think we spoke about the submarine rescue. For example, if submarine rescue vessel needs to go around, having an SOP actually helps, because everybody knows what's expected of them when you need to operate that vessel. So we have about another 10 minutes, so a couple of questions. 2 questions.
Sir, Captain Dhami.
First, please go ahead. Captain Dhami, and then we'll have Captain Paglar.
Sir, I would like to take on from where you started, like giving example of NATO centers of excellence, which exist, more than 30 of them. So drawing from them and also drawing from Captain De Silva's need to have practice and tactics at sea and joint SOPs. So I think maritime intervention operations are one which form core of many of the maritime safety operations, which is the tactics part of it. And towards that, NATO has got an MIOTC, which does the job of training as well as development of SOCs and furthering it, and sending MTTs also to various locations. In some bits and parts, we have already progressed in IOR also, and we offer VBSS training to different countries. Our MTTs go there, and we also host them in our country for training in the same. So I think that is a good start point to get it together, in the sense that MIOTC has a bigger charter. It is not restricted to VBSS, it's just a part of MIO. MIO also includes the legal aspects, the planning aspects, the conduct, so the whole game. As it was said that the case needs to be built up of what evidence has to be collected, how the prisoners have. So it's a whole ambit of activities, not just the boarding. So maybe that gives us a point to start and build it up as a center of excellence in that sense, and offer an equivalent of NMIOTC here. I think that is a possibility, sir, that we can look at as a center of excellence.
So any comments from any of the panelists on this intervention by Captain Dhami?
Sir, I believe that
whatever points are being discussed, very valid, accepted. But what I believe is that any interoperability or understanding at sea will originate or will be seeing its ground only if there is commonality and a standard training. So Center of Excellence primarily is required so that it has a common global standard in which all the nations participating know what is required to be done whenever there is a maritime threat of a different or a specific nature is experienced. Situation at sea may be different, you cannot expect it, you cannot predict it. It can be any of the forms which you have never even been taught around. However, the Center of Excellence will be primarily based on conducting new researches with various models so that provide newer and more intricate situations as a common reference for all the participating nations. Though and mobile team and everything is considered suitable, but there has to be one headmaster who is controlling this entire affair. Otherwise, every nation, like we have been discussing, that there is a lack of interoperability or there is no common standard procedures. These common standard procedures can only come when there is a common headmaster with clear global standards.
And so the question.
There's no question, it's a comment. It's just a general comment. It's open for observation from anybody. I think we're looking at two aspects here. One is the expertise that resides mainly with people in uniform. And there is that area of expertise that resides within the uniform and outside the uniform. We have a tendency, being in uniform, to either be ignorant of the existing expertise available outside the uniform or tending to ignore it. Either way, it's not a healthy issue. I'll give you two examples. International maritime law is one. It's a very weak point in India. We must submit to that first. So if we are to build a core expertise in international maritime law that transcends UNCLOS, it transcends everything, we need to step out, we need to engage with track 1.5 or track 2 institutes and universities the world over. Two examples I can give you is the Maritime University in Sweden and IMLI in Malta. I wonder how many of us can be given the opportunity to go there. Once you have built this expertise, then you can actually make a center of excellence. The second is, it's actually a third aspect, second aspect, I've got three. One is on technology. Within India, at least my interactions have proven that our Indian Institutes of Technology have got resident R&D offices. And a lot of our officers also do masters in technology with IITs, and a lot of good work is done. That's a reservoir that can be exploited. Whether you set up the Center of Excellence in that particular institute or have it in a sort of a naval institute, whatever reason can be worked out. The third aspect is disaster resilient infrastructure. Now this is an aspect that is impacting all nations, whether it be military installations or civil installations, including your strategic assets like nuclear. Now I am aware that in India we are looking at it in a big way. There is a committee that is in place, NMF is part of it. But I wonder how many nations are aware of something called CDR, Coalition of Disaster Risk Infrastructure, Resilient Infrastructure. This was set up on the bylines after the 2018 or 2019 UN General Assembly. Again, it was an Indian thought. Today we have around 20 nations and an equal number of partners on board. Unfortunately, within the Indo-Pacific, apart from India, we only have Fiji. So there's a lot of good work which is being done out there. We need to step out, we need to engage. I've just given you examples from India, and I'm very sure that within your own countries, you will come across such expertise which is resident and available in many other institutes, universities, call it what you want. So we need to look inward, we need to look outward. We need to see where are these areas and decide what are the aspects that we want to keep totally classified or only within the domain of uniform people for a certain reason of interoperability, and where do we need to bring in outsiders. Outsiders, I mean civilians in one particular way, but there is merit in that, and that is permanency and institutional memory. Militaries the world over, the tenure of any officer or any person posted to an institute is what I would hazard around 2 to 3 years, just a guess across the board out here. What happens after that? So when you have this repository of people who are working, you have certain institutional memories, and this is not something that can be worked over 2-3 years. It's built up, it continues, it's continuous effort. It's a slight cyclical effort that will support itself. That needs to be done. So one aspect is that permanency of that part, and the other is that then if you really want to look at centers of excellence and have some good results, then maybe, I don't know what are the HR policies
policies of most of the navies sitting here. But again, as I said, maximum maybe 2 to 3 years. You need to have a core expertise going on and perhaps relook of HR policies. Then only actually will your centers of excellence bear fruit. I just thought I'd put my thoughts on the table. Thank you, Madhuri.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I go on to the last short question and the last short response, just a reminder that tomorrow when we go in for session 5, regarding decisions, etc., I think that will be a good time if we could have further inputs on areas which can identify common areas for training in accordance with the priorities which have been established, as well as areas of expertise for developing centers of excellence. Those would be, the countries will have a look at that and give us some comments tomorrow as well. And now we come to the last small question. Please go ahead. A little bit succinct, we don't have time, just 4 minutes. One minute to question, 3 minutes.
Jai sir, I am Captain Shobhat Agrawal. My question is to Commander Chantara Sena from Thailand Navy. This is pertaining to maritime security. The question is how the formation of THIMEC in 2019, bringing together 7 different security agencies, have helped Thailand in enhancing your maritime security. That's all.
Good afternoon, I'm Captain Panupan Rakkel. I would like to answer the question. Actually, THIMEC is currently we call it command as a command center. Actually, it was the coordination center before between the agencies in Thailand, but because of each agencies, they have their own law on their hands. So, with the different types of the threats and the incidents at sea we have, so we have difficult to work together at that time. And then in 2019 we came out with to use all the agencies that have the vessels that we use at sea to join together, and the THIMEC command center is headed by the Prime Minister. So we use the power of the Prime Minister to order all the agencies to working together. And that's been, for example, like for the Thai navies, we have 27 laws on our hands. So in each of the incidents or any happens at sea, so the navies can work out with the other agencies.
Thank you very much. And allow present comments from the high table on this.
Madhuri, I was listening to the various discussions and viewpoints that have been put across. So this is just some pickup from whatever the panelists and the August members and audience here have put across. Since we are looking at deliverables here, so my suggestion would be that, as you mentioned in the session 5 tomorrow, as Captain Jean Akla had mentioned, one is that we take audit of the various training, the possibilities among the various GMS member nations. The other way of going about it is because, as such audit would require all nations to, put their resources together and some auditing authority to go across so many nations. One is that way all the nations independently carry out the audit. The other suggestion was that the nations, as the captain from Bangladesh had mentioned, that each region has specific requirements, specific threats, and they may have specific training requirements to deal with those threats or opportunities, whatever it may be. So if the member representatives here in the session 5 tomorrow could bring across or put their views regarding what are their specific training requirements, and that could be compiled. And we are not saying that we are going to start training tomorrow. It will of course require to and fro discussions. Certain things we'll give, certain things they'll take. When I say we, I mean everyone together. And based on what are the given takeaways, we can probably arrive at a collaborative training model. Second was the aspect that somebody also mentioned about the training expertise or expertise areas of certain nations, given their specific conditions, if I may say. So that was another suggestion, that the nations feel that they have a niche in a particular area where they could share their lessons learned, or even provide small training capsules That could also be put on the table tomorrow. Rather, let me give you one more point. One was volunteer. We would like people to, because it's nice to give presentations and put across your points, but unless there is something, actually being put as a token, people don't know what to take away from there. So my suggestion is, if there are any volunteer training requirements or suggestions, those should also come across. One thing which is being missed out here is what you had mentioned in your passing in the opening remarks was about the virtual aspects which COVID has taught us. So if there are specific small capsules or areas where the member representatives feel that we could have a collaborative virtual training session, I think we could also consider that. So these are, and of course centers of excellence is something that would need a little more deliberation and moderation among the members, and as the Director of Naval Training rep from the Indian Navy was mentioning, there are the three possibilities. It could be standalone, and or it could be in an institute. So we could, or it could be network. Those aspects also could be deliberated, and we could start the process of how to develop a center of excellence, the place, and where we want to establish them, of course, coming later. So just some thoughts from my side.
Thank you, sir. Before the Commandant sums up and hands over to the moderator, this was the most important session of the entire four of them, right? Because this is something that we do almost entirely in our respective services and maritime forces. So various suggestions have come, but having been and operated in the Indian Ocean region, I know many nations here have got absolutely fantastic strengths. For example, if you take Maldives, they are masters in tuna fishing, its regulations, how it impacts the environment, the ecosystem. Or you take Seychelles or Mauritius, they've been dealing with piracy and its prosecution and those processes for years now. And similarly, for example, Singapore, they were the pioneers for maritime domain awareness a few years back. So there are many countries here who've got absolute solid experience and solid strengths in various domains. So like Commodore FC said, we must record these things tomorrow as to what are the areas that you can contribute so that we can put it on paper and let our seniors decide as to how this is to be done. While the long-term implementation of creating a brick and mortar center of excellence, you can lay the vision today and it may materialize or fructify after 5 or 10 years. But let me tell you, there are already mechanisms available. India, for that matter, has the ITEC scheme where we contribute to collective training. Now, why can't we look at an out-of-the-box model where we will, get all the trainees under the ITEC scheme, and maybe the instructor can be from Seychelles. He can come and take a 1.5 month or a 1 month module completely on what are the legal implications of this. So that way we can get people together also, and we can share the expertise till the time Seychelles or Mauritius or Maldives or Singapore or Thailand or Indonesia decide to take on one thing, and representatives from all the 12 nations thereafter go there and get trained. So these are out-of-the-box ideas which I thought we can exploit our existing frameworks already. Thank you.
We expect from this session, as Murugan has brought out, probably the most important part of today's proceedings. And Commodore FC has already said this. First is we need to now home on to what are the common areas of interest. And the common areas of interest definitely have to be some of the fields which are away from the traditional naval subjects like HW, signal, navigation. This we've been doing over a period of time. And as the theme, the first two sessions in the morning have covered some parts, so maybe as Captain Parmar has also said, maybe first is we need to identify what we are looking at. And once you give your suggestions, maybe I means in India maybe should have some strong points in certain areas. We may be looking for some expertise in some other area. So if you bring out that, maybe that can be recorded, and thereafter once we have a common understanding amongst all 12 countries which are present today, then we need to see where these capabilities reside. Some of the points have been covered. Definitely each country has, or each navy has got certain kind of expertise depending on its area of operation and area of interest. You cannot develop some capabilities provided there is no interest to you. Finally, everything is boils down to national interest, area of interest, economics, infrastructure, and I'm sure all of you know what I am trying to say. And thereafter, does that organization have the capacity? Does it have the infrastructure? Does it need to invest more? And there are various models which are available. You may not have a infrastructure. You can probably have some kind of there are various staff colleges which run which are the countries where the faculty is more of a manager, and they have MOUs with the finest of the institutes, and therein they get the subject matter experts, they come and speak. The third point is all of us have different timelines depending on our, I may be able to spare a person for 6 months, the HR aspects come into play. Somebody may be able to spare somebody not more than 2 months or 3 months. So the various modules which need to be worked out after we have honed down to the first 2 points, that is the third one. So in that aspect, of course, the MTTs come into play. And there are other things. The hybrid model also can be. The COVID has taught us that a lot of training can be done through the virtual medium, but not everything can happen through the virtual medium. So towards that, we can probably have some common understanding. And of course, it has to be non-conventional topics in which we need to look at. And one of the most important things is we may deliberate, but does it fall into the domain of the naval charter? Somebody said we need to get the policymakers into our discussions. We can talk, but if things are not implemented on the ground in respective countries, then the outcome is zero. So I think we need to concentrate on what we can do, all of us, in our sphere of influence. Whatever influence we have in our respective navies and of course in the respective countries. So lawfare is one, VBSS is one, HADR. The list can be endless. We can, but definitely we need to have a common ground. And as we have discussed in the morning, unilateral, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral. That's how we will go about it. And I think this is probably and coming to center of excellence. I think, in my opinion, that is stage 3 or 4. First 2 stages we have to arrive at some common grounds. Center of excellence, I think, is a cliche. The term is catching. I was CSO training for some time in the Southern Naval Command, and we had recommended lots of center of excellence, but that is based on the premise that all these institutions have been functioning for more than 50 to 60 years. They have the infrastructure, they have the capability, and they have a lot of domain knowledge in that subject. So graduating to center of excellence, I think, is phase not only 3, phase 4 or 5. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That came a few points. First, I think the objectives of the session have been met. We had 8 members expressing their views with the guidance from the high table there. And so we've done the talking today, and as we move forward, we'll have to walk the talk. And it is my belief that this is one agenda which could be fast-tracked compared to the others which are more time-consuming. So with that, all that is left for me is to thank all the panelists and the audience for being part of this session, and perhaps applause for the speakers this afternoon. With that, I come to the close of the session and hand over to you.
Sri Commandant has asked me to convey to all friendly foreign delegates is that tomorrow when we have the recorded discussion, you may just like to think about what we discussed today, and then if you can bring to the table what are the strengths that you would like to contribute, at least let us record those, that these are the areas in our training curriculum that we are very strong at, and then we'll push it up the chain, and when our leaders come in November next year, we can see as to who can take on what. So please do think about this in the evening today, and when we do our ROD recorded discussions tomorrow, we will request you to one by one tell us which areas you think you are strong at, and which are the areas which you feel that you can, you would like more training, and then we will try and mix and match as to which country can do what. Like Jean said, it will become an audit right here. Why do we need to wait for another occasion to do an audit? You are all senior enough to know what the strengths and areas requiring attention are. Thank you.
Sir, I thank the speakers for their free and frank discussion in this very important topic. May I now request Commandant, Naval War College, and speakers of the third session to come up for the presentation of mementos. I request the speakers to kindly line up on the right side of the stage next to the flag. Colonel Ibrahim Hilmi from Maldives. Lieutenant Commander Ali Mohammed from Comoros. Commander Chandrasena from Thailand. Captain H.K. Singh from India. The moderator, Captain Himadri Das from India. May now request the panelists to kindly come on stage for photo. I thank you for your wholehearted participation. We now come to the close of the proceedings for today. Tomorrow's proceeding will commence with session 4 at 0830 hours. I request all delegates to kindly be seated by 0820 hours. Jai Hind.